Babylon. The very name evokes images of immense city walls, glittering temples, and a grand civilization of great antiquity. In its day, Babylon was known as the Gate of the God, a fitting title for a city that became a crossroads of ancient cultures and power. Situated on the banks of the Euphrates River in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, Babylon rose from obscure beginnings to become the capital of successive empires and a center of learning and religion. So today, we're going to trace the sweeping history of Babylon, from the earliest settlements through its zeniths and eventual decline. It's been condensed somewhat into an hour-long video. The idea is to give you a general outline. It is a story not only of kings and battles, but also of cultural flowering, lore codes and legends, astronomers and priests, all unfolding within and around the walls of this remarkable city. And we're going to focus on the Babylonian history through the lens of the Babylonians themselves. Luckily for us, we have plenty of ancient sources and archaeological findings to rely on. We'll do our best to avoid later mythologizing interpretations. Our aim is to explore critically how Babylon rose to greatness, what life and achievements it nurtured, and ultimately, how the entire thing came crumbling down into a ruin. But first, let me welcome you. For anyone new to the channel, it's good to meet you. I invite you to click that subscribe button, and anybody else, leave your thoughts in the comments. You know it's good for the algorithm, helps more people see the video, and once again, thank you to those supporting on the Patreon and who checked out the merch store. Now, without further ado, let's get nice and comfortable. And over the next hour, you'll definitely have a good understanding of the rise and fall of Babylon. Of course, Babylon had to have rose out of somewhere, and long before Babylon became an imperial capital, it was simply a modest town, another one dotted along the Mesopotamian plain. Archaeology and cuneiform texts suggest that the site of Babylon was inhabited as early as the 3rd millennium BCE, though it remained overshadowed by much older cities like Nippur, Kish, and Ur. The earliest known reference to Babylon actually appears in the reign of Shar-Kali-Shari, and that is around 2200 BCE, an Akkadian king. One of his year names commemorates the construction of temples at a place called Ka-Din-Gir, that is, Gate of the God. And, well, taking names literally, we can presume that this place would be Babylon. You see, at this early stage, Babylon was neither independent nor particularly large. It was administered by governors, called Ensi in the tongue, under the Akkadian Empire's guidance. Later Mesopotamian chroniclers even ascribed Babylon's founding to the famous Sargon of Akkad, that is 2330 BCE, around then, though this is likely legendary. Still, these tales reflect Babylon's eventual prestige. Later generations imagined that even the great Sargon had recognized Babylon's significance. After the Akkadian Empire collapsed, it is around 2150 BCE, southern Mesopotamia fell under the sway of the 3rd dynasty of Ur, and then fragmented into smaller city-states. Babylon disappears from the record for a few centuries, but its fortunes seem to have changed with the arrival of Semitic-speaking newcomers, known as the Amorites. By around 1894 BCE, an Amorite chieftain named Sumu-Abum seized Babylon, and from there he established a local dynasty. His successor, Sumu-La-El, and later heirs expanded the town's influence, building fortification walls and ultimately asserting their autonomy. But at first, Babylon was just one petty kingdom among many. In fact, for a century it was eclipsed by its more powerful neighbors, the city-state of Lhasa in the south, the old Sumerian city of Isin, and Elam to the east. Early Babylonian rulers did not even style themselves king, at least initially. But regardless of all of this, these days laid the groundwork for Babylon's rise by fortifying the settlement, perhaps even fostering a local identity centered on the patron god Marduk. So let's talk about the old Babylonian kingdom. That is the kingdom that is under the great Hammurabi. You see, Babylon's great leap to prominence came under its sixth ruler, King Hammurabi, reigning from circa 1792 to 1750 BCE. He inherited a modest realm, but through shrewd diplomacy and a sprinkling of force, no doubt, he transformed Babylon into the capital of a new empire. Over the course of his long reign, he systematically defeated rival kings and unified all of southern Mesopotamia under his authority. He conquered cities steeped in history, Uruk, Larsa, Isin, and even Mari far to the northwest, finally forging them into a single kingdom ruled from its seat at Babylon. This political unification marked the first time the region became known collectively as Babylonia, that is, the land of Babylon. Babylon, being once minor, now supplanted venerable Nippur as the religious and cultural center of the south. Hammurabi is best known today for the Code of Hammurabi, that collection of laws inscribed on that huge stone stele. This artifact, found by archaeologists, reveals how the king wished to be seen as a divinely appointed guardian of justice. In the prologue of the code, Hammurabi proclaims that the gods called him to, quote, bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, to destroy the wicked and evildoers, so that the strong should not harm the weak. Well, such ideals, even if partly royal propaganda, indicate an advanced concept of law and society. The laws themselves, nearly 300 provisions in total, cover everything from contract disputes and wages to crime and family law. And all of them together certainly paint a vivid picture of Babylonian daily life. Well, if we take one example, the code addresses the liability of builders. You see, if a house that is built collapses and kills the owner, the builder of that house would be liable. And it wasn't a slap on the wrist either. He would be executed. And there was also the rights of merchants, and even wives. While pretty harsh by modern standards, as many offences were punishable by death or mutilation, and they were pretty cavalier with these punishments, the laws aimed to provide some order and predictability in a new, complex urban society. The roots of new civilizations, just trying to find their feet. But after all, you cannot have a civilization without a system of laws. You cannot have it without order. Well, under Hammurabi, Babylon seems to have blossomed, although the city's archaeological remains from this period are scant, as later construction obscured them. Written records speak of temples, palaces, and canals. Marduk, originally a local city god, rose in prominence in Babylon's imperial cult. It was probably during or soon after Hammurabi's time that the epic poem Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation myth, was composed, elevating Marduk as the king of the gods. In this myth, the other deities grant Marduk supremacy, and as celebration of order over chaos, they plan the building of Babylon as his holy city. They proclaim in the text, "Let us build a shrine to serve as his chamber. Let it be the abode of Marduk." This effectively mythologizes Babylon's foundation as a part of the creation of the world. Such religious storytelling shows Babylon's self-image as a divinely chosen city, a place where heaven's decisions were enacted on the earth. And another realm in which old Babylonian culture excelled was science and learning. The Babylonians, you see, inherited the rich intellectual traditions of Sumer and Akkad, and tablets from Hammurabi's era show advances in mathematics and astronomy. A clay tablet, known as Plimpton 322, for instance, contains numerical tables that include Pythagorean triples, that is, integer solutions to the Pythagorean theorem. Now from that, we can certainly see evidence that Babylonian scholars understood sophisticated mathematical concepts well over 1,000 years before Pythagoras. They used a sexagesimal, that is, base 60 number system that gave us the 60-minute hour and also the 360-degree circle. In astronomy, they observed the movements of stars and planets for calendrical and omen purposes. All this early scholarship was recorded in cuneiform writing on clay, often in the Akkadian language, and sometimes in Sumerian, which lingered on as a scholarly tongue. As for Babylon's scribes, they were trained in vast lexical texts and lists. One can imagine students in Hammurabi's time memorizing proverbs and honing their writing on clay exercises as the city's intellectual life continued to grow. And so, we could make a solid argument that Hammurabi's reign was the apex of the old Babylonian Empire. It's pretty hard to say any other reign of any other king had as much of an impact at this time. And after his death, the successors had a hard act to follow. They struggled to maintain such a far-flung realm. Internal rebellions and external pressures began to mount. The far south, the marshy land near the Gulf, broke away to form a sea land dynasty, and new threats ultimately appeared. Finally, in 1595 BCE, Babylon suffered a sudden blow. The city was attacked and sacked by the Hittites, a power from Anatolia that swept down unexpectedly. The Hittite king Mursili I stormed Babylon and carried off its treasures. According to later Hittite accounts, he destroyed Babylon too, taking captives and treasure back to Hattusa, that is the Hittite capital. This raid toppled the first dynasty of Babylon. The Amorite line came to an end with King Samsu-Didana. However, the Hittites did not stay to rule. Babylon was left in disarray, a prize for others ready for the taking. And taken it was. In this power vacuum following Babylon's collapse, a new dynasty emerged. This dynasty was the Kassites, a people from the Zagros Mountains region, assuming control of Babylon around 1590 to 1570 BCE. Unfortunately, the ultimate details of their rise are a little bit obscure, but they would reign for nearly 4 centuries, one of the longest dynasties in Babylon's history. The Kassites renamed southern Mesopotamia as Kar-Duniash, and although foreign in origin, they became fully Babylonian, at least in culture, over time. Under the Kassite rule, Babylon was rebuilt and endured as an important city, but it did not aggressively expand its empire. Instead, the period was marked by relative stability, flourishing artistic and literary activity, and frequent interactions, whether diplomatic or military, with surrounding powers. Several Kassite kings, with names like Burna-Buriash, Karigalzu, and Katashum-Enlil, appear in both Babylonian records and in correspondence with Egypt. Notably, letters from the Kassite Babylonian to Egyptian pharaohs were found amongst the Amarna Letters archive in Egypt, and that's from the 14th century BCE. These clay tablets show Babylonian kings corresponding as equals with Egyptian kings, addressing each other as brother, and exchanging gifts and princesses. Babylon was part of an international system that included Egypt, the Mitanni, the Hittites, and Assyria. But culturally, the Kassite era saw great preservation and codification of knowledge. Babylonian scholars compiled god lists, scientific texts, and perhaps the definitive edition of the Enuma Elish dates to this time. The Epic of Gilgamesh, although rooted in older Sumerian tales, was found in later libraries in a standard Babylonian version that may have been edited during the late second millennium. Babylon's religious prestige also grew. Marduk's statue and his temple Esagila remained central to ceremonial life. Kings took on titles like caretaker of Esagila to emphasize their duty to Babylon's main deity. However, Babylon's political fortunes during the Kassite times were admittedly mixed. The kingdom was often threatened by powerful neighbors. To the north, you see, the Middle Assyrian Empire was rising, and to the east, the kingdom of Elam in southwest Iran grew more and more bold. By the 13th and 12th centuries BCE, Babylonia became a battleground between these powers. The Kassites managed to hold on for centuries, but they gradually lost territory and influence. Eventually, in 1155, according to later reckoning, the Kassite dynasty was completely overthrown. The Elamites, under King Shutruk-Nahunte, invaded Babylon, supposedly carrying off the statue of Marduk as spoils. With this, the rule of the Kassites crumbled. In the aftermath, a native Babylonian leadership was restored, the so-called Second Dynasty of Isin, Isin being a city whose kings took Babylon's throne. Among these rulers, Nebuchadnezzar the First, not to be confused with the later Nebuchadnezzar the Second, by the way, stood out as unique. Reigning around 1125 to 1104, Nebuchadnezzar is famed for his campaigns against Elam to avenge earlier humiliations. He successfully defeated Elam and retrieved the stolen idols, including the revered statue of Marduk, bringing them back to Babylon. This act made him a champion in the eyes of the Babylonians, restoring national pride and the favor of the gods. Songs and chronicles celebrated his piety and valor, and he also rebuilt temples and presumably sponsored a revival of Babylonian culture. But even so, the resurgence was short-lived. The 11th century BCE brought new challenges as Aramaean and Sutian nomadic tribes infiltrated Mesopotamia. These West Semitic groups disrupted trade and agriculture, and at times seized cities. There are indications that an Aramaean chief even took control of Babylon briefly in the late 11th century BC, illustrating the fragmentation of power. Written records from this era dwindle. ushering in a dark age where our knowledge is patchy. It is known as the Middle Babylonian or post-Kassite period, a time of smaller polities and constant struggle. But amid all of that struggle, Babylonia itself, or Babylon rather itself, endured as a city, despite being periodically dominated by outsiders or local warlords. The city's religious significance as the seat of Marduk meant every conqueror found it prudent to legitimize himself there. Assyrian inscriptions from this period start to mention Babylon more frequently, foreshadowing the next era, where Babylon would fall under the shadow of the Assyrian might. And so, by the 9th century BC, a revitalized Neo-Assyrian empire, based in northern Mesopotamia, began to exert influence over Babylon and its lands. Assyria was culturally akin to Babylonia, but politically, they were rivals. In fact, they often saw southern Mesopotamia as a rich province, but equally as troublesome. From roughly 900 to 600 BCE, Babylon's fate was entwined with Assyria's rise and fall. In this period, Babylonia was sometimes ruled by Assyrian kings directly, sometimes given to client kings, and often rocked by rebellions as Babylonian elites and tribal chiefs, or most notably the Chaldeans, vied for their own autonomy. One early encounter was actually in 853, when King Shalmaneser III of Assyria records battling Babylonian forces. Later Assyrian rulers like Tiglath-Pileser III, who ruled from 745 to 727, took a more direct role. In fact, Tiglath-Pileser III invaded Babylon during a time of internal strife, and in 729 he crowned himself the King of Babylon. He even adopted a local throne name. That's a very good way to fit in, surely. Now this dual kingship tactic was an attempt to placate Babylonian pride, acknowledging Babylon's special status, yes, while effectively making it part of the Assyrian Empire. Despite such measures, Babylonian resistance continued to simmer. Indigenous leaders such as Marduk-apla-iddina II, also known as Merodach-Baladan, a Chaldean warlord, seized the city wherever Assyrian grip weakened. Merodach-Baladan managed to rule Babylon on multiple occasions, championing Babylonian independence. He formed alliances with Elam and other neighbors to counter Assyria. In 722, upon the death of the Assyrian king Shalmaneser V, Merodach-Baladan occupied Babylon and was ultimately recognized as king. The new Assyrian monarch, Sargon II, not to be confused with the old Sargon, had to campaign for years to finally expel the rebel leader. Sargon II eventually defeated Merodach-Baladan in 710 and entered Babylon as its ruler, portraying himself, just like Tiglath-Pileser did, as a legitimate Babylonian king. He then participated in Babylon's New Year festival, the Akitu festival, and all in all respected the city's traditions. However, this does not mean that local unrest simply vanished overnight. After Sargon's death, Merodach-Baladan reappeared, and he stirred revolt again. Sargon's son, Sennacherib, reigning from 704 to 681, faced an almost constant state of rebellion in Babylonia, fueled by the Chaldeans and aided by Elam. Sennacherib's initial approach was to appoint a local puppet. He made a nobleman, Bel-Ibni, king, and later one of his own sons. But each arrangement failed. Fed up after a particularly widespread rebellion in 689, Sennacherib unleashed a drastic measure. He attacked and destroyed Babylon. According to Assyrian records, he ravaged the entire city thoroughly. The walls, temples, palaces, everything razed, and they even carried off the ruins. That's right, all of those broken stones and rubble was carried off and dumped into the Euphrates River. Sennacherib boasted that Babylon's destruction was so complete that its ruins would be impossible to identify. For a city that was a religious heartland, this was shocking, even by ancient standards. This act was viewed as impious by most Mesopotamians. Indeed, Sennacherib's own murder in 681 by two of his sons while he prayed in a temple was interrupted by interpreted by Babylonians as divine punishment, Marduk's vengeance for the offense to his city. Sennacherib's successor, Esarhaddon, immediately sought to reverse this situation. Recognizing that ruling Mesopotamia without Babylon's goodwill was untenable, Esarhaddon rebuilt the city of Babylon. He proclaimed his intent to restore the city's glory and began reconstruction of temples and streets as early as 680 BC. Within a decade or two, Babylon was back. Not quite to its former glory, but at least it was functioning. Sanctuaries rebuilt, and people resettled. As for Esarhaddon, he went even further. In a unique arrangement, he split his empire's rule between his two sons. The elder, Shamash-shum-ukin, was given Babylon as a sort of junior king, while the younger, Ashurbanipal, inherited Assyria's throne in Nineveh. The idea was to appease Babylon by having a royal family member rule there, respecting its autonomy to a degree. For a time, everything was working well. No problems. Babylonia and Assyria coexisted under this fraternal arrangement for about 16 years. But of course, tensions brewed, as Shamash-shum-ukin chafed at being subordinate to his brother. In 652 BC, he led a grand alliance of peoples against Ashurbanipal. The Babylonians, Chaldeans, Elamites, Arameans, they all joined in revolt. And thus a bitter civil war ensued. After a prolonged siege, Babylon was starved into submission in 648. Ashurbanipal triumphed. Shamash-shum-ukin reportedly perished in the flames of his palace. Notably, Ashurbanipal did not destroy Babylon. Instead, he performed a ritual of reconciliation. He installed a puppet king, Kandalanu, on Babylonian's throne, and took treasures and scholars north, but ultimately he left the city intact. Ashurbanipal had a keen interest in Babylonian culture. His famous library in Nineveh contains copies of numerous Babylonian literary and even scientific texts that he had collected. And this shows an important point. Even when Babylon was politically under heel, its cultural influence endured. Assyrian princes learned Babylonian literature. Gods like Marduk were respected, if, well, sometimes a little bit grudgingly. And those Babylonian astronomers and scribes, they were particularly valued. Of course, Ashurbanipal couldn't be around forever. He died 631 BCE, and Assyria descended into internal strife. Babylon once more seized its chance to take its own independence. A Chaldean leader named Nabopolassar rose up in Babylon in 626, declaring himself king and throwing off Assyrian control. And it's as we get to this point that it marks the start of Babylon's greatest error since Hammurabi, aptly called the Neo-Babylonian Empire. Under Nabopolassar, reigning 626 to 605, and his successors, Babylon experienced a renaissance politically, architecturally, and culturally. Nabopolassar allied with the Medes, being an Iranian people, to wage war on Assyria, and the campaign was hugely successful. Assyria's major cities, including the mighty Nineveh, were sacked by 612, and by 609 the Assyrian Empire was effectively extinguished. Babylon now stood as the preeminent imperial power in Mesopotamia. Nabopolassar, an older man by the time of the victory, set about restoring Babylon's primacy. Much of the glory, however, would come under his son, Nebuchadnezzar II. He's perhaps Babylon's most iconic ruler, reigning from 604 to 562. In his long reign of over 40 years, he consolidated the empire and embarked on ambitious building projects that made Babylon famous across the ancient world. Militarily, Nebuchadnezzar continued his father's work. He campaigned in the Levant, defeating Egypt's army at Carchemish in 605, and eventually subduing the kingdoms of Syria and Judah. It was Nebuchadnezzar II who actually besieged Jerusalem, by the way, and destroyed the temple in 587, also exiling the Judeans, events noted in the Hebrew Bible, but, well, we'll focus on Babylon's own perspective here. Each victory, though, brought tribute and skilled captives back to Babylon, enriching the empire. As for Babylon itself, it was utterly transformed under Nebuchadnezzar's direction. The king took immense pride in beautifying the capital. Quote, he boasts in one inscription, "I built a strong wall that cannot be shaken with bitumen and baked bricks. I laid its foundation on the breast of the netherworld, and I built its top as high as a mountain." This was no idle boast. He indeed strengthened Babylon's defenses, constructing a double line of city walls that made it virtually impossible to siege through. These walls, later classical writers claimed, were so broad that chariots could race atop them abreast. Nebuchadnezzar rebuilt and enlarged the principal temples, especially Esagila, the temple of Marduk, and the Etemenanki ziggurat, a towering stepped pyramid dedicated to Marduk, possibly over 90 meters tall. The Etemenanki, in particular, was fabled. Some scholars believe it was the inspiration behind the later legends of a Tower of Babel due to its imposing height. One of Nebuchadnezzar's most famous projects was the Ishtar Gate and the Grand Processional Way. The Ishtar Gate, a massive double gateway on the north side of the city, was faced with dazzling blue glazed bricks and decorated with reliefs of bulls, lions, and dragons, symbolic beasts associated with the gods Adad and Marduk. Through this gate ran the processional way, a brick-paved street flanked by walls bearing similar colorful reliefs, which led to the temple precinct. During the New Year festival, statues of the gods would be paraded down this avenue amid music and ritual, an awe-inspiring civic spectacle. In fact, the Ishtar Gate was so splendid that parts of it excavated in the 20th century are now reconstructed and displayed in a museum, allowing us lucky modern viewers to marvel at the Babylonian craftsmanship. Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon was not only about piety and defense, but it was also built to impress and control. He built a vast palace for himself, along with lush courtyards. There is a long-standing story, too, from later Greek sources, that Nebuchadnezzar constructed the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, a series of terraced gardens with exotic plants, supposedly to console his Median wife who missed the green hills of her homeland. These gardens, if they existed, would have been quite an engineering feat, an artificial paradise of greenery in the middle of the dry plain, watered by pumps going all the way to the Euphrates. They were later listed as one of the 7 wonders of the world. However, historians debate if the Hanging Gardens were real, or if the legend arose with confusions with gardens in Assyrian Nineveh. No definitive archaeological trace of them has been found in Babylon, but the absence of evidence is not conclusive in such a heavily reused site. But what is certain is that Nebuchadnezzar lavished attention on Babylon's religious institutions. Each year at the spring equinox, Babylon hosted the Akitu, the New Year festival, during which the king had to perform rituals acknowledging Marduk's supremacy. Part of this involved the king taking the hand of Bel Marduk in the temple, a ceremony confirming his right to rule. Think of it like a divine mandate of kings. In Nebuchadnezzar's time, the Akitu festival was a grand affair, attracting pilgrims and involving processions and rites that tied the king's fortunes to the city's god. A fascinating detail is the ritual humiliation of the king. The high priest would strip Nebuchadnezzar of regalia and slap him, making the mighty ruler shed tears, a sign of humility before the god. Only if the king cried, thus demonstrating he had not overstepped his bounds, would Marduk symbolically renew his mandate. Such traditions illustrate the sophisticated balance of power between the church and state in Babylon. The clergy of Babylon's temples, especially the priests of Marduk, held significant sway of their own. Indeed, the Babylonian priesthood would later play a role in political transitions, as we shall see with Nabonidus. Nebuchadnezzar II died in 562, at the height of his power. He left a legacy of a king who finally brought back the glory days of old Babylon. The city at its death was likely the largest in the world, perhaps covering over 1,000 hectares, and housing maybe 100,000 or more inhabitants. A metropolis of its time. Its triple walls, towering ziggurat, ornate gates, bustling bazaars, and libraries of cuneiform tablets made it the envy of its contemporaries. One Greek visitor, a couple centuries later, being Herodotus, would describe Babylon in near legendary terms. He spoke of its immense circuit wall, saying it was 56 miles long. Likely an exaggeration. Herodotus exaggerates quite a bit. But he also spoke of the inhabitants' unusual customs, like burying their dead in honey and engaging in ritual prostitution. Colorful claims that modern historians view with a great bit of skepticism. Yet Herodotus's writings reveal how Babylon's mystique endured. The truth is that Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon was as real as it was extraordinary, and it left a profound impression on everyone who encountered it. After Nebuchadnezzar II, Babylon faced a rapid succession of rulers and an increasingly fragile political situation. His immediate successor, Amel-Marduk, also called Evil-Merodach in later texts, ruled only briefly before being assassinated in a palace plot. A general and brother-in-law, Neriglissar, took the throne but died a few years later, leaving the kingdom to an underage son, who was quickly overthrown. In 556 BC, a notable usurper, Nabonidus, became king. Nabonidus was an unusual ruler in several ways. He reigned from 556 to 539, a middle-aged man at accession, not of the royal family, and he had scholarly religious inclinations. His mother was a priestess of the moon god Sin, and Nabonidus himself showed devotion to Sin, particularly at the city of Haran, at the expense of Marduk's traditional primacy. This religious shift caused quite a bit of friction within the Babylonian clergy. Nabonidus also departed from Babylon for an entire decade, residing in the distant oasis of Taima in Arabia. Why he did this remains debated. Some say it was a strategic occupation of Arabian trade routes. Others suggest a personal religious retreat. But in his absence, he left his son Belshazzar in charge of Babylon's affairs as regent. This long absence, and Nabonidus' perceived neglect of Marduk, provided a pretext for the later propaganda against him. By the late 540s BCE, Babylon's empire was facing a new threat, the ascendant Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great. You see, Cyrus, he'd done a very good job at conquering the Medes, and at this point he'd unified much of Iran. He then defeated the neighboring kingdom of Lydia and eyed off Mesopotamia as the next prize on the list. In 539 he marched on Babylon. Nabonidus belatedly returned to lead his army, but internal divisions likely weakened Babylonia's defense. At the Battle of Opis on the Tigris, Cyrus's forces decisively beat the Babylonian army. Soon after, Babylon itself fell to the Persians. According to Babylonian records, and Cyrus's own account, the city surrendered without much of a fight. The gates were opened by Babylonian dignitaries disillusioned with Nabonidus, and the Persians entered peacefully. The Nabonidus Chronicle, a cuneiform tablet written by Babylonian scholars, confirms that in 539 BCE, the army of Cyrus entered Babylon without battle, and that Nabonidus was captured. Cyrus made a point of performing religious propriety. He went to the temple of Marduk and had himself crowned as a liberator rather than a conqueror. Cyrus reinforced this message in the famous Cyrus cylinder, a clay cylinder inscription buried as a foundation deposit in Babylon. On the cylinder, Cyrus is presented as chosen by Marduk to restore order. It criticizes Nabonidus without naming him directly for impiety and neglecting the city and people of Babylon. One passage reads, quote, "Without battle and conflict, he, Marduk, permitted him, Cyrus, to enter Babylon. He spared his city Babylon a calamity. Nabonidus, the king who did not fear him, he delivered into his hand." Cyrus goes on to enumerate how he returned to displaced gods their temples and allowed exiled peoples to go home. Indeed, Babylon's archives indicate that Cyrus respected the local traditions. He and his successors took the title King of Babylon among their many titles and participated in the New Year festival, at least initially. Thus ended Babylonians' era of native kings. The Persian Achaemenid Empire incorporated Babylonia as one of its richest provinces. Under Persian rule, 539 to 331 BCE, Babylon at first retained importance. It served as one of the empire's administrative centers. Cyrus and his sons, Cambyses, generally kept Babylon in good standing. Cambyses might have been present to take the hand of Marduk in one New Year ceremony. But when Darius I came to power in 522, Babylon rebelled, not once, but twice, led by pretenders such as Nidindu-Bel and Araka, who both curiously took the name Nebuchadnezzar. That was mainly to invoke the Babylonian legitimacy. Well, they didn't get very far. Darius quashed these revolts with some difficulty, and reportedly took severe reprisals. Later, under Xerxes, 486 to 465, Babylon rebelled again around 482. This time, the Persian retribution was heavy. Ancient sources claim that Xerxes removed the golden statue of Marduk and perhaps destroyed parts of Babylon's ziggurat. He abolished the Babylonian crown. No more Persian kings titled themselves the king of Babylon after Xerxes, and made Babylonia a mere satrapy without special status. Some historians believe the damage to Babylon's religious infrastructure under Xerxes was a turning point, initiating the city's decline. While Babylon remained populous and economically active, the temples suffered neglect. Yet, Babylon's scholarly tradition persisted. Throughout the Persian period, Babylonian astronomers were diligently observing the skies and writing astronomical diaries, detailed records of celestial events, weather, commodity prices, and, of course, political happenings. The Persians, pragmatic rulers as always, often employed Babylonian scholars in their bureaucracy. Babylon also became a center where different cultures met. One document from this era, for instance, is a clay tablet recording the rental of a donkey by a certain Marduk Nadin Anne, with witnesses signing in Aramaic, illustrating Babylon's cosmopolitan nature under the empire. In 331, the old order shifted once more when Alexander the Great defeated the Persians. After his victory at Gaugamela, Alexander entered Babylon, which surrendered to him without resistance. Ancient accounts describe the Babylonians welcoming Alexander as a liberator from the Persian rule, even spreading flower petals in his path. Alexander in turn declared that the gods of Babylon had been slighted by the Persians, and promised to restore their temples. Thus he made Babylon one of his imperial capitals. In fact, Alexander envisioned making Babylon the administrative hub of his vast new empire. He began plans to rebuild the Etemenanki ziggurat, which was by then in disrepair or partly demolished. It is said that he ordered his men to clear the rubble of the great tower, intending to rebuild it. But after some weeks of effort, he found the task greater than anticipated. The ruins of that structure had indeed become something of a mountain. But tragically, for the hopes of Babylon, Alexander died right there in the city in 323, in Nebuchadnezzar's palace after a sudden fever. His early death turned Babylon from the seat of an empire into a prize contested by his generals. During the subsequent Hellenistic period, Babylon's fortunes began to wane. One of Alexander's generals, Seleucus, eventually gained control of Mesopotamia. Seleucus I initially took the title of King of Babylon, and even minted coins there. But he soon founded a new city, Seleucia on the Tigris, about 50 miles to the north, as his eastern capital. According to later records, in 275 BCE, the Seleucid rulers relocated much of Babylon's population to this new Greek-style city. The motive was likely a strategic one. You see, Seleucia was built on a more easily defensible site, and ultimately closer to the Tigris for trade. As a result, Babylon gradually emptied out. The temple still operated for a time. Records show that Babylon's Temple of Marduk, now sometimes called the Greek name Bel, had priests into the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE. Hellenistic kings, such as Antiochus IV, are noted to have paid respect at Babylon's shrine. In fact, Antiochus reportedly offered sacrifice at Esagila around 170 BCE. However, as the center of gravity shifted, Babylon's streets began to grow quieter. The Greek settlers preferred Seleucia, while Babylonians either moved or remained in diminishing quarters. But even in decline, Babylon did not immediately become a ghost town. The astronomical diaries kept by Babylonian scholars continue in an unbroken sequence down to at least 60 BCE, suggesting some scholarly community did persist. Now, cuneiform writing as a learned skill continued well into the 1st century AD in Babylonia. The last known cuneiform inscription is often cited as dating to around 75 AD, long after Babylon's political importance had vanished. By the Parthian period, that is, around the 2nd century BCE to the 3rd century CE, Babylon was largely in ruins, though evidence exists of a small village presence and intermittent temple activity. The classical geographer Strabo, writing in the early 1st century BC, remarked that the greater part of Babylon is so deserted that one would not hesitate to say that the great city is a great desert. By Strabo's time, vast portions of Babylon lay abandoned, its once mighty walls broken for brick salvage, and the Euphrates altering course. Later visitors found only scattered ruins identified by locals with names like Babil, the city's memory surviving in Arabic tradition. The rise and fall of Babylon was essentially complete. All the way from humble settlement, it had risen to imperial glory twice, once under Hammurabi and then under Nebuchadnezzar, and then gradually fell under foreign dominion, and finally into obscurity. And so, Babylon's long history, spanning over 15 centuries of recorded time, is a rich tapestry of growth, destruction, and rebirth. We've seen how an unassuming town became the seat of lawgiver Hammurabi's great empire, how it weathered the conquest by the Hittites and rule by the Kassite foreigners, how it endured the oppression of the Assyrians, and then gleamed anew as the splendid capital of Nebuchadnezzar. We also saw how it ultimately bowed to Cyrus and faded under new orders. Through all these changes, Babylon still remained a beacon of Mesopotamian civilization. Its people produced epics and law codes, charted the heavens, and reckoned mathematics. They also built monuments that captured the human imagination for millennia. And crucially, we focused on Babylon through its own lens, not through later legends alone. In those clay tablets and ruins, we find a complex, cosmopolitan city that at times was the center of the world's first true urban civilization, and at times a battleground for larger empires. The legacy of Babylon is not just in biblical or Greek writings, but in tangible contributions, the concept of a 7-day week, a 12-month year, the preservation of Sumerian literature, and the idea of kingship accountable to divine order, all came from this old kingdom. And so, by around the 2nd century CE, Babylon had ceased to exist as a city, but the memory lived on, passed down in texts and myth. When modern archaeologists in the 19th and 20th centuries excavated Babylon's remains, they uncovered the street where processions passed, the foundations of the ziggurat, and bricks stamped with the name Nebuchadnezzar, physical echoes of those stories told here so long ago. Babylon's rise and fall thus offers a case study in the ebb and flow of human societies, how knowledge and culture can endure even as regimes change, and how a city can be both a real place in time and an eternal symbol of human achievement and ambition. A crossfire of legend and history. A wedding feast on Mount Pelion is crashed by the goddess of discord. A golden apple thrown out into the crowd, and three goddesses quarrel over which one is the fairest. A simple vanity, but it kindles a chain of events leading to one of the most famous wars in literature. It is the saga of Troy, a grand city besieged for 10 years by an alliance of Greek kings, straddling that boundary between myth and reality. In fact, for millennia, the Trojan War was only known through poetry and drama. The wrath of Achilles immortalized by the poet Homer, and the fall of Troy lamented by Virgil, the fates of its heroes woven into Greek tragedy. But that was until the late 19th century, where a spade-wielding adventurer, inspired by the tales of Homer in the trenches of northwest Turkey, claimed to uncover the very ruins of Troy itself. And all of a sudden, a legend of Greek myth stepped off the page and into the realm of real history. And that is our topic, history and myth. It invites us to navigate between the two worlds. On one side, we have the ancient mythological sources of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, Virgil's Aeneid, and the lost epic cycle, the Greek plays by Euripides and others. And these works sure give us rich narratives of gods, heroes, and epic battles. But on the other side, we have the very human element, the modern historical and archaeological findings, clay tablets from Hittite archives that mention a city called Wilusa, that is strikingly similar to Ilios, Troy's Greek name, but also the burnt remnants of a Bronze Age city at Hisarlik in Turkey, and artifacts unearthed by Heinrich Schliemann and subsequent archaeologists. The challenge, and possibly the thrill, is to see where these two sides converge. How much of Homer's tale is poetic fiction? And could it be rooted in real events around 1200 BC? Did a Trojan War actually occur? And if so, did it resemble the saga that has captivated audiences for over 3,000 years? Well, there's no doubt that Troy is right there to be seen, but we're going to journey through the full mythic cycle of the Trojan War, from the judgment of Paris to the fiery fall of Troy itself. And along the way, of course, we'll have to cross-reference all of that with the historical evidence. Now, the introduction of any story should seize attention, of course, and Troy's story certainly provides the material. So picture the final night of the war, Troy's skyline engulfed in flames, the great wooden horse standing amid the chaos, and King Priam cut down at his own altar. Now that's a scene of dramatic closure, if there ever was one. But our introduction is in fact a beginning, an invitation to peel back those layers, much like an archaeological dig would, and explore how a mythic war can be read on two different levels. On one level, a timeless human story of pride, war, love, and fate. And on another, a historical puzzle, scholars sifting through the charred debris and Hittite inscriptions, always debating if the war was fact or fiction, what really happened in Troy. And so as we proceed, with the Iliad in one hand and a trowel in another to speak. We'll let Homer and his fellow storytellers speak, and then we'll consult the mute testimony of ruins and archaeology. I hope we can tackle these scholarly debates and controversies head on. The question's pretty simple. Did the Trojan War really happen? Can we trust Homer as a quasi-historical account? Where exactly was Troy? And could the legendary war be a patchwork of many conflicts rather than one great siege? These are all the questions that have fired up academic debates for decades, and we're going to get to them all shortly. And with that roadmap set, let's step back into the Bronze Age, where gods meddle in mortal affairs, and a single moment of divine discord sets the stage for war. But let me welcome you to the channel first. Just quickly, I know, it is all in good manners. Anyone who's new to the channel, if you've not hit that subscribe button again, well, not again, if you hit it again you'll unsubscribe. Just hit it one time, and that will suffice. That way, you'll get more content like this. And leave your comments for the algorithm. Thank you for everyone for supporting on the Patreon and YouTube memberships, the merch store. That's why this entire video is ad-free. Generous contributions from generous people, surely in the favor of the gods. All right then. Well, let's get serious, shall we? Relax, settle in. It's going to be a long one. So let's start with the Apple of Discord and the Judgment of Paris. The legend of Troy's fall begins not on the battlefield, but at a wedding, a divine banquet. All the gods were invited to the wedding of Peleus, a Greek hero, and the sea nymph Thetis. All of them, except Eris, the goddess of strife. In all fairness, though, you probably wouldn't want the goddess of strife at your wedding. That's just inviting trouble. Well, you would imagine, too, that the goddess of strife would be quite insulted by this. So, Eris arrived anyway, and tossed a golden apple among the guests, inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." 3 powerful goddesses claimed the prize, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, and they put Zeus in a rather difficult situation to judge who truly deserved it. Well, poor old Zeus perhaps wisely abstained and passed the decision to a mortal, Paris, a prince of Troy who was at the time living as a shepherd on Mount Ida. Each goddess offered Paris a tempting bribe. Hera promised power and kingship. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle. And Aphrodite, in her true fashion, whispered of love. She would give him the most beautiful woman in the world as his wife. Of course, Paris, being a strapping young lad, chose Aphrodite, awarding her the apple. And in return, Aphrodite ensured that Paris would have Helen, the famed beauty who happened to be the queen of Sparta, as his consort. Thus, the judgment of Paris awarded the prize to Aphrodite, but it earned him the eternal enmity of the 2 other goddesses, and set the stage for a human conflict, because there was a problem. Sure, Helen was the most beautiful in the world, but she was already married, and her elopement, or in some people's eyes abduction, would be the premise for a massive war. Ancient writers like Homer do not directly narrate the judgment of Paris. The Iliad actually begins in the war's 10th year, but this story was well known in Greek oral tradition, and later written in the summaries of the lost Kypria epic and in Apollodorus's library. The judgment of Paris is a mythological etiological tale, a story explaining the cause of a great event that neatly assigns divine blame for the Trojan War. Interestingly, even within myth, there were alternate tellings. For example, one version is in Euripides' play Helen, and it suggests that Helen never went to Troy at all. The gods sent a phantom double to Troy, while the real Helen stayed safe and sound in Egypt. A plot also reported by Herodotus as a rationalized account. Now, speaking of Herodotus, that 5th century BC historian, he relates that Egyptian priests told him Paris did go to Troy, but bought only a phantom Helen, and the real Helen was back with them during the war. The Trojans repeatedly swore to the Greek invaders that they did not have Helen, but the Greeks just refused to believe them and destroyed Troy in vain. Well, such variations show that even the ancients questioned elements of the standard tale. And according to the most popular account, Paris, bolstered by Aphrodite's favor, traveled to Sparta on a diplomatic mission, and there won the heart of Helen, or spirited her away, perhaps. Helen's husband, King Menelaus of Sparta, was so outraged by this betrayal of hospitality. In fairness, going to someone's house and stealing their wife is not being a very good house guest, I suppose. Well, he invoked an oath that had been sworn by all of Helen's former suitors. The legendary Oath of Tyndareus bound those Greek princes to defend the chosen husband's rights. Basically, to come to the aid of Menelaus if Helen was ever stolen. Thus, Menelaus turned to his brother Agamemnon, the High King of Mycenae, and together they rallied the kings and heroes of Greece to form a great expedition. Target: Troy. Among these were the famed warriors like Odysseus, the king of Ithaca, known for his cunning, Achilles, a peerless warrior of Phthia, son of Peleus and Thetis, Diomedes of Argos, Ajax of Salamis, Nestor of Pylos, and many more. A real who's who roster of heroic legend. It's kind of like that movie The Expendables with Jason Statham and Sylvester Stallone in it, that kind of thing. Just in ancient Greek terms, I suppose. But before they could set sail, however, the fleet gathered at Aulis and was becalmed by Artemis's wrath, according to one popular mythic episode. The seer Calchas revealed that Agamemnon had offended the goddess, and only the sacrifice of Agamemnon's own daughter, Iphigenia, would appease Artemis. Well, in a grim prelude to the war, Agamemnon carried out this sacrifice. Though some versions say Artemis saved the girl at the last moment. This story, powerfully dramatized in Euripides' Iphigenia at Aulis, underscores the idea that the Trojan War was shadowed by divine machination and tragedies from its very inception. Finally setting sail, the Greek armada of 1,000 ships, the traditional number immortalized by the phrase, the face that launched 1,000 ships, referring to Helen, crossed the Aegean to Asia Minor. According to Homer's Iliad, catalogue of ships, over 1,000 vessels from various Greek kingdoms took part. Of course, the theme continues with modern historians seeing this as poetic exaggeration, but perhaps rooted in the geography of Mycenaean Greece. The Greeks, who called themselves Achaeans in Homer's poems, landed on the coast of Troy's kingdom, the Troad. One early clash at the beach saw Achilles defeat Cycnus, an invulnerable son of Poseidon. The Trojans, led by Prince Hector, Paris's brother and Troy's greatest fighter, retreated behind their mighty city walls. And thus began the siege of Troy, which famously lasted 10 years in mythic time. It is worth noting that extended sieges were not typical in the Bronze Age warfare as we understand it historically. Maintaining thousands of troops far from home for a decade, it certainly strains credulity. Some scholars suspect the 10 years is a formulaic number, 10 being a symbol of completeness, or that the war may compress multiple raids over years. In the Hittite records, there isn't a direct account of the 10-year war, but intriguingly, there are hints of repeated conflicts in the region. The city we identify with Troy, called Wilusa in Hittite texts, appears to have faced political and military troubles more than once. For instance, a Hittite letter alludes to a rebellion or usurpation in Wilusa, and another recalls a matter concerning Wilusa that caused strife between the Hittites and, very likely, the Achaeans, known in the Hittite text as Ahyawa. These could be echoes of conflicts that later filtered into Greek epic as one grand war. But to the Greek bards, it was one war with a clear cause and an epic scope. Of course, the richest source for the war's events is the Iliad, an epic poem of 24 books that zooms in on a brief period in the final year of the siege. But the Iliad does not recount the entire war, rather just the wrath of Achilles and its consequences. And speaking of Achilles, he was the mightiest of the Greek warriors at the time. He feels dishonored by Agamemnon and withdraws from battle, which of course leads to disaster for the Greeks. During his absence, the Trojans, led by Hector, gain the upper hand and even threaten the Greek ships. Achilles' close friend, or perhaps cousin Patroclus, goes forth wearing Achilles' armor to rally the Achaeans, only to be slain by Hector. Of course, Achilles does not take this very well. Enraged and grief-stricken, he reconciles with Agamemnon and returns to combat, setting his eyes directly on Hector, killing him in single combat right outside the gates of Troy. But it wasn't over yet. He then brutally drags Hector's body behind the chariot, an image of heroic rage that has resonated for ages. The Iliad ends not with Troy's fall, but with Hector's funeral, as Achilles relents and returns the corpse to King Priam of Troy in a moment of shared humility. Through Homer's verses, we glean much about how the Greeks imagined Troy. Its epithet, windy Ilion with lofty walls, its wealth and strong gates, the people's valor, and, of course, the eventual doom. One poignant passage comes from the Iliad, Book 24, where Hector's widow, Andromache, foresees the fate awaiting their infant son and the city itself. Holding her child, Astyanax, she laments over Hector's corpse. Quote, "You have died young, and left me a widow in our halls, and our son is still a helpless babe. I fear he will never come to manhood, for our city will be destroyed and lost that day before. Soon all of Troy shall be ravaged and burned, and our son will be hurled from the walls by the Achaeans, or carried off in bitter slavery." A harrowing foreshadowing. Indeed, later tradition says the Greeks killed Hector's infant son by throwing him off the city walls. It shows Homer's awareness of Troy's ultimate fate, even if he stops the story short of showing it. The sense of impending doom looms on the background of the Iliad, and that's what gives it quite a lot of its tragic power. Homer also presents Helen in a sympathetic light in the Iliad. In Troy, Helen feels sorrow and guilt for the war fought over her. She's not a mere prize, but a very complex and, well, upset woman with a lot of regrets. She even calls herself a hateful creature and mourns for Hector after his death, calling him a friend and protector in a foreign land. And there's nuances like this that remind us that mythic characters are multifaceted, not just archetypes. There's not much of this good guy, bad guy thing going on. It's much more complex than that. Now, as for Achilles, he is nearly invincible, but also tragically short-lived and emotionally volatile. Hector is a noble defender, but fated to lose. Odysseus is brave, but he's sly. These characterizations are literary creations, of course, but they've led some to wonder if names like Agamemnon, Achilles, or Odysseus might hide memories of real individuals, or simply represent story archetypes. Archaeology has found no inscriptions bearing the names of these heroes, and Hittite records mention no King Priam and no Achilles. One intriguing detail, though, a Hittite treaty is with one Alexandru of Wilusa. Alexandru is linguistically akin to Alexandros, which is Paris's name in the Greek tradition. So that leaves us with the question, could the Trojan prince Paris, or Alexander, have a kernel in the historical Wilusan king? Maybe it's a little bit speculative, but you must admit, it's hard to ignore. So after Hector's death, the Iliad leaves many questions unanswered. How exactly does Achilles meet his end? How does Troy finally fall? Well, for those events, we rely on later sources in the mythic tradition. According to Aethiopis, a lost epic in the cycle, and later poetry, Achilles went on to slay the Ethiopian king Memnon and the Amazon queen Penthesilea, who would come to Troy's aid. But soon after, Achilles himself was killed. Paris, aided by Apollo's arrow, struck Achilles in his one vulnerable spot. I'm sure you can guess where that vulnerable spot is. No, it's not there, it's in his heel. That's why that's the Achilles heel, you know. Well, anyway, that's what felled the great hero. And the loss of Achilles could have doomed the Greeks. But Odysseus and other strategists concocted an interesting trick, that being the Trojan horse. They'd have to use their brain, but the brawn had failed. So the story of the Trojan horse is not told in the Iliad, but it is briefly recounted in Homer's Odyssey and given full dramatic treatment in Virgil's Aeneid and other Greek sources. Basically, they built an enormous wooden horse and left it outside the gates, pretended to sail away, abandoning the siege. The Trojans, joyed to see the enemy gone, debated what to do with the curious horse. A Trojan priest, Glaucon, memorably warned his compatriots, "Men of Troy, do not trust the horse. Whatever it is, I fear the Greeks, even when they bring gifts." Well, to prove his point, Glaucon hurled a spear into the horse's side, and the hollow interior rang with an ominous sound. And indeed, we all know the story. The horse was a cunning ruse. It was filled to the brim with Greek warriors hiding inside. Despite the warning, Trojan opinion, and perhaps fate itself, swayed towards bringing the horse in. The Trojans thought it was a sacred offering to Athena and a trophy of war, and so they dragged the great wooden horse into the city and closed the gates. That night, as Troy slept, the Greek ships stealthily returned. The soldiers hidden in the horse's belly emerged under the cover of darkness, opened the gates, and let the Greek army pour into Troy. By dawn, Troy had fallen. The war that began with the prince's love and a god's quarrel ended in utter devastation. The Trojans who survived scattered to the winds. Aeneas toward Italy in myth, and perhaps to other lands. The Greeks paid a price too, though. The gods punished their excesses during the sack, such as Ajax the Lesser dragging up Trojan princess Cassandra from Athena's sanctuary. So many Greeks faced shipwrecks, wandering on the voyage home. The Odyssey itself is the story of Odysseus's arduous 10-year journey home after Troy's fall. In effect, the Trojan War saga doesn't conclude neatly with a victory, it just fans out into numerous subsequent legends. From a mythological standpoint, the war was seen by later Greeks as the end of the heroic age, a kind of watershed after which the demigods and heroes faded. It was even used to mark time. For example, the historian Eratosthenes calculated the fall of Troy at around 1184 BC, a chronicle anchor in Greek tradition. That date is intriguingly close to modern archaeology's estimate for a violent destruction of Troy around 1180. So whether it's coincidence or a case of myth preserving the memory of real events, it is a tantalizing convergence that we will explore further. So before turning to the historical and archaeological evidence for Troy, one more note on the mythic tradition. It is remarkably complex and layered. There is no single canonical account in antiquity. Homer's epics only cover parts of the story. The epic cycle, poems like Little Iliad, Helioporesis for the Sack, filled in the others. Tragedians reworked episodes, etc. Euripides' Trojan women about the captive women, or Helen with its alternate plot. And later Roman writers like Virgil and Ovid added their own interpretations. The broad outline: judgment of Paris, abduction of Helen, 10-year siege, Trojan horse, fall of Troy, became fixed in the popular imagination. But it's all those little details that vary so greatly. The pluralism of sources means our mythic Trojan War is a tapestry woven from many threads of centuries. The myths served as entertainment, moral lessons, and even quasi-historical reference for the Greeks, who did generally believe a war happened at Ilios. Notably, by the classical period, educated Greeks like Thucydides treated the Trojan War as a real event, albeit one embellished by poets and authors trying to rationalize the fantastic elements of it. And so we have now retold the Trojan War cycle. Not bad, it only took about half an hour, but, you come here for the detail, right? Well, at least we told it as the ancients knew it, as a grand narrative of human passion and divine intervention. But now we're going to get to what lies beneath it in terms of historical reality. So, the focus shifts from poetry to pottery. Well, my attempt at a joke of archaeology. We're modeling this material evidence. We'll stand on the hills of Hisarlik and examine the ruins that might be Troy. And we will dig into the clay tablets of Hittite diplomats to see if they whisper of a Trojan conflict. In doing so, we'll seek that historical kernel within the myth, a kernel that scholars still debate quite fiercely. Long before any archaeologist shoved a spade into the ground at Hisarlik, the first hints that Troy might be more than myth came not from the Greek sources, but from the Hittite ones. Now, I assume you know a little bit about the Hittite Empire, centered in Anatolia, that's in Turkey in the late Bronze Age. They left behind plenty of cuneiform archives that were deciphered in the 20th century, and among these records, scholars were quite startled to find names that sounded a little familiar. Wilusa and Taruisa mentioned in the Hittite documents, it bears a striking resemblance to Welios, the archaic Greek name for Ilios of Troy, and of course Troia. And so as early as 1924, the linguist Emil Forer proposed that Wilusa was indeed Troy, and that the Hittite term Ahiawa referred to the Achaeans, that being the Mycenaean Greeks. This identification, initially controversial, has gained broad, if not unanimous, acceptance in modern scholarship. Wilusa Taruisa is likely the Hittite way of referring to the land of Troy and its vicinity. But what exactly do the texts tell us about Wilusa? They depict a region frequently entangled in the Hittites' western affairs. Around 1400 BC, a league of western Anatolian states called Asua, possibly the origin of the name Asia, by the way, rebelled against the Hittites. Wilusa is listed as one of the members of this Asua confederation, and interestingly, Hittite annals mention that the Asua rebellion might have had support from outsiders. In one case, a Mycenaean-style sword inscribed as spoils was found, hinting that Achaean warriors could have been meddling in Anatolian conflicts even then. Later, in the 13th century BC, the time that we may place the Trojan War historically, Wilusa was a vassal allied to the Hittite Empire. We have an actual treaty, too, known as the Alexandru Treaty, between the Hittite king Muwatalli II and a king of Wilusa named Alexandru. Alexandru, as we have noted, is phonetically akin to Alexandros, Paris's name. While it might be a coincidence, sure, it is fascinating to imagine a historical Trojan leader with that name making diplomatic accords. The treaty even invokes the gods as witnesses, including a deity called Apollonios, likely a Hittite rendering of Apollo. In Greek myth, Apollo was a patron of Troy. Remember, he aided Paris's arrow in slaying Achilles, hitting him in that weak spot. Or could this reflect a memory of Troy's people, indeed worshipped an Apollo-like figure? The pieces of the puzzle are certainly suggestive. They kind of seem to fall into place on their own, but we can't say 100%. But what we do have is other Hittite letters that not quite perfect the picture, but certainly supplement it. The Manapa Tarhunta letter, 1295 and 1280 BC, is a fragmentary one, but it appears to mention troubles in Wilusa, possibly that the ruler of that kingdom was deposed. A local warlord named Piamaradu, known for his stirring rebellions in the region, and perhaps with Ahiawan backing, is suspected to have seized Wilusa's throne at one point. Another document, Tayagawala letter, the mid-13th century, likely from the Hittite king Hattusili III to the Ahiawan king, refers to past hostilities and specifically a Wilusa incident, indicating that at some prior time the Hittites and the Ahiawa had a serious quarrel about Wilusa. In this letter, the Hittite king reminds his Ahiawan counterpart that, quote, "We have now made peace regarding Wilusa. You yourself know what happened regarding Wilusa in the past." Pretty tantalizing lines, and they seem to imply that a conflict was resolved, though details are lost due to breaks in the tablet. Did the Ahiawan forces attack Wilusa at some point and prompt a Hittite intervention or negotiation? Maybe. It seems plausible. One interpretation is that a Mycenaean Greek force may have at least once campaigned in the Troad, essentially a historical Trojan War scenario. However, hold your horses. Caution is warranted. The Hittite records do not explicitly describe a great war solely over a Helen-like figure. And you'd think a 10-year siege would be something that they would write down, but they just don't. They just outline political struggles in which Wilusa was sometimes in jeopardy. But nowhere do they state that Ahiawa launched a massive coalition to destroy Wilusa. Indeed, by the end of the 13th century, one letter, the Milawata letter, shows the Hittites reinstalling a deposed Wilusan king and suggests the Ahiawa were no longer a major factor in the region. So, while Hittite texts seem to have established a city very much like Troy, did certainly exist and did have conflicts, they offer at best a broad backdrop for the Trojan War legend and not one-to-one confirmation. As the Hittitologist Trevor Bryce aptly warns, the evidence is scant and can be molded to fit various conclusions. The less material one has, the more easily it can be manipulated to fit whatever conclusion one wishes. Well, we certainly have a historical framework, a wealthy city in northwest Anatolia, involved in regional power plays and possibly at odds with the Mycenaean Greeks on occasion. And this could form the kernel that later grew into the epic war story in Greek memory, especially after centuries of oral retellings. So, for centuries, the Europeans regarded the Trojan War as a pure myth, especially under the influence of Enlightenment skepticism. Just another story from Greek mythology. A bit of fun. By the early 19th century, many scholars doubted that Troy ever existed outside of Homer's imagination. The location of Troy was lost. There were guesses. Some thought it might have been a site called Bunarbashi near the Scamander River. Others pointed to Hisarlik, a large mound on the plain of Scamander, near the Dardanelles. In 1822, Charles McLaren argued that Hisarlik was likely the site, and an expatriate American archaeologist, Frank Calvert, became convinced and began modest excavations there in the 1860s. But it was Heinrich Schliemann, however, who truly put Troy on the map. Schliemann was a German businessman turned treasure hunter, with an almost fanatical passion for Homer. In 1868 he visited Hisarlik, met Calvert, who owned part of the mound, and agreed to collaborate. Armed with determination and massive piles of money, Schliemann arrived with Homer in one hand and a spade in the other, determined to make his name in archaeology. Schliemann's excavation at Hisarlik began in 1870 and continued in campaigns through the early 1870s. His approach, by today's standards, was, frankly, crude, if we're going to use the most polite terms for it, driven by the belief that the Troy of Homer must lie in the deepest levels of the mound. He assumed the city had to be extremely ancient. He hired dozens of local laborers and dug a vast trench straight through the center of the hill, 45 feet deep and 40 feet wide. And in doing so, he tore through layer after layer of remains, effectively gouging at the heart of the very ruins he sought. Walls, houses, artifacts from later periods, which ironically included the likely Homeric-era city, were tossed aside and destroyed as overburden. Schliemann was convinced that the earliest burned city layer he encountered, which we now call Troy II, from around 2500 BC, was the Troy of Priam. In 1873, he dramatically announced that he had found Priam's treasure, a cache of gold diadems, jewelry, and weapons, which he, in the style at the time, spiritedly smuggled out of the country in violation of Ottoman law. Schliemann even staged a now famous photograph for his Greek wife, Sophia, wearing the gold jewels of Helen from his hoard. The treasure, however, belonged to a city more than 1,000 years older than the Trojan War period. Modern archaeology dates Priam's Troy to around 1200 BCE, and that corresponds to layers 6 and 7, not Troy 2. Schliemann's error was understandable, given the nascent state of archaeology at the time. Stratigraphy was poorly understood, but the damage was done. As one classical scholar wryly remarked, Schliemann did what the Greeks could not. He raised the walls of Troy. Nice legacy you've got there, Heinrich. Very nice. Well, indeed, his great trench, still visible today, cut through the fortifications of Troy 2 and higher levels. It is often called Schliemann's Trench, and I suppose, if anything, it stands as a cautionary monument over overzealous excavation. But despite his destructive methods, and sometimes exaggerated storytelling, in fact he was later called embellishing accounts, such as falsely claiming his wife was present when he found Priam's treasure, Schliemann's achievement was monumental. In any case, he proved to the world that there was an ancient city at the spot traditionally identified as Troy. Under the ruins of a later Greek-Roman city, Ilium of classical times, he uncovered multiple Bronze Age layers of a rich settlement with mighty walls. In essence, he brought Troy from myth into archaeological reality, igniting public fascination and, of course, further scholarly investigation. After Schliemann, few could maintain that Troy was purely fictional. The conversation had shifted to which layer was the Troy of Homer's time, not whether Troy existed at all. Schliemann himself began to realize that the Troy he sought might not be the early one with the treasure. In his later seasons, especially after 1878, when he brought in a young architect named Wilhelm Dorpfeld for assistance, Schliemann paid more attention to the higher layers. Dorpfeld, who had a keen eye and a more scientific approach, eventually took over the excavations after Schliemann died in 1890, dramatically collapsing on the street in Naples after an ear infection. Imagine dying from an ear infection. Well, in the 1893 to 94 digs, Dorpfeld distinguished and carefully documented the successive layers of Troy. He numbered them 1 being the oldest and 9 being the latest, establishing a basic stratigraphy that is still used with refinements today. Dorpfeld concluded that Troy 6, a phase dated roughly 1700 to 1250, was a splendid city, large and wealthy, and perhaps the prime candidate for Homer's Troy. It had strong stone fortification walls about 5 meters thick, with impressive towers and gates. He observed that if not for an earthquake, the destruction could be attributed to war, as it matched aspects of Homer's description of Troy's grandeur. Dorpfeld surmised that Schliemann had tragically dug through the Homeric level to get to the older Troy, and for a time Troy 6, sometimes specifically subphase Troy 6H, the latest sublayer, was hailed as likely Homeric Troy. But it wasn't over yet. Enter Carl Blegen, an American archaeologist from the University of Cincinnati, who excavated at Troy in the 1930s. Blegen built upon Dorpfeld's work, but came to a different conclusion regarding Troy 6. He found clear evidence that Troy 6's destruction around 1250 was caused by a massive earthquake. Walls leaned and had fissures, not the typical signals of siege warfare. However, Blegen's team discovered an abundance of compelling evidence in the subsequent layer, Troy 7A, indicating that it was the one destroyed by war. In the ruins of Troy 7a, they found arrowheads of bronze buried in the walls, skeletons of victims left unburied in the streets, signs of fire and looting, and all the other hallmarks of a sack. Now, they also found many storage rooms packed with large pithoi or storage jars, and that suggested to plague in a population preparing for a siege, stockpiling provisions inside the citadel. Well, the evidence pointed to a lengthy siege, followed by a violent sack. Exactly the scenario of the Trojan War. Thus, he proposed that Troy 7a was likely the historical Troy of the Achaean War. He even dated the destruction to around 1250 in his reports, though later analysis nudged the date closer to 1180, aligning with the traditional 1184 date. It is possible that Blegen used the earlier dating to match one interpretation of the Trojan War date, but current consensus puts Troy 7a's fall at about 1180, which indeed roughly corresponds to archaeological evidence. Well, what about Troy 7b, 8, and 9? Well, after the war layer 7a, Troy 7b shows evidence of new people, or at least new cultural influences, Balkan-style pottery and architecture, possibly indicating migrants moving into the vacuum after Troy's destruction. Troy 7b1 and 7b2 might have been smaller rebuilds that lasted into the early Iron Age, but by around 950 BC the site was abandoned until the Greeks established a settlement in the Archaic period. Troy 9 is the Hellenistic city, also called Ilium, that was a minor city in Roman times, visited by Alexander the Great, and later favored by the Roman emperors, who fancied themselves as descendants of Aeneas. So, for our purposes, the key candidates are Troy 6 and 7a. Well, in the late 20th century, Troy received renewed archaeological attention. Starting in 1988, excavations led by Manfred Kaufmann of the University of Tübingen, in collaboration with the American archaeologist Brian Rose, brought modern technology and methods to Hisarlik. Kaufmann's team made a significant discovery, evidence of a large lower city, outside of the city walls, protected by a defensive ditch or moat. This indicated that late Bronze Age Troy was not just a hill fort, but a substantial city, covering perhaps 20-plus hectares, when including the lower town, of course, which had its own perimeter defenses. Geophysical surveys and digs uncovered the remains of workshops, cobbled streets, and even a small cemetery. Well, all this bolstered the idea that Troy 6 and 7a was a major trade hub controlling access to the Dardanelles Strait, thus of strategic importance to the Mycenaeans, who would have wanted influence over trade routes between the Aegean and Black Sea. Kaufmann was a proponent of Troy's importance, suggesting the city was a commercial center and possibly the target of Mycenaean expansionism, akin to later Greek colonial forays. But not all agreed. There was a noted scholarly debate between Kaufmann and another scholar, Frank Kolb, in the early 2000s. Kolb argued that Troy 6 and 7 was not a particularly significant trade center warranting full-scale Greek invasion, but more of a small regional stronghold. He countered with new evidence of the lower city's scale. Perhaps the truth lies in between. Troy was regionally important, sitting at a crossroads of cultures, that being the Anatolian and Aegean, and likely prospering from trade. Archaeologists found, for example, remains of bronze casting, imported Mycenaean ceramics, and local wares. But it might not have been as rich as Homer's city of gold. But it certainly was not a backwater either. Now, here's something fascinating. There's plenty of archaeological finds that resonate with the Homeric details. Well, let's take, for instance, the Skyen Gate, the western gate of Troy's citadel. It's been excavated and it matches the grand scale one imagines for the gate where the old king Priam stood to watch Hector and Achilles duel. Nearby, a steep ramp leads up. Schliemann uncovered this ramp early on, thinking it was Priam's palace road. Also, around the Troy 7 walls, there are traces of warfare in the later phases. Arrowheads lodged in stones and sling rocks. In Troy's 7A's destruction layer, as noted, they found unburied human skeletons, people who died violently and weren't given proper burial. One of Blegan's startling discoveries was a pile of burnt debris and human remains that he calls the burnt house or place of burning outside the walls with cremation burials, possibly a temporary funeral site during the siege or evidence of post-destruction funerary rites. So, of course, one has to be careful not to romanticize the data. For example, Schliemann's so-called Priam's treasure, which included the spectacular gold diadem, is now dated to about 2400 BC, and that's far too early for Priam's time. It's got nothing to do with the Trojan War, other than the romantic name Schliemann gave it. Similarly, we have no archaeological evidence of a giant wooden horse. That was purely a stratagem in storytelling. Though intriguingly, a large wooden structure on wheels could be a siege engine. There's no indication that the Greeks had siege towers in 1200 BC, but later ages might have retrojected the idea. What is more plausible? The horse was a later poetic invention, perhaps inspired by the earthquake metaphor or simply a dramatic folktale motif of trickery. Archaeologically, Troy shows at least two destructions in the late Bronze Age, one around 1250, probably an earthquake, and one around 1180, fire and war. It's conceivable that memories of both could merge. If Mycenaeans were involved in some clash around 1250, taking advantage of the chaos in the wake of the natural disaster, then a later war around 1180 certainly finished the job. Greek storytellers centuries later might conflate these into one great war. Some have even speculated about a series of Trojan wars, perhaps minor hostilities in the 14th century, echoed in the Hittite letters about Wilusa. A bigger conflict in the mid-13th and a final sack at the late 13th, early 12th. Over 500 years of oral tradition, you can certainly imagine how these could blend in with each other. By Homer's era, 8th century BC, the tales were distilled into an epic cycle, the one that we're all familiar with. But what is truly remarkable is how later Greek tradition placed the Trojan War just at the cusp of the so-called late Bronze Age collapse, 1200 BC. Indeed, Troy's destruction around 1180 BC was part of a broader pattern. Within a few decades, most of the great Bronze Age palaces and cities in the eastern Mediterranean fell. The Egyptians got off relatively unscathed, but the Mycenaeans, the Hittites, Ugarit, etc., they all suffered quite a bit of destruction. The causes of that systematic collapse are complex, and I've spoken about them in another video. But the Trojan War legend in Greek memory might have been one localized piece of that great puzzle. Remembered because the Greeks made epic poetry out of it. And so, by combining the mythic narrative and the archaeological record, we can see many points of intersection. Troy was real, and it did fall in war. The timing aligns broadly with the myth. All those names, Wilusa, Helios, Alexandru, Alexander, provoke a raised eyebrow, sure. However, we also recognize differences. The war was likely smaller scale than Homer's pan-Hellenic expedition of heroes, and the cause was surely not the abduction of a single, really good-looking woman. More likely, economic or political motives underlay any Mycenaean aggression. If they attacked, perhaps it was for control of trade routes, or in retaliation for something more mundane than love. But human storytelling prefers the dramatic and personal cause, and that's why Helen's face becomes the symbol of war. It's just more entertaining. The archaeological work at Troy continues to refine our understanding, and will do for some time. But in any case, they've validated the existence of a city corresponding to Troy, and confirmed that it underwent the violent destruction, as described in the tale, just not exactly how it was described in the more fictional narrative. So, as we wrap up our time together today, we've treated the history and myth as kind of a dialogue between two different worlds. On the one hand, the myth gave us a dramatic narrative, a beauty contest among the goddesses, the queen's elopement, and all the rest, all the way up to the wooden horse that delivered a city to its doom. And on the other hand, history and archaeology gave us Bronze Age cities' ashes, Hittite diplomatic texts, and a ruined citadel on a hill. Silent testaments that needed interpretation. And think about it this way. Whether or not Homer's story is true, if there was no story from Homer, would people actually care about Troy? Would have Heinrich Schliemann gone to all the trouble and all the expense to go and try and find it? Maybe it would just be some pile of rocks underground that no one really cares about. That's not to say that ruins are not fascinating. It's just that in that ancient past rooted in the myth, something spurs us on to prove it right rather than prove it wrong. It's that small opportunity that the story might be real that's so tantalizing. Now that's whether you're basing your desires in myth or historical reality. Still, whatever you find, it's pretty hard to be disappointed. Perhaps it's just a different story after all. And thus, we conclude our journey here at the gates of Troy. We've looked at them through the eyes of poets, the tools of archaeologists, and in doing so we gain not only the knowledge about a specific war or city, but also insight on how we construct and deconstruct the past. It teaches us about the power of narrative and the pursuit of truth, standing in the winds of the Troad, among those fragments of walls that once defied Achilles. We can feel the weight of both legend and reality. And I want you to go away with a further fascination. Go and look at Troy yourself. Hell, why not just get on a plane and go visit it? See what it's like for yourself. I don't know, do what you want. Anyway, that's our time done together today. Unless you want to go watch another video, you're welcome to make that choice. I will not stop you. Now is the age of iron. Never by daytime will there be an end to hard work and pain, nor in the night to weariness, when the gods will send anxieties to trouble us. From Works and Days by Hesiod. Not a bad idea to start with a quote like that. Somber words from the Greek poet around 700 BCE, capturing the profound sense that a new era had dawned. Hesiod lamented living in the Iron Age of toil, looking back at the lost age of bronze. This was no mere myth. In the centuries around 1200 BCE, societies across the ancient world underwent a momentous technological upheaval. The Bronze Age, an era defined by bronze tools, weapons, and complex trade networks that supplied tin and copper, gave way to the Iron Age, when a metal once deemed mystical and rare became a staple of daily life. This transition from bronze to iron was not a simple change of materials. It was a technological revolution that transformed economies, warfare, and social structures across the known world. The story of iron's rise is one of innovation born from necessity and opportunity. In the late Bronze Age, mighty empires and city-states from Egypt to Mesopotamia thrived on bronze. This alloy of copper and tin had enabled the first mass-produced weapons and tools. But bronze had its limits. Copper, and especially tin deposits, were geographically scattered, making societies dependent on long-distance trade. Around the 12th century, this fragile, globalized system catastrophically faltered. Trade routes collapsed, cities were burned and abandoned, and once powerful kingdoms fell in what historians call the Late Bronze Age collapse. But amid the turmoil, a new technology stepped out of the shadows. Iron ore was abundant in many regions and could be turned into tools and weapons that, with the proper techniques, were as good or even superior to bronze, and not to mention far cheaper. The widespread adoption of iron was nothing less than a paradigm shift. Armies armed with iron swords and spears could field larger numbers than ever before, overwhelming elite chariot forces who had dominated the Bronze Age battlefields. Farmers with iron axes and plowshares could clear and cultivate lands that previously had been untouched wilderness. So how did iron tools and weapons reshape the power and states of empires? In what ways did everyday life improve or get worse? And why did some cultures leap at the new metal while others lagged? That's what we're here to talk about today. Just as Hesiod's weary Iron Age farmer felt the weight of the new epic, entire societies felt the changes wrought by this metallurgical revolution. And so we begin today to get some understanding on what made iron so revolutionary, and then journey region by region to see how the transition from bronze to iron played out. But not before a quick hello and welcome. You know what you're in for today. Going back to the ancient world. If you like this kind of content, and if you're yet to click that subscribe button, I invite you to do so. This video is completely ad-free, along with everything else on the channel, due to the generous contributions of those supporting on YouTube memberships and Patreon. If you'd like to support the channel, there are links in the pinned comment and description. You'll find where you need to go. And thank you to those who took the time to check out the merch store. Now, with all that being said, let's get nice and relaxed, and we may begin. So to understand why the Iron Age was so transformative, you really have to examine the key differences between bronze and iron as materials, and of course the context of their adoption. You see, bronze is an alloy, typically of about 90% copper and 10% tin, though ratios could vary. It has a relatively low melting point, about 950 degrees Celsius, which means bronze can be easily melted and cast into molds to make tools or weapons. When properly allied and cast, bronze is hard and durable. That makes it ideal for swords, axes, and armor of the ancient world. Bronze had enabled the rise of early cities and empires, but it came with a catch. While copper ores are found in many places, tin is actually quite rare. And so, during the Bronze Age, tin had to be mined in a few remote regions. For example, Cornwall in Britain, parts of Iran and Central Asia, or even the Malay Peninsula. And then, of course, traded over vast distances to bronze-producing centers. All this meant that Bronze Age economies depended on long-distance trade networks for their most crucial ingredient. The late Bronze Age world was an early, globalized economy, with caravans and ships carrying tin ingots to places like Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Aegean. As long as the trade flowed, bronze workshops could keep busy. But if something interrupted the trade, those economies would be in peril. But in contrast, iron is one of the most common elements on Earth. It's really all over the place. Iron ores, such as hematite or magnetite, are widely distributed and often found much closer to home. Virtually every region had some access to iron ore deposits. However, the technology to smelt and work iron, that's a little bit more demanding. Iron's melting point is over 1500 degrees Celsius, far higher than bronze, as we mentioned, 950. Ancient furnaces could not reach that temperature to fully melt the iron, so early iron smelting had to occur at a lower temperature, around 1200, to produce a bloom of spongy iron metal. This bloom, full of slag impurities, then had to be laboriously hammered or wrought in the technology to expel slag and compact the iron. The result was wrought iron, a tough, fibrous metal. With some luck or skill, early smiths might also produce steel, an iron-carbon alloy, if the iron absorbed rather carbon from the charcoal fuel. The process was, of course, difficult to master. For centuries, iron was produced only in small quantities and treated as more of a prestige material, at the time even more precious than gold. And indeed, some of the earliest iron objects in Egypt and Mesopotamia were fashioned from meteoric iron that had literally fallen from the sky, such as the famed iron dagger buried with Pharaoh Tutankhamun in 1323 BCE. To ancient eyes, iron was a magical metal from heaven. So why then did iron ultimately displace bronze? Well, there are several key factors that made iron the metal of the future. Unlike tin, iron ore could be found in many locales. It's a supply and demand issue. Once societies learned to smelt iron, they were no longer beholden to far-flung trades for metal, and its plentiful supply enabled production on a much larger scale than bronze. An Assyrian text from around 1100 BCE already lists tribute of 60 iron vessels alongside copper utensils, hinting that iron objects were already becoming available in vast quantities. And then we have trade network disruptions. The late Bronze Age collapse, around 1200 BCE, saw major trade routes for tin and copper severed. If you want to learn all about that in detail, well, I have videos on that too. But let's stick with iron. Try not to get off track. Well, of course, at this time, societies faced metal shortages for bronze. And in this crisis, techniques for iron smelting, which had been slowly spreading in the late Bronze Age, suddenly became invaluable. With tin very scarce, substituting abundant iron was an economic necessity. The collapse had likely accelerated the adoption of iron, where previously bronze had been preferred. The next factor we have is military efficacy. While early wrought iron was not always superior to bronze in hardness, it could be made into excellent steel with the proper methods. Iron weapons, once carburized and quench-hardened, held sharper edges than bronze. Even more importantly, iron's abundance allowed more weapons for more warriors. A bronze sword or spearhead was a costly item. Iron made it feasible to arm large infantries pretty cheap. Plentiful iron enabled large armies of iron weapon soldiers to overwhelm the smaller ones whose primary weaponry was limited by bronze supply. Over time, advances in smithing, such as better forging techniques and tempering, meant iron and steel tools far outperformed their bronze counterparts. Next, we have to remember that iron was not only for war. Heavier plow tips, axe heads, sickles, and knives, made of iron that is, revolutionized agriculture. Iron plowshares could cut into harder soils and clear dense forests that bronze or stone tools just simply couldn't handle. And this meant new lands brought under cultivation, higher food production, and support for larger populations. In many regions, the Iron Age marks an agricultural expansion that fed the growth of cities and states. And in general, we have the factor of economic resilience. You see, once learned, ironworking could be a cottage industry or a state industry using local resources. It democratized access to metal tools in some sense. Even small villages near an iron source could, in theory, produce basic tools. Societies no longer needed the complex redistributive palace economies to acquire bronze. Ironworking knowledge spread among the independent blacksmiths, which in turn could diffuse power and wealth more broadly, though in some places, states tightly controlled it, mainly in China. We will talk about that a little later. But you must remember, the entire shift was gradual. After 1200, it wasn't a click of the fingers and all of a sudden everywhere had iron just overnight. Bronze just didn't vanish. Old habits die hard, I suppose. In many places, bronze and iron tools were used side by side for centuries. Ritual objects, luxury art, and certain tools continue to be made of bronze, which resists corrosion and is easier to cast into intricate shapes. Even as iron became the workhorse for weapons and farm implements, the Iron Age revolution of sorts unfolded over generations, and its effects were quite complex. Iron could empower common farmers or foot soldiers, but it could also fuel conquest and empire building by those who mastered the new technology first. So let's have a look at specific regions to witness the transition and how it played out on the ground, and how ultimately it changed the course of history in each case. But nowhere is this drama of the transition more evident than in the Near East. We talk about the Eastern Mediterranean and Southwest Asia. Around 1200 BC, the great kingdoms of the Late Bronze Age, that is the New Kingdom of Egypt, the Hittite Empire in Anatolia, Babylon, Mycenaean Greece, and a few more, were rocked by a wave of upheaval. And in the span of decades, cities that had stood for centuries were sacked or abandoned. Scholars attribute this Late Bronze Age collapse to a combination of factors. That is, invasions by the mysterious sea peoples, internal rebellions and famines, drought, the breakdown of trade networks. They all played their part. And amidst all that, bronze became scarce. A letter from an Ugaritic king around this time plainly notes that there is no copper in his stores, underscoring that crisis in supply. And in the crucible of this crisis, iron moved from its status as a rarity to a necessity. The ancient Hittites of Anatolia were long thought to be the first to smelt iron. Indeed, Hittite texts from the 2nd millennium mention iron, the Hittite word for it being amu, as a valuable material, and iron dagger blades have been found in Hittite royal tombs. An old theory suggests that Hittites kept iron smelting a closely guarded secret, only released to the world when their empire fell around 1180. While this secret technology is probably largely overstated in the legend, evidence now shows ironworking was already trickling out beyond Anatolia before the Hittite fall. It is true that the collapse of Hittite power coincided with iron's wider spread. Archaeologists have found the remains of an iron smelting workshop at Carchemish, dated to the 12th century BCE, just after the Hittite Empire's demise. It may be among the earliest direct evidence of iron production on an industrial scale. In the Levant, that is the eastern Mediterranean coast, including Canaan, usage of iron tools and weapons appears to increase gradually in the 12th to 11th centuries BCE, in the aftermath of the collapse. However, archaeological evidence always complicates this simple picture. Iron artifacts from the 12th to 11th century Philistine sites are actually quite rare. The Philistines, who hailed from the Aegean world, likely did not bring advanced ironworking know-how with them. In fact, iron technology in the Aegean lagged behind the Near East at the time. But one civilization, above all, harnessed the power of iron to build a war machine, and that is Assyria. The Neo-Assyrian Empire, 900 to 612 BCE, based in northern Mesopotamia, became the first true iron-armed superpower. Assyrian kings of this period equipped their massive armies with iron weaponry en masse, something no Bronze Age empire could have done. A typical Assyrian infantryman by the 8th century carried an iron-tipped spear and an iron sword at his side. Assyrian iron swords, often of the new, longer cut-and-thrust style, and iron daggers gave them lethal close combat ability. Even the wheels of Assyrian chariots were reinforced with iron rings for durability. According to later historical summaries, the Assyrians were the first to use iron to make their weapons on a large scale, and gave them quite an advantage. That advantage, of course, is borne out in their conquest. Between 900 and 600 BCE, Assyria conquered all of Mesopotamia, the Levant, and even Egypt, forging the largest empire that the Near East had ever seen. While many factors contributed to Assyrian success, their early adoption of iron weaponry is frequently cited as a key factor. An ancient historian, Leonard Palmer, suggested that Assyria's iron-armed hosts could simply overwhelm the smaller bronze-equipped armies of their neighbors, and indeed, letters from Assyrian kings record receiving tribute of iron from vassals, implying Assyria values strategic control of iron resources. By the 7th century BCE, iron had gone from luxury to strategic commodity. The once mighty bronze chariot forces of the late Bronze Age had been literally cut down by masses of foot soldiers armed with iron blades. The economic and social changes in the Near East were significant as well. The collapse of the Bronze Age trade routes led to a more localized and self-sufficient kind of economy. Ironworking, being locally possible, encouraged regions to develop their own industries. In the hill country of Canaan, for example, small-scale bloomery furnaces might supply a village with farming tools and weapons, whereas in the days of the Bronze Age, that village would have simply had to trade for the materials for bronze. The skills of the blacksmith became essential. These smiths were custodians of what ancients saw as quasi-magical knowledge, how to tame that stone that fell from heaven. Some historians theorize that the wider availability of iron tools democratized agriculture to a degree, since more farmers could afford a sturdy iron plowshare or axe once the local production had got underway. But in practice, early iron remained somewhat costly, and states like Assyria tightly controlled iron production to outfit their armies first. Still, by the Iron Age, even humble farming communities in the Near East had access to metal plows and sickles. We hear from the Old Testament, for instance, it mentions ordinary tools like iron threshing boards and axes, and one vivid story in 2 Kings 6:5 describes a man lamenting that, quote, the iron axe head fell into the water, and it was borrowed, showing that iron axes were valuable enough to borrow, but common enough to be in use by normal people. Now let's go to Egypt, that great Bronze Age civilization by the Nile. They also underwent a late adoption of iron. Egyptians of the New Kingdom, 1500 to 1100 BCE, famously had armies of bronze weapons and chariots. They met the Sea Peoples in battle around 1177 BCE with bronze swords and bronze-scale armor. Yet by the 7th and 6th centuries, Egypt was fielding iron weapons. In Pharaonic inscriptions of that later period, we find references to iron. The Greek historian Herodotus of the 5th century noted that Egyptians used iron tools in pyramid-building techniques, like cutting stone, for example. But why was there this lag? Well, perhaps it was due to Egypt's relative isolation and its rich copper resources in the Sinai. It didn't really need to rush to iron. But once the Near East at large turned to it, Egypt followed suit. After all, they had to remain competitive. Notably, when the Kushite rulers of Nubia conquered Egypt in the 8th century, they possibly had access to iron, as Nubia would later be an African center of the material. By the time Egypt faced Iron Age-armed Assyrians in 701 and 671, they could not afford to be stuck in the Bronze Age any longer. The Iron Age in the Near East saw a mix of continuity and change. Age-old civilizations persisted, but they armed and tooled themselves with a new metal, and often fell under the sway of iron-wielding imperial powers. Well, now let us switch our attention to Europe, from the Aegean to the Atlantic. In Europe, the transition to the Iron Age followed a trajectory influenced by the Near Eastern developments, but they had their own timing and flavor. Europe's Bronze Age had been quite vibrant, especially in the Aegean, as being Greece, and along the Atlantic coast, where the tin trade had flowed. The collapse around 1200 hit the Aegean world pretty hard. The Mycenaean Greek kingdoms fell. Many sites were destroyed or abandoned, and literacy was lost. That Linear B writing were still struggling with it. The subsequent Greek Dark Age, that's from 1100 to 800 BCE, is dark archaeologically, but one thing certainly is clear. Ironworking became increasingly common in that period. By around 1050 BC, we find communities in Greece using modest iron tools and weapons. They were likely taught by Cypriot or Anatolian smiths as the technology diffused westward. When Greek society re-emerged into the light of the 8th century, it was firmly an Iron Age culture. Homer's epic poems, though set in the Bronze Age, contain telling references to iron. There is a famous scene in Homer's Iliad, Book 23 to be precise. It depicts the warrior Achilles holding funeral games for his friend Patroclus. As a prize for the winners of a sporting contest, Achilles offers up a lump of raw iron, described as a piece of pig iron, the powerful Aetion used to hurl. Achilles announced that, quote, "The winner of this will have iron enough for 5 years. Even if his farm is far away, he will not need to send for iron in town. This will supply all of his needs." Now this passage is pretty remarkable. It shows by Homer's time, likely the 8th century BCE, that iron was considered a practical and coveted resource, especially for a farmer. Plows, axe heads, other tools all being made of that. Achilles mentioned that the farmer would not need to go to town or resupply iron, implies local blacksmithing of iron was indeed commonplace. Yet, in the heroic age the story portrays, such a prize is anachronistic. Homer was blending his Iron Age reality into the tale of an earlier time. The Greeks had not had iron during the Trojan War, if it occurred around 1200 BCE, but by Homer's day they could not imagine life without iron. And so across Europe, the Iron Age began differently at different times and in different regions, usually later than that of the Near East. In Italy and Central Europe, we speak of the Hallstatt culture, which thrived from around 800 to 500 as the early Iron Age, followed by the Latin culture, circa 500 to 1 BCE in the later Iron Age, mainly associated with the Celts. Hallstatt archaeological sites in Austria and surrounding areas reveal flourishings of iron sword-making by the 8th century, and interestingly, a continuity of bronze craftsmanship too. You can find beautiful bronze jewelry, vessels, etc., which had continued to be made. Now this suggests a gradual transition. The elite initially saw iron as a complementing, not fully replacing force for bronze, but iron's advantages in warfare, well, they soon became pretty apparent. Celtic tribes in Europe developed their own styles of iron swords, often long, slashing ones. Early Celtic iron swords from the 5th to 4th centuries BC sometimes had a few quality issues. There are accounts that in battle these swords could bend after hitting something, and warriors had to straighten them out underfoot. Polybius, a Greek historian, describes a battle in the 3rd century BCE where Gallic warriors wielded long swords that bent on impact. Quote, "After one strong blow, the blade bent, and they had to straighten it with the foot before striking again." Now, why was this? Scientifically, it's likely due to the low carbon iron that wasn't properly hardened. They just hadn't figured it out yet. Now the Roman legionaries, by contrast, used shorter and sturdier iron gladii, by that time made of superior steel. Despite these early metallurgical kinks, The Celts' adoption of iron weaponry made them formidable. Celtic migration spread iron working to the far corners of Europe. By 600 BC, iron swords and tools appear in Gaul, Iberia, Britain, and beyond. But what about economic effects? Well, one effect of the Iron Age in Europe was a significant expansion of agriculture, and with that, population. With iron axes, tribes could clear the dense forests of temperate Europe much more efficiently than before. Only in the Iron Age were there heavily wooden ploughs fitted with iron shares capable of turning the rich soils of northern Europe. Earlier Neolithic and Bronze Age farmers had mostly tilled lighter soils. Thick forested zones were left wild. But now, Iron Age communities had pushed into those forests. Man was beginning to conquer nature, and iron was helping them do it. Archaeologists have noted that around the middle of the first millennium BCE, there is evidence of large-scale forest clearance in many parts of Europe, and it all coincides with Iron Age tools coming into use. The result: more land under cultivation, more food, and population growth. In Britain, for example, the Iron Age saw a landscape dotted with farmsteads and fields, even in areas that were previously marginal. A similar pattern is seen in the valleys of France and the woodlands of Germany and Poland. Iron axes and ploughs made it possible to farm these areas for the first time. A historical summary notes that Bronze Age societies struggled to penetrate dense forests, but Iron Age societies could, and it all led to permanent settlement of previously inhospitable areas. In terms of society and warfare, the Iron Age in Europe saw shifts from the Bronze Age aristocratic model to new forms of organization. In the Bronze Age, metal was costly, so weapons like swords often signified elite status, found in chiefs' graves, etc. Now in the Iron Age, while high-quality weapons were still prestige items, even common warriors might wield an iron spear. Power began to disperse to broader warrior classes. The old bronze swords gave way to iron swords that were shorter and sturdier like the Roman gladius, or longer and meant for slashing like the Celtic longsword, depending all on the region you were in. Now the famous Roman legions, which emerged in the final centuries of the Iron Age, were a product of an iron-equipped citizen army. Hundreds of thousands of relatively ordinary people armed with iron weapons, something not conceivable in a bronze economy. The spread of iron also likely shifted trade patterns. Instead of seeking tin and copper, Iron Age Europeans traded other commodities: amber, salt, textiles, and later, of course, iron itself as a trade good. Some regions rich with iron ores, such as Noricum in the Eastern Alps, became famed for steel production. The Roman army especially valued Noric steel for its swords, kind of famous in the ancient world. This indicates a kind of proto-industrial specialization by the late Iron Age, where certain areas mass-produced iron artifacts for export. Culturally, Europe's entry into the Iron Age coincides with the rise of classical civilizations of Greece and Rome. Now it is tempting to draw a conclusion. Without iron, the vast armies of Persia, Greece, and Rome that clashed in the first millennium would have been impossible to equip. The Greek hoplite infantryman, with his iron-tipped spear and iron sword, called the chiphos, by the way, was the backbone of the city-state armies. The Roman expansion in Italy, from the 5th to 3rd century BCE, saw them defeat peoples like the Samnites and the Etruscans, all using iron weaponry. By the time Hannibal marched through Roman lands in the late 200s, even something as mundane as horseshoes for his war elephants and horses alike were also made of iron. And that shows how fully integrated iron was into military logistics, as important as food and water. We also have another poignant artifact that bridges Bronze and Iron Age Europe, and that's the large number of hoards, that is, collections of bronze tools and weapons, just buried in the ground around the time iron was coming in. In places like France and Britain, archaeologists have found hoards where bronze swords, spears, and axes were deliberately deposited, possibly as ritual offerings marking the end of an era, or as a scrap metal intended to be recycled later. Some of those caches were never retrieved, perhaps because iron made the bronze less urgent to recover. But it's as if those objects were the last remnants of an age being ceremonial closed out. Meanwhile, new types of artifacts appear: iron knives and scissors, farming tools, woodworking tools, iron saws and chisels greatly improved carpentry, that's one thing we can certainly say. Of course, weapons too. By the time Caesar wrote his commentaries on the Gallic War in the 50s BCE, he could remark that the Gauls had excellent iron production in certain areas, even if their swords occasionally bent. He also noted something interesting. The Celts still valued bronze for ornate helmets and trumpets, but they depended on iron for swords and spearheads. Now, that is a clear, functional division between the metals, and once again, I suppose, old habits die hard. Well, let's get ourselves out of Europe and towards the Indian subcontinent, as it presents a fascinating case with the Bronze Age transition, because the collapse and renewal pattern took a somewhat different form. The Bronze Age urban civilization of the Indus Valley, Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, 2600 to 1900 BCE, had already fallen centuries before iron technology had appeared. India's Vedic age, roughly 1500 to 600 BCE, spans the time frame where iron came into use. The early Vedic period, 1500 to 1000, following the Indus collapse, saw Indo-Aryan pastoralist tribes dominate northwest India. Their material culture initially was Chalcolithic, that being copper and bronze with stone. But sometime around 1200 to 1000, ironworking entered the subcontinent, likely via contact with West Asia or Central Asia, possibly developed indigenously in small pockets. Archaeological sites in the Gangetic Plain, such as Panchet, for an example, show iron artifacts like small knives or points from around 1000. By the 9th and 8th centuries, in the Piedmont regions of the western Ganges and Deccan Plateau, iron tools became a lot more common. Indian literary sources give clues about this metallurgical shift. The sacred Vedic texts use the Sanskrit word ayas to mean metal. In the oldest hymns of the Rig Veda, ayas probably refers to bronze or copper, since true iron was not yet widely known. But later texts start distinguishing types of ayas. The Yajurveda and the Atharva Veda, finalized perhaps 900 to 800 BCE, use the term Syama ayas, literally black metal, to denote iron. This indicates that by the late Vedic period, people were aware of a new metal that was dark and unlike the shining red-yellow of copper-bronze. Indeed, Syama ayas is identified as iron by traditional commentators, Thus the Vedas themselves chronicle the coming of the Iron Age to India, allowing feats not attainable with softer metals. Another later Vedic text praises the god Indra's bolt as made of black metal, suggesting iron weapons were held in quite a bit of reverence. But the most significant impact of iron in India was on agricultural and settlement expansion. The Indo-Gangetic plains, especially the eastern Gangetic region, modern Bihar and eastern Uttar Pradesh, are richly fertile, but were anciently covered in dense jungle and had a heavy clay soil. Early farming in India was concentrated in the northwest of the Indus Valley. The mid-Ganga basin remained largely untamed in the Bronze Age. That changed with iron tools. Iron axes enabled the clearance of thick forests in the Ganges Valley. Iron plowshares could break the hard alluvial soil of the region much more effectively than wooden plows. It's been argued that this technological edge was the catalyst known for what is called as India's second urbanization, the first, of course, being the Indus Valley cities. From about 800 to 500 BCE, dozens of new towns and cities sprang up in the Gangetic Plain. Places like Sravasti, Patalipatra, Taxila, and many more. Many of these were the capitals of the Mahajanapadas, the 16 great kingdoms or republics in early Indian history. Literature and archaeology both suggest a leap in population and urban growth in this period. The introduction of iron is frequently credited as the prime driver. Well, archaeological finds certainly do confirm that by the 6th century BC the use of iron was widespread in northern India. Excavations at sites like Hastinapur and Atranjagera have yielded numerous iron implements: plough points, sickles, knives, axes, and nails, all dated to around 700 to 600 BCE. Now, not only were these tools present, but metallurgical analysis shows the smiths had learned techniques to harden iron, essentially making a form of mild steel. One find at Righat, near Varanasi, shows iron tools made from ore obtained in the distant South Bihar region named Singhbhum, indicating an organized acquisition of raw material and skilled production. The proliferation of iron tools corresponds with references in texts like the later Vedic Brahmanas and Upanishads that mention iron explicitly, as well as early Buddhist and Jain literature from the 6th and 4th centuries BCE that speaks of everyday activities involving iron, from sowing seeds with iron-tipped plows to forging weapons. Now, speaking of weapons, in terms of warfare, the Iron Age in India likely shifted the balance of power. In Vedic terms, conflict was often limited to relatively small-scale tribal battles. But by 500 BCE, we have large infantry armies, cavalry, and new fortification techniques. The Mahabharata epic, while mythologized, reflects on an Iron Age milieu of massive battles. An important political text of the era, the Arthashastra, attributed to Chanakya around 300 BCE but drawing on earlier knowledge, lists various iron weapons and even describes the operations of mines and metal workshops, definitely clear evidence by the Mauryan period that India had state-run armories and mines. Socially, the Iron Revolution in India could have contributed to changes in the caste system. The later Vedic period saw society stratify into 4 varnas, that is, Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. The rise of a class of skilled iron workers likely fell under the Shudra or artisan class, but their importance to the economy was very significant. Some scholars believe that plentiful iron tools enabled the lower Varna groups to improve agricultural productivity, indirectly empowering them. Others caution that technology alone did not erode the caste hierarchy. Ritual and political factors kept a strict social order. But still, one can surmise that kings who controlled rich iron mines like those in the Magadha territory could equip better armies and thus expand their kingdoms. And indeed, in Magadha, in Bihar, eventually conquered all rivals to found the Mauryan Empire by 321. And it's likely no coincidence that Magadha had access to the iron ores of South Bihar, that is the Ragjir and Jharkhand areas, and benefited earliest from early iron farming tools. By the time of Buddha, in the 5th century BCE, northern India was a bustling Iron Age society. We find in the Buddhist scriptures casual mentions of iron. For instance, a wealthy man is described as having coins and iron in his treasury. Tools like razors for monks shaving their heads were made of iron. The physical infrastructure, too, had evolved, using iron clamps and dowels in buildings, iron wheels on carts, etc. And here's one amazing testament to ancient Indian iron craftsmanship, though a few centuries later. That is the famous Iron Pillar of Delhi. It's from the Gupta period, 4th century CE. A 7-meter high solid iron pillar. It weighs over 6 tons, and it stood for over 1,600 years without any significant rust. Now that attests to the high skill in iron metallurgy achieved in ancient India. While, of course, later than our main Iron Age focus, and you'll have to forgive me for going a little bit beyond the goalposts, I think it's important to mention, as it's the kind of culmination of the subcontinent's long experience with iron, from the humble axes that cleared the Gangetic forests to the engineering marvel of an iron column that defies time. Well, we may as well go further east, shall we? We can't talk about this kind of topic without mentioning Shang China. You see, China's path from bronze to iron was rather distinct in timing and technique. The Chinese Bronze Age under the Shang dynasty, 1600 to 1046, and the Western Zhou dynasty, 1046 to 771, was marked by sophisticated bronze ritual vessels and weapons. The bronze casting tradition in China was extraordinarily advanced. Piece mold casting allowed large and ornate objects like the famous Ding cauldrons. This strong bronze culture meant that there was less immediate pressure to adopt iron early. And indeed, as the Near East was collapsing into the Iron Age around 1200, China was at the height of its Bronze Age Shang civilization. However, by the later Zhou period, especially during the Eastern Zhou era, 770 to 256, iron made its debut and then spread rapidly. Tradition holds that iron working in China began in the Spring and Autumn period, that is the early Eastern Zhou, 8th to the 6th centuries BCE. Archaeological evidence seems to support this too. The earliest iron artifacts in China, likely wrought or meteoric iron, date from around the 9th century BC, found in sites in today's Xinjiang and maybe the northwest possibly via contact with the Central Asian peoples. But the real breakthrough was the invention of cast iron. By the 5th century BCE, during the Warring States period, the Chinese had developed blast furnace capabilities, and that means that they could melt iron fully and cast it into molds. Now, this is a big deal, as you can imagine, a remarkable innovation. And in most of the world at that time, iron was wrought by the bloomery process and couldn't be fully liquefied. But the Chinese had figured it out. Chinese metallurgists achieved high-temperature furnaces, perhaps by using large bellows and different furnace designs, and began producing cast iron, which, by the way, has a very high carbon content, making it hard but brittle. And then, of course, decarburizing it to make wrought iron or steel. One source notes that cast iron in China appears as early as the 8th century BCE, a millennium and a half before Europe would master it. At the Warring States period, that is the 5th to 3rd century BCE, iron tools were widespread, and the technology was well developed. Once again, dramatic impact on agriculture. In the fertile North China Plain and along the Yellow River, the soil is actually light and easily worked. The early Chinese farmers were doing just fine with wooden or bronze plows. But the expansion of cultivation into southern China, the Yangtze Basin with its tougher soils and lush forest, and upland areas, was facilitated by iron tools in this period. Iron axes helped clear forests in regions like the Middle Yangtze. Perhaps more importantly, though, iron tools greatly improved efficiency. An iron spade or plowshare lasts a lot longer and tills more effectively than a bronze or wooden one. Chinese sources from the Han Dynasty, looking back, credit the spread of iron plows and the 2-oxen-heavy iron plow with boosting the agricultural output. Archaeological excavations have uncovered the flat, V-shaped iron plowshares from the Warring States era. With these, the Chinese farmers could dig deeper and turn soil faster. Irrigation and iron tools together yielded surpluses that supported the growth of cities and a more stratified society. One research study concludes, iron tools were widely used during the Warring States period. Iron agricultural tools occupied a dominant position, which led to an unprecedented revolution in farming methods. Of course, the result is a surge in population and economic output, fueling the rise of larger states. It's certainly no accident that during the Eastern Zhou, the Chinese population and urbanization levels increased substantially. And of course, new philosophical schools, Confucianism, Taoism, emerged amid all of these social changes. Of course, in terms of warfare, we also saw a revolution in China. The early Zhou military was much like the late Bronze Age armies elsewhere. Aristocratic chariot warriors and some infantry largely armed with bronze spears, daggers, and arrowheads. But by the Warring States period, warfare had transformed into massed infantries and cavalries. States like Qin, Zhu, and Wei deployed tens of thousands of foot soldiers. To arm these multitudes, they needed huge quantities of weapons. Bronze continued to be used for some weapon types, notably bronze arrowheads and crossbow bolts, and bronze parts in the complex mechanisms like the triggers. But iron swords and spears, they seem to have become quite standard. One advantage the Chinese discovered was that by casting iron, they could easily mass-produce certain items. For example, Using standardized molds, a state arsenal could cast hundreds of iron spearheads and axe heads in a single operation, something not easily done by forging each piece individually. Records indicate that the state of Qin had massive workshops and imposed standards, a precursor of assembly line production. In fact, there is one historical record that tells us that the capital of the Qi state, Linzi, became a thriving iron industry hub, and is described as a bustling city with 70,000 households. That's not people, households. Of course, this would include many smiths as well. The economic interplay is pretty evident. Cities grew around iron production, and those cities then demanded more iron tools and weapons. It's a positive feedback loop. The work never ends. But of course, high-quality steel weapons gave Chinese armies quite an edge. The state of Qin, in particular, was famed for its swords. Excavations of the terracotta army in Xi'an have revealed long swords and lances. Interestingly, the terracotta army weapons are mostly bronze, but with a very high tin content, and that makes them exceptionally hard, showing that in some cases bronze technology co-evolved to remain competitive. But historical texts claim that by Qin's unification wars, the 4th and 3rd centuries BCE, iron and steel swords were also well and truly in use. Some legendary swordsmiths, like Ganjiang and Moye in the southern state of Yue, 6th century BCE, are said to have forged steel swords of great renown, indicating the knowledge of quench hardening and high carbon steel. The cumulative effect was that by the time the first emperor Qin Shi Huang united China in 221 BCE, iron was deeply embedded in military power. After unification, the Qin and the succeeding Han dynasty even made ironworking a state monopoly to control its criticalness of resource, with the famous Discourses on Salt and Iron debate in 81 BCE records scholars arguing about the government's monopoly on iron and smelting, all established, of course, to fund the treasury. Of course, that shows how vital iron had become. It was compared to salt, another essential, as a commodity the state must oversee. Chinese innovation with iron did not stop at weapons and tools, however. During the Han dynasty, 202 BC to 220 CE, there are records of iron being used for building projects, such as iron chains in suspension bridges, iron components in wheelbarrows, the wheelbarrow itself a Han invention, used an iron axle, by the way, and even the first iron stirrup for horse riding appears by late Han or shortly thereafter. The advances in casting also allowed the Chinese to experiment with new alloys and processes. For instance, the Chinese learned to decarburize cast iron, essentially making steel or malleable iron by removing carbon from cast iron through prolonged heating and forging. This meant that they had a flexibility in production. They cast many pieces quickly, then forge or temper some into tougher steel as needed. By Eastern Han times, the government foundries were issuing standard molds and patterns to regional foundries to ensure uniform production of iron tools. This standardization is perhaps an early example of quality control in manufacturing. Definitely very ahead of their time, weren't they? Societally, though, the wide use of iron in China coincided with the weakening of the old nobility and the rise of a more merit-based bureaucracy. You see, in the Bronze Age Shang and Zhou periods, bronze ritual vessels were a key symbol of aristocratic authority. Only the elite could command the labor and resources for bronze production. In the later Iron Age, power had shifted. The Qin and Han emperors derived authorities not from bronze ritualism, but from strong centralized institutions like laws, bureaucrats, and armies. Iron weaponry helped break the feudal structure of Zhou by empowering centralized armies that could crush feudal lords. But on the other hand, iron tools put productivity into the hands of the masses. A farmer could own a sturdy iron plow and share in the new agrarian prosperity. We also see cultural shifts. The philosophical outlook of legalism during the warring states, for example, emphasized farming and warfare as the two pillars of the state, precisely the two realms most boosted by iron technology. One could perhaps argue that iron enabled the large, centrally administered China that became. You see, without a robust iron economy, feeding and equipping the unified Han state would have been perhaps not impossible, but certainly far more difficult. A Chinese scholar could have echoed what a Western Han document implies. The prosperity of cities and the strength of the empire were built on the back of iron. And there you have it, all across the Bronze Age world, now becoming the Iron Age world. The shift from bronze to iron, well, it was certainly a turning point. It enabled the rise of large, durable polities and facilitated cultural fluorescence by boosting economies. Yet it also brought more arduous labor, as poor old Hesiod bitterly noted in the introduction, and more intense warfare. I suppose that's never a good thing. But it was truly a revolution in every sense, technological, economic, and social. You can't deny that. Well, it matters not just because of the metal itself, but because of how that metal changed human trajectory. So when we think of the ancient world forging its destiny, we can quite literally imagine those blacksmiths at their forges, hammering glowing iron blooms on anvils, and hammering out the future of human civilization. The legacy of those nameless smiths is the world that classical civilizations inherited, and we continue to build upon it today. Who knows when our next revolution is about to begin? Water. It covers the stage of countless ancient dramas. So imagine the story of a torrential rain and raging sea swallowing the world. Humanity reduced to a few terrified survivors, clinging to a makeshift vessel. This compelling vision of a great flood is not one confined to any single culture, but it appears in the folklore of peoples separated by oceans and millennia. So why did so many early civilizations, from Mesoamerica to Mesopotamia, tell of a time when the earth was inundated by a catastrophic flood? Today, we are going to voyage through these flood myths across the ancient world. We'll hear the voice of Utnapishtim in Mesopotamia, warning, abandon your house, build a boat, save yourself. We'll listen as a small fish tells Manu of India that the flood will sweep away everything, and learn of how Emperor Yao of China lamented waters that rose up to heaven, encompassing the mountains. We will explore the tales of the Nautian deluge in the Hebrew Bible, the Deucalion flood in Greece, and the indigenous flood traditions of the Americas. Each society's version has its own unique twists, yet the recurring motive of a world-engulfing flood is quite striking. So by examining these stories in their historical context and original sources, we can appreciate both the diversity and their uncanny common threads. Were these stories purely symbolic? Were they moral parables? Or could they dimly echo real prehistoric deluges? We'll have to think critically about that. Throughout, we must remain mindful not to favor any single culture or theological interpretation. Our aim is a comparative, global perspective. So with all this in mind, prepare to dive deep into the ancient world and look at these profound narratives of destruction and rebirth, captivating human imagination since antiquity. Well, welcome to the channel. Introductions all said and done. It's good to see you again, but if you're new, or if you're yet to click the subscribe button, I invite you to do so, and throw the video a like and leave your thoughts in the comments for the algorithm. Also, this video, like all the other videos on the channel, are ad-free. Isn't that wonderful? Of course, made possible by the generous support of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who were kind enough to check out the merch store. Now, with all that being said and done, if you want to support the channel, you know exactly where to go. Links in the pinned comment and the description of the video. But let's all get nice and relaxed first, and we can go back into the ancient world. Don't forget to bring a towel. Let's begin in Mesopotamia. What better place to begin in the ancient world than there? And this is the place where one of our earliest known flood myths comes from. In fact, if you're familiar with it, Mesopotamia means the land between the two rivers, where the inundations of the Tigris and Euphrates were both a blessing and a curse. The Mesopotamians left multiple accounts of a great flood, recorded on clay tablets in cuneiform script, among humanity's earliest written stories. These Mesopotamian narratives, including the Sumerian tale of Ziusudra and the Akkadian Atrahasis epic, and the flood episode, of course, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, are remarkably rich and are thought to predate and influence later flood tales in the region. Let's start with the Epic of Atrahasis, circa 17th century BCE. The gods decide to destroy humanity with a flood. Uniquely, the reason is not humanity's sinfulness, but its noisiness. That's right. They were too loud. The chief god, Enlil, grows irritated because humans, having multiplied too much, simply make too much noise, and while all the gods are trying to sleep, they are simply too noisy for them. They can't have a proper rest. In one passage, Enlil complains, "The noise of mankind has become too much. I have become restless at their noise. Sleep cannot overtake me because of their racket." After lesser measures to curb human population, such as plagues and droughts, failed, Enlil resolves on total destruction. However, the wisdom god Enki betrays his plan to his faithful devotee Atrahasis. Enki whispers through the walls of Atrahasis's home, advising him to dismantle his house and build a giant boat. Reject possessions and save living things. The boat that you build, roof it like an abyss, so the sun cannot see inside it. Atrahasis follows the divine instructions. He loads the vessel with his family and animals of the field, and when that allotted time comes, he seals the door with bitumen as black storm clouds gather. The narrative vividly describes the unleashing of the flood as follows. The storm winds were raging. No one could see anyone else. They could not be recognized in the catastrophe. The flood roared like a bull, like a wild donkey, screaming. The winds howled. The darkness was total. There was no sun. And so, for 7 days and 7 nights, the torrents poured down. And in the end, Atrahasis' boat survives the tempest and comes to a rest. But when the chief god Enlil discovers that some humans have escaped his decree, he is quite furious, only to be chastened by Enki and the mother goddess, who remind him of the need for life's preservation. A reconciliation ensues, and measures, like making humans mortal and vulnerable, are taken so humanity will never again grow so noisy as to trouble the gods. The most famous Mesopotamian flood account appears in Tablet 11 of the Epic of Gilgamesh. Here, the hero Gilgamesh seeks out Utnapishtim, the immortal flood survivor, to learn the secret of eternal life. Utnapishtim then recounts to Gilgamesh the story of how he survived the great deluge. The Gilgamesh version closely parallels Atrahasis, but there are some differences in detail and in emphasis. Utnapishtim, also called Utnapishti or Noah of Babylon, tells how the gods decided to send a flood to wipe out the city of Shuruppak on the Euphrates. The god A or Enki whispers the warning to him as follows: Utnapishtim, abandon your house and build a boat. Seek life instead of riches. Save yourself. Take with you on the boat an instance of each living thing so they may be safe from the obliteration of the flood. Utnapishtim follows the god's instructions to the letter, but he too faces the dilemma of how his sudden building project looked to the curious town people. A advises him to give a deceptively benign reason. Say that Enlil has driven him out and that a bountiful rain is coming, a ruse to get people to ignore the ark. When the flood comes, it is a cataclysm. The tablet says, even the gods were frightened by the flood, and they crouched, cowering like dogs. Utnapishtim's boat endures the onslaught for 6 days and nights. On the 7th day, all is quiet. Utnapishtim opens a hatch and sees a calm sea, littered with debris. His boat had come to rest on a mountain, Mount Nimush, or Nisir. To test if the waters have receded, he sends out birds, a dove, a swallow, and a raven. The first to return, finding nowhere to land, but the raven sent last does not return, indicating that dry land is emerging. Utnapishtim then disembarks and offers a sacrifice. The hungry gods gather over the soothing aroma of the offering. Enlil, at first enraged that a mortal survived, is eventually reconciled, and in an act of grace, or perhaps to remove humans from the earth, he grants Utnapishtim and his wife immortality and sends them to live far, far away. It is this secret of the gods, the story of the flood, and the gift of immortality that Utnapishtim imparts to Gilgamesh. The Epic of Gilgamesh's flood account is our primary Mesopotamian source, first translated in the 19th century, which alerted the modern world to how much older this flood myth was to the biblical story. But scholars widely agree that the Hebrew Bible's flood narrative from Genesis 6 to 9, featuring Noah, was heavily influenced by these earlier Mesopotamian stories. The parallels are numerous and undeniable. A chosen man, warned by God, builds an ark, takes animals aboard. A global flood comes as divine punishment for human wickedness, and the ark floats to a mountain, Mount Ararat in Noah's case of the Hebrew version. Birds are sent out to test the water. Noah sends a dove 3 times. A sacrifice is then offered, and a divine promise is made never to destroy humanity by the flood again. The Mesopotamian gods likewise agree on a new order, with a promise marked by a necklace of Ishtar, akin to the Rainbow Covenant in Genesis. Yet there are differences, and they reflect each culture's values. In Genesis, the cause is moral corruption. Genesis 6:11 says, "The earth was filled with violence," and the flood is a kind of ethical cleansing by a sole, righteous God. Whereas in Atrahasis, the cause is overpopulation and noise, and multiple, fallible gods are at odds with each other, some regretting the havoc. The biblical account is also notably monotheistic and emphasizes a moral lesson and comfort. God spares Noah for his righteousness and promises never again to send such a flood. But it is important to view each account in its own cultural context. Still, the lineage is undeniably evident. The ancient Babylonian flood tale, likely passed down through oral tradition, and perhaps through sources like the Mesopotamian priest Berosus of the 3rd century BCE, who wrote of the flood hero Xisuthros, found its way into the lore of Israelites during the Mesopotamian exile period. Thus, Mesopotamia's flood myth became the world's most famous flood story through the Bible, illustrating how mythological motives can travel and transform across cultures. So, we will, for reference sake, treat the story from Genesis as one prominent branch of the flood myth tradition, with Mesopotamia as its earlier root. Interestingly, archaeologists have found evidence of significant flooding in early Mesopotamian history. In an excavation of the city of Ur in the 1920s, Sir Leonard Woolley discovered a deep layer of flood-deposited silt, leading him to claim that he had found proof of Noah's flood. Of course, we know that that layer represents a serious local flood around 2900 BCE, which affected some Sumerian cities, but not the entire world. Other flood layers of varying dates are found at other sites, and this suggests that devastating river floods were part of Mesopotamian life, and likely inspired these legends of a universal deluge. However, no single event in geology matches the scale of the myths. Rather, the myths, in rather typical ancient fashion, exaggerate and synthesize the reality of periodic floods into one grand narrative. The Mesopotamian flood myths thus blend observation with theology. That is, floods happen and can certainly be catastrophic, and the theory that gods use floods to intervene in human affairs. Perhaps a dash of creative storytelling, too, can become canon over time. But there's no need to stick around in Mesopotamia for too long. As much as we'd like to stay there, there are other flood myths that we need to get to the bottom of. So let's go a little bit east, find ourselves in India. And there's a very interesting flood legend. The story appears in the Hindu tradition, with the earliest recorded version in the Satapatha Brahmana, that is a Vedic prose text, dated to roughly the 8th to 7th century BCE. Of course, later it was elaborated in the Mahabharata and the Puranas, like the Matsya Purana, for example, with a few variations in between. Now, the core narrative centers on Manu, that is, this character of the primordial man, often considered the first human or lawgiver in Hindu lore. Now, of course, the lore is quite deep, so I'm just going to try and explain it on a surface level. The old Vedic texts are very complicated, and they require videos of their own. Perhaps I'll get to them soon. Anyway, uniquely, Manu is warned of the flood by a tiny fish that he had rescued. According to the Satapatha Brahmana, one morning, this is how the story goes, as Manu was washing his hands, a little fish jumped into his palm. The fish spoke, a surprising and obviously numinous event. "Rear me, and I will save thee." Of course, Manu is understandably quite astonished, and he asks what the fish is going to save him from. The fish then reveals that a flood will carry away all of these creatures. From that is what he will be saved from. The fish then requests Manu's protection, knowing that small fish are easily eaten by bigger fish, and Manu, showing compassion, places it in a jar of water. But the fish kept growing, and miraculously fast, outgrowing vessel after vessel, until Manu released it into the sea once it was enormous and safe. The fish, by now clearly a divine being, then told Manu the time had come. Quote from the text, "In such and such a year that flood will come. Thou shalt then prepare a ship, and when the flood has risen, thou shalt enter into the ship, and I will save thee." So, of course, as instructed, Manu builds the wooden ark. When the foretold flood arrived, true to prophecy, it, quote, "swept away all the creatures, and Manu alone remained." The great fish swam to Manu's ship, and Manu tied the vessel to the fish's horn. The fish then safely guided Manu's ship to a high mountain in the north. As the waters subsided, the fish advised Manu to secure his ship to a tree on the slope, so it would not drift as the flood receded, and to descend gradually. Manu's ark thus came to rest on a mountain, sometimes identified in later texts as the Himalayas. So after the flood, Manu performed sacrifices, and in time he miraculously obtained a partner. In one version, a woman named Ela emerges from the sacrificial fire or the melted butter of the offerings. Once again, it all sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? The floods, the mountaintop, the sacrifices. Well, Manu and this new woman, Ela, then became the progenitors of a renewed humankind. Think about the Indian flood story. It's remarkable for a few reasons. First of all, the savior is a fish. Later interpretations, the fish is identified as Matsya, an avatar or incarnation of the god Vishnu. Thus, in Hindu tradition, Vishnu takes the form of a fish to preserve the universe's cycle by rescuing Manu, the seed of the next age. Kind of like a new Adam, Elu being kind of a new Eve, if we are going to understand it in strictly Western theological terms. So, second, unlike the Mesopotamian or biblical floods which are sent as a punishment, the early Indian text doesn't actually explicitly state why the flood comes, only that it is a cosmic inevitability. Later versions do imbue it with moral or cyclical rationale. For example, some Puranas say that Brahma was going to dissolve the universe with a flood as part of the Yuga cycle, or that Vishnu, in fish form, appears to restart creation. In the Satapatha Brahmana, the emphasis is on Manu's role in preserving life and performing the proper rites to begin the world anew after the flood. The Rig Veda, which is actually older than the Satapatha Brahmana, does not contain a global flood myth, though it has hymns about rains and cosmic oceans. Now, what does this suggest? Well, essentially, it suggests that the flood myth entered Indian lore in the later Vedic period, possibly from contact with Mesopotamian-influenced regions or independent development. Some scholars have speculated on Mesopotamian influence due to trade links. And yeah, sure, it's a pretty easy conclusion to jump to. But we must remember that the Indian story has distinct features, like that fish avatar, and that all argues for a local evolution of the theme. There's never any simple copy-paste for this. No plagiarism in these stories. Of course, they rhyme to a certain extent, but like we said, regional variations matching up with local cultures and customs. Now, Manu's flood. It's often cited as a parallel to Noah's story, and indeed the basic plot, the virtuous man heeding a divine warning, building a boat, surviving a flood that wipes out others, repopulating the world. Like I said, it all rhymes. But you see, Manu's tale, in the tone of it, is less about moral judgment, and more about the preservation and continuity of the life cycle through each cosmic order. Once again, we talk about this yuga cycle within Hindu theology. The presence of the supernatural fish helper shows again that theme of divine care and ensuring creation's survival. The flood myth was incorporated into Hindu thought as part of the broader concept of cyclical eras. That is the Manvantara, named after the successive Manus. But it did not become as centrally a morality tale as the biblical version did, but rather just an old story about the transition from one epoch to another. But think about it even deeper. From a geological viewpoint, could India's flood reflect real events? Just look at the map. The Indus Valley and other parts of the Indian subcontinent, they certainly have evidence of ancient flooding. The melting of glaciers in the Himalayas, or a massive riverine flood, might have made a deep cultural impression. For instance, and just for an example, around the time the story might have formed, that is the 2nd millennium BCE, the Sarasvati Gaga river system in northwest India was drying up, not flooding, but catastrophic floods from monsoons or glacier outbursts in the Gangetic Plain. They were certainly not unheard of in the later millennia. While no specific Manu's flood event is identified, the ubiquity of flood stories certainly suggests that ancient people everywhere experienced devastating floods. And of course, it all gets woven into that cultural memory. Now, let's go to China, shall we? In ancient China, flood stories take a bit of a different form. You see, rather than focusing on a single righteous man in an ark, the Chinese legends emphasize the heroic efforts to control a massive flood that had already begun. Of course, the most famous is the tale of Yu the Great and the Great Flood, which is foundational to Chinese civilization's narrative of the Shah dynasty's establishment. Primary references to this are found in texts like the Book of Documents, the Shujing, originally attributed to Confucius compiling older records, and of course in historical recollections such as Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian of the 1st century BCE. which themselves once again quote the much older lore. So according to these accounts, during the time of the wise Emperor Yao, this is a legendary sage king, traditionally dated to around 2350 BCE, China was beset by an immense flood. The canon of Yao in the Book of Documents describes it in dramatic terms. Quote, "The waters of the flood rise up to heaven, and their vast expanse encompass the mountains and overtop the hills. The common people are in distress." Now that's a vivid depiction, especially this, the common people are in distress. Well, the flood waters are said to reach the sky and submerge even the highest hills. The problem is not the total annihilation of humanity, you see, but the chaos and destruction that is wrought upon the land. It's more the aftermath that they're worried about. Emperor Yao, burdened by the crisis, sought a savior who could stop the deluge. He first entrusted a man named Gun to tame the flood. Gun tried for 9 years, but nothing seemed to work. His methods, building dams using self-expanding soil according to the myth, did not alleviate the problem. After Yao passed the throne to the next sage king, Shun, Gun was executed for his failure. In myth, he's sometimes said to have stolen a magical soil to block the waters and thus angered heaven. So, Gun's son, Yu, however, was there to take up the task, albeit with a different approach, not using Dad's old-fashioned means. The son had more modern techniques, well, at least for 2000 BC. Yu's flood control strategy was not to dam the waters, but rather to channel them. With extraordinary perseverance, and even physical transformation in some legends, he is said to have grown passages through the mountains, or that his feet became worn and callous from never resting. For a few little anecdotes from the old stories. You traveled the length and breadth of the land, digging canals, dredging riverbeds, and leading the waters to the sea. The task took years of ceaseless labor. One oft-cited detail of Yu's dedication is that in the 13 years he spent controlling the flood, he passed by his own home 3 times, but he never went in. That was how determined he was, not to rest until the job was done. And eventually, lo and behold, the great Yu succeeded. The flood waters were guided off the plains, lakes and rivers were properly channeled, and fertile land re-emerged. The people were saved from the watery chaos, and agriculture could finally flourish again. In gratitude and recognition, Shun ceded the rulership to Yu, and therefore made him the founder of the Xia dynasty. That is, by the way, traditionally regarded as China's first dynasty. And thus, over 4,000 years later, Yu the Great is still a cultural hero. He symbolizes the taming of nature's fury through wisdom, engineering, and of course, good old-fashioned hard work. Now, what is notable in the Chinese flood myth is the emphasis on mitigation rather than divine wrath. The flood is portrayed as natural, or, in the most generous interpretations, semi-divine, but still a disaster afflicting the secular world, and the heroes are those who manage to end it. Not some deity stepping in, but the people doing what they do best, responding to a crisis. Now, this likely reflects the realities of ancient China, especially along the Yellow River, which has long had a history of calamitous floods. Indeed, the Yellow River's nickname is China's sorrow for its deadly floods that periodically changed the landscape. And believe me, still these days, China certainly has problems with flooding, not just from the rivers, but from the rains, especially in southern Guangdong province. It really gets up to your knees. Well, the Great Flood of Yu may be a mythologized memory of ancient flood control efforts. There is some archaeological evidence around 1920 BC of a massive landslide dam failure and a flood in the Yellow River Basin. It's called the JSTOR Gorge event, which some scientists have speculated could correspond to a historical kernel of the Yu legend, though that, of course, is still debated. The Chinese tradition also has a more mythological version of a cosmic flood. The story speaks of the monster Gong, a god of water, who in anger smashed his head against the pillar that supports the sky, knocking it askew and causing the sky to crack. Water from heaven flooded the earth, and fire raged, until the goddess Nuwa repaired the sky with 5-colored stones and re-established the cosmic order. Well, in this myth, water and fire catastrophes are paired, and the flood is part of a larger cosmic disorder. Nuwa's repairs end the crisis. This tale, recorded in sources like the Huainanzi in the 2nd century BCE, and later folklore, shows a fascinating counterpart to the Noah-esque scenario. Instead of one chosen human, a deity herself intervenes to stop the flood and save the world. Another Chinese flood tale, from the ethnic minorities such as the Miao or Yao people, is more similar to the other global versions. A couple, often a brother and sister or husband and wife, survive a worldwide flood in a drum or boat, and then repeople the earth. These are outside the mainstream Han Chinese cultural canon, and there's also a few little stories among the Lisu people, as well some of the Baizu people. There's plenty of them. But either way, regardless of being outside the main Han canon, they certainly show the flood motive, even in East Asia, can take the form of a total wipeout and restart. But as with all Chinese stories, especially mythological ones, it comes down to that restoration of balance, the cosmic order. As above, so below. Still, to this day, that maintaining of balance and order is culturally the most important thing in China. Well, you know me, I could go on about China all day, but we have to go back to Greece now. They've got their own myths, you know, and turning to the ancient Mediterranean, we certainly encounter them. In Greek mythology, as recorded by sources such as Apollodorus's Bibliotheca, the 1st to 2nd century CE, and the Roman poet Ovid's Metamorphoses, 8 CE, which retells the Greek myths in Latin, great source by the way, we find the story of Deucalion's flood. Now, this myth served to end the Bronze Age of men in Greek lore and usher in a new age. So let's get to it. According to this myth, Zeus, the chief god of the Greek Pantheon, decided to one day destroy the humans of the Bronze Age because of their wickedness and impiety. The pious couple, Deucalion, son of Prometheus, and his wife Pyrrha, the daughter of Pandora, they managed to find favor, or at least they were warned by Prometheus of the coming disaster. Prometheus instructed his son, Deucalion, to build a large ark and stock it. When Zeus poured rain upon the earth and caused the sea to overwhelm the land, Greece was flooded. Ovid describes the scene with poignant imagery. Farms and towns submerged, people climbing hills or even, quote, rowing above their drowned orchards, as the entire world became a seamless expanse of water. In Ovid's poetic words, quote, now seas and earth were in confusion lost, a world of waters and without a coast. I suppose it's lucky that the Greeks were good sailors. Certainly the time to use that skill. Mountains were covered. The entire human race perished in the flood, except, of course, for Deucalion and Pyrrha, who survived in their floating vessel. After 9 days, their ark came to rest on Mount Parnassus. They emerged to a desolate world. As Ovid narrates, quote, he with his wife were the only ones left behind of perished men. They, too, were humankind. Realizing they were the sole survivors, Deucalion and Pyrrha sought guidance from the gods on how to repopulate the desolated earth. The Titan goddess Themis, speaking through an oracle, cryptically told them to cast behind you the bones of your mother. After some puzzlement, the couple understood mother to mean Mother Earth, and her bones to mean stones. So they picked up stones and threw them over their shoulders. From the stones, Deucalion tossed arose new men, and from those Pyrrha tossed arose new women, restoring the human race without having to go for that incestuous union. Thus, humanity was born anew, literally from the rocks of the earth, cleansed and rejuvenated after the great flood. So there you have it, the Greek flood myth. Well, while clearly paralleling the Near Eastern ones, it certainly has its own unique flavor and context, once again matching itself up with the local customs. Now, notably, and you might have noticed, there is no mention of preserving animals. Only humans are explicitly recreated. Perhaps the Greeks assumed animals survived or were just recreated by other means. But either way, the cause in Greek myth is straightforwardly moral. Zeus saw the flagrant evil of mankind. In Ovid's telling, this comes right after the horrific story of King Lycaon's attempt to trick Zeus into eating human flesh, which so enrages Zeus he calls for the annihilation of humans. The survivors are spared for their piety and goodness, much like Noah. Indeed, later commentators in antiquity, and today of course, often compare Deucalion to Noah. Ancient Greek writers themselves had multiple flood traditions. Some spoke of an earlier flood of Ogyges, the primordial flood in Attica, but the Deucalion story is the most developed and therefore widely cited. By Hellenistic times, Greek thinkers like Plato were aware of the Near Eastern flood stories. In Plato's Timaeus, the character Critias mentions that according to Egyptian priests, the Greeks remembered only one flood, that is being Deucalion's, but in reality, multiple catastrophes had occurred, hinting at a overall ancient awareness of recurring disasters. Plato also spun his own tale of a sunken civilization. You might have heard of it. Atlantis, destroyed by the sea in a single day and night of earthquakes and floods. Though Atlantis is more of an invented allegory or philosophical myth than a traditional folk legend, it shows the Greek fascination with flood-like cataclysms. Plato dated Atlantis' fall at 9,000 years before his time, possibly an allusion to the end of the Ice Age. But that's kind of speculative. It's a link that some have later drawn between Atlantis and rising sea levels. But let's return to Deucalion. Our primary sources for this flood are literary. Apollodorus's Bibliotheca sums it up quite succinctly. Quote, Zeus, wishing to destroy the men of the Bronze Age, poured a great rain from heaven and flooded the earth, so that all humans perished, except a few who escaped to the high mountains. And Deucalion, by the virtue of his wisdom, built an ark and saved therein his wife Pyrrha. And of its metamorphosis, though a poetic retelling in Latin, gives us a colourful narrative of the flood's devastation and the hopeful renewal after. From these accounts, the Greek flood myth likely crystallized in the first millennium BCE, though it could preserve older oral traditions. Given that Greek culture had contacts with the Near East through trade, etc., it is plausible that Greeks adopted a flood story from the East, but adapted it to their own pantheon and moral framework. And think about it. The motive of repopulating the world by throwing stones, well, that's distinctly Greek in character. There's no parallel in Near Eastern or biblical versions, and reflects this Greek preference for rationalizing myth. The bones of Mother Earth being stones as a clever etymological play, you see. The word for people, laos, was linked to las, stone. So there's that too. But of course, Greek mythology did not treat the flood as the absolute beginning. It was one event in a sequence. So in Greek thought, the flood is a major interruption, not a total restart of recreation, or restart of creation, rather. The gods survive unaffected. It's just humanity that has to go through a harsh reboot. But it's also worth noting the Norse myth here as a comparison from another part of Europe, though much later recorded. In Norse mythology, there isn't a story of the gods flooding the world to punish humans. However, there is a curious echo of the flood motif in cosmogony. When the primordial giant Ymir was slain by Odin and his brothers, so much blood gushed out that it caused a flood that drowned most of the giants. They seem to have a little bit more of a violent flair to them, the Norse myths. But only one giant, Bergelmir, and his wife survived by floating on a wooden box, often interpreted as a boat or perhaps a hollow tree trunk. And from them, the first frost giants descended. Now this is essentially a giant's flood at the dawn of time. It doesn't affect humans. They'd not yet even been created. But it's strikingly similar in structure. A world drowned in blood, metaphorically water, with a single couple surviving in a vessel. The Norse did not carry this motive into a moral tale, sure, but it shows how widespread the ark and survivors pattern is, and this video is all about patterns, even in a context where the cause is different. That is, the violence of cosmic creation. Now, returning to Greek and Near Eastern connections for a moment before we move on, the Greco-Roman world eventually connected the dots between Deucalion and the Eastern Flood heroes. By late antiquity, some commentators outright identified Deucalion with Noah, though for the Greeks, Deucalion was local and Noah's story came with Christianity. But it is a testament to how flood mythology resonated across cultures. Each one could recognize its own version in the other's tale. Well, going far, far away now to the Americas, all the way across the globe, and long before any contact with the old world, Various indigenous cultures harbored their own flood traditions. These were passed down orally and later recorded by missionaries and anthropologists. It's fascinating to observe these stories because they developed in isolation from Eurasia, yet they still mirror many motives of the Old World myths. And that raises a question of convergent tradition versus a very ancient, shared human memory. Let's look at a few examples from the Americas, Mesoamerica, the Andes, and North America's First Nations. Let's start with the Maya of Central America. In their sacred book, the Popol Vuh, transcribed in the 16th century from older oral accounts, there is a flood in the sequence of creations and destructions of the world. According to them, the creators, heart of sky, heart of earth, and other deities, made several attempts at fashioning human beings, with varying degrees of success. The first attempt, humans of mud, was a complete failure. The second attempt produced wooden people. They could speak and even multiply, but they had no souls or memory of their makers. These wooden people sinned by not acknowledging their gods, and so the gods decided to destroy them. Quote, "The heart of sky devised a flood for them. A great flood was made. It came down on the heads of the mannequins' wood carvings." The Popol Vuh describes how a thick, resinous rain fell, and how even inanimate objects turned against these people. Their tortillas, pots, and grinding stones rised up and attacked them, and animals descended upon them. It was as if everything was against them, doing the god's will. It's actually quite imaginative in terms of this kind of catastrophe. There was another quote from the text. "There came a rain of resin from the sky. Gouger of faces came, gouging out their eyeballs. Sudden bloodletter came, snapping off their heads." In the end, the wooden people were annihilated. Some say that they became the monkeys in the forest, an evolutionary leftover of that imperfect creation. Only then did the gods create the successful final version of humans, from maize dough, actually, which is the ancestry of the Maya. The flood here is part of a creation cycle. It is a tool that the gods use to erase an unsatisfactory creation. This is a slightly different angle than punishing moral evil. The wooden people's failing was their lack of mind and gratitude, a theological flaw. The Popol Vuh flood is locally described, i.e. resin instead of water, household objects attacking their owners, etc., showing the Maya genius for storytelling. But also, interestingly, results in monkeys, a nod to almost an evolutionary idea that monkeys are a previous prototype of humans, though it is perhaps just a coincidence. It's an age of the world myth that parallels how the Greek flood ends the Bronze Age to start a better one, or how some Mesopotamian versions consider the flood a break between antediluvian and post-diluvian times. Now, let's move on to the Aztecs of Mexico. We're talking around 15th century CE now. They had a cosmology of 5 suns, or 5 ages of the world. Each age ended in a cataclysm, and the previous 4th sun, the Atlanteotl, or the Nahuatl, the Son of Water, excuse my Aztec pronunciation now, ended in a giant flood, In the Nahua legend, reported in sources like the Codex Chimalpopoca, which contains the legend of the suns, the gods decided to destroy the fourth age with water because the people had become wicked and neglectful of their creators. The rain god poured down a great flood, but two humble humans were warned. Are you surprised? A man named Tata, also called Nata or Note, and his wife Nena received a divine message, sometimes from Tlaloc and other times from Tezcatlipoca, to hollow out a great cypress tree and shelter inside it. They were told to stock it, not just with one pair of ears and maize for subsistence, but not to light a fire or eat anything except the corn. Tata and Nena did exactly as they were told, and they survived the flood by floating in the log. When the flood waters subsided after some time, they emerged, quite cold and hungry. Finding themselves alive, they decided in joy and forgetfulness to catch a fish and cook it. Now this violated the explicit command of the god who had warned them not to eat anything beyond corn. At the delicious smell of cooking fish, Tlaloc descended in anger. He scolded them. "This is how I am repaid for saving your lives." In punishment, he transformed Tata and Nena into dogs, and thus they did not become the progenitors of a new human race. In fact, the Aztec flood myth usually says that the world of the fourth sun was completely destroyed after the flood. The gods had to create a fifth sun and create humans anew. That being in the fifth age now, which the Aztecs believed they were living in the 15th century CE. In another version, the survivors are named Koskov and Xochiquetzal, and they escaped in a boat to repopulate the earth. But the problem was, their children are born dumb, until the gods send birds to grant them languages. Kinda like the Tower of Babel-like coda. The details vary, but clearly the Mesopotamian peoples had flood stories with familiar elements. Divine punishment for impiety, a favored pair forewarned and preserved in a vessel, and landing on a mountain, sending out birds to... One tradition says the man released a dove and the other birds to test the land, as in the story of Tespe, which closely mirrors Noah's dove and raven. Of course, all these similarities amazed early anthropologists and missionaries. Some thought they indicated Old World influence, though there's no solid evidence of that. It seems more likely that these tales arose independently, shaped by the prevalence of floods in Mesoamerican environments. The Valley of Mexico, for example, has periodic lake floods, and Tabasco's lowlands flood regularly. Now, let's head to the Inca civilizations. In the Andes, the Inca and other highland peoples have flood legends associated with their creator god, Viracocha. In one Inca story, Viracocha created an early race of giants or primordial people, but they proved unruly or indifferent to him. This did not make Viracocha very happy, of course. He sent a great flood called the Una Pachacute, meaning water that overturns the world, to wipe them all out. In this version, unlike the biblical one, Viracocha doesn't explicitly save anyone. He just wipes the slate clean. However, some versions do say that he allowed 2 people to survive. In one account, Viracocha saved 3 men, one of them actually named Taquapaca, who later rebelled. Either way, he saved 3 of them by sheltering them to assist in the next creation. Another more popular variant says that a man and a woman survived by floating in a box on the flood waters. When the flood was over, Viracocha remade humanity. Some accounts say he fashioned new people from stone, or brought ancestors out of caves and waters around Lake Titicaca after the flood. The high lake, Titicaca, is significant. Inca myths often place the flood's end there, with survivors emerging at that lake, which was sacred as an origin point. Just as other cultures would have a mountain landing, the Andean one fittingly involves the highest lake in the world, nestled among the mountains, as the post-deluge site. Quite a fitting end, I think. The Inca flood myth again shows this divine dissatisfaction with an early race, and a fresh start with a new and improved humanity. Now let's have a look at North America now. Flood legends are found there too among the indigenous groups, often with unique twists, but also some common patterns. A widespread motive is the Earth Diver myth. After a global flood, the world is rebuilt by animals who dive to the ocean's bottom to fetch mud from which the earth is created. For example, the Ojibwe and other similar peoples tell of a great trickster or culture hero who survives the deluge, sometimes caused by his own mischief or as punishment by the Creator. He and a few animals, such as a loon, an otter, and a muskrat, are floating on a log or raft out of the endless waters. He asks these three animals to dive and get soil from beneath the flood. The loon and the otter fail, but the little muskrat heroically dives in, and at the cost of his own life, manages to grab a pawful of mud before drowning. The character of the tale takes the mud back and spreads it on the back of a turtle, or a bit of earth is placed on a turtle's back, some variation, and it miraculously then begins to expand until it becomes a vast new land. Hence, North America is called Turtle Island in many Native American traditions. In this type of myth, the flood serves as a prelude to creation, a cleansing of a previous world, or an incident after which the present world reforms. The cause of the flood in these stories varies. Sometimes it's sent by the Great Spirit to wash away wickedness or giants. Other times it's due to some cosmic mishap. But the idea is that a second chance arises from cooperation between humans and animals. It's a pretty touching, symbolic message of renewal and the interdependence of life. Another example, the Caddo people have a story of a flood from which only one man survives in a canoe with some animals and corn. Eventually the waters recede. He sends out a dove to find land, once again that familiar motive, and repopulates the earth with the help of the corn. The Tsalagi, or Cherokee people, speak of the waters above the sky vault occasionally pouring through. Not exactly a moral flood, but a way to explain that periodic flooding rains. The Hopi, in their complex cosmology, explain how at the end of the third world, people became evil, and the deity commanded a spider woman to save the righteous. She guided them into hollow reeds. The world was flooded and destroyed by water, and the chosen people emerged in the fourth world by traveling on those hollow reed crafts. This has resonance with the concept of selected survivors in vessels, in this case, those made from reeds. Well, from Alaska to the tip of South America, dozens of such narratives exist. Some involve only water, others involve water and fire together, as in some Californian native myths, where after a flood a fire comes, reflecting a local wildfire experience. If you know anything about California, well, that is certainly an experience. Some tribes explicitly mention that all humans today descend from flood survivors. Interestingly, a few traditions in Mesoamerica and South America mention that after the flood, languages got confused. A parallel, of course, to the biblical Tower of Babel, but in flood context. For example, a Maya story has that detail, and the Nahua story of Koshkosh that we saw has the dove granting languages to the flood survivors' children. Well, of course, beyond the well-known civilizations, we have plenty of others. In Pacific Islander traditions, for instance, there were deluge stories, despite many islands being quite small. In fact, the Polynesians of Hawaii tell of Nu'u, who built an ark on God's command and escaped a flood, landing his vessel on top of a mountain, and then he offered sacrifices to the moon, mistaking it for the god who saved him, until the true God came and corrected him and sent a rainbow as a sign of favor. This Hawaiian tale, recorded by missionaries, has quite a few obvious biblical parallels, that some even suspect that it was influenced by missionary teachings, yet some Hawaiian priests still insist it was an authentic ancient story. In the Maori lore of New Zealand, a story exists of Ruatapu, who caused a flood to avenge an insult, drowning many people, with only a few, like Paikea, who rode on a whale, surviving to re-establish humanity. In Africa, flood myths are rarer but not absent. The Kikuyu of Kenya have a legend where a supreme being, Ngai, told the patriarch Tumbainot to build an ark because of a coming flood. Tumbainot's family and some animals survived, and afterward they repopulated the land, which reads like a nearly exact parallel to Noah. However, some West African groups had more homegrown flood tales. For example, a Yoruba story speaks of a great flood that once covered the land of Ile-Ife, until a sacred chain was used to bring down a god who receded the waters. Even within the Middle East, outside Mesopotamia, there were other flood tales. The Quran, in the 7th century, retells Noah's story with a few differences, etc. One of Noah's sons is said to have perished by refusing to board the ark, showing the continuing influence of the flood motive in later religious thought. In folklore, Persian and Turkish legends sometimes localize the ark's landing on their own mountains. Mount Judi, for instance, in one Islamic tradition. So what do we make of this global mosaic? I'm sure this video has had plenty of raised eyebrows. That's if you're not already asleep. I bet you are, aren't you? Well, either way, the sheer distribution of flood myths on every inhabited continent suggests that floods, as real events, were among the most traumatic and memorable disasters that our ancestors faced. Whether it was river floods, monsoon rains melting glaciers, tsunamis breaching lakes, many communities had some memory of catastrophic water-related disasters. These memories passed through oral tradition for generations, and they likely grew in the telling and took on a mere spiritual significance. The Great Flood's a powerful canvas, you see, on which one can project themes of divine judgment, rebirth, the fragility of life. It's all there. But at the same time, we have to be cautious, because not every culture has a flood myth. Some don't, or have other types of world-ending myths like fire or wind. So it's not 100% a universal archetype in the strict sense. Don't catch yourself saying every culture in the world has a flood myth. because it's not quite correct. You're far better off to say most of them do, as it's very widespread. No one can deny that. But what does it all mean, ASMR historian? What does it all mean? Well, let's reflect a little bit. The prevalence of the ancient flood myth certainly leaves us with quite a few questions. Did a single catastrophic event in prehistory inspire them all? Or are they purely symbolic narratives that arise from both common human psychological patterns? I think the answer's a bit of both. It's a mixture of mythic archetype and collective memory of real events. After all, floods happen all the time. Now, some scholars have suggested that the flood symbolizes a cleansing of the world in psychological and symbolic terms, a return to a primordial state, followed by rebirth, essentially a story of death and renewal that resonates with the human psyche. Many cultures have a cyclical view of time. The flood can represent the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. The ubiquity might then be explained by a sort of convergent evolution of stories. Different peoples, independently imagining a flood as the way that the gods might wipe the slate clean. In fact, water is a natural symbol of both destruction and fertility, So as a metaphor, it's quite potent, destroying evil and allowing life to finally start anew. That moral dimension of many flood myths shows how myth serves to encode cultural values, warning listeners to behave or respect the divine, or else. But let's think about some historical and environmental triggers, because you see, on the other hand, these stories likely do contain kernels of truth, or at least local truths. The end of the last ice age, circa 10,000 to 7,000 BCE, saw a dramatic sea level rise, about 100 meters globally as the ice sheets melted. Now, this would have gradually, and sometimes in pulses, flooded vast coastal areas. Land that was once home to humans, such as the Sahul Shelf around Australia, Sundaland in Southeast Asia, parts of the Persian Gulf Oasis and the Black Sea Basin, all inundated. So imagine generations living near a fertile low-lying plain by the sea, and over centuries the ocean encroaches, swallowing villages. Such occurrences could implant enduring memories, solidify into myth. Geologist William Ryan and Walter Pittman's Black Sea Deluge hypothesis is one prominent example. They proposed that around 5600 BCE, the rising Mediterranean burst through the Bosphorus Strait catastrophically, turning the then freshwater Black Sea Lake into a saltwater sea and flooding shoreline communities with a rise of possibly 10 meters within a short period. This event, they suggest, could have been remembered in oral traditions of peoples who later spread into Mesopotamia and Europe, contributing to flood legends like Noah's flood and all the rest that we've discussed. While the story remains debated, it's certainly put a spotlight on how real deluges might echo in storytelling. Similarly, the Persian Gulf region. Some have theorized that the flooding of the Gulf, once a lush valley, by the way, by the Indian Ocean, around 6 to 5000 BCE, could underlie these Mesopotamian flood tales. Those who fled the rising waters might have carried with them a tale of paradise lost under the sea. In the Indian subcontinent, the bursting of glacial lakes or ancient river shifts could have inspired the Manu story, And in North America, native groups on the Pacific Northwest coast have their own oral histories that match the timeline of a known massive tsunami in 1700 CE. This shows that dramatic water events do get preserved in legend for centuries. Perhaps the Great Flood myths are similar preservations, but just on a grander timescale. But then, could all of these myths be distant collective memory of the end of the Ice Age? Perhaps the biggest global flood humans ever experienced between 12,000 and 7,000 BCE. Some scientists and mythologists have toyed with this idea. Sea levels rose, sometimes perhaps rapidly, drowning coastal plains worldwide. As a more extreme hypothesis, some have even connected Plato's Atlantis to this time frame, around 9600 BCE in his account. Another intriguing little bit for you. Geology tells us of post-glacial mega-floods. For example, the breaking of giant ice-dammed lake, like Lake Agassiz, that flooded into the Atlantic, or the Storegga slide around 6200 BCE, which caused a tsunami that hit Scotland. These were region-specific, but enormous. Early peoples might not have been able to scientifically explain such events, so they did the only thing they knew how to do. They put it into a story. Either way, that survived the test of time. We still have to talk about, so credit where it's due. But that being said, not every myth need correspond to a specific event. You see, mythic time is not literal history. Cultures might embellish or even fabricate flood stories to serve their own cosmology. Think about it. The Maya and the Aztec didn't necessarily witness a global flood. They just embedded it into their creation cycles regardless. Well, of course, then some flood myths might also be metaphorical retellings of local floods. For instance, river cultures like ancient Egypt didn't have a doomsday flood myth, possibly because the Nile's floods were regular and rarely catastrophic in the way the Tigris and Euphrates or the Yellow River, for example, could be. Meanwhile, Mesopotamia, being more flood-prone and unpredictable, certainly did. So, environment shapes myth to a degree. The prevalence in maritime or coastal cultures like the Pacific Islands, that makes a lot of sense too. They are intimately aware of the ocean's destructive potential. Typhoons, storm surges. It's all there. But it's worth noting how each culture colored the flood myth with its own worldview, and we have to avoid this single perspective bias. Mesopotamians saw the gods as irritable and somewhat arbitrary. The Chinese focused on moral duty and engineering. Indians incorporated the theme into a dharmic, cyclical time. Abrahamic tradition made it about sin and covenant with one god, and the Greeks used it to bridge mythic ages and teach human virtue. The Mesoamericans, they used it to explain why their current world is the nth attempt by the gods to impart a lesson on proper respect toward deities. None of these is the same story. Each is a chapter in humanity's broader spiritual grappling with disasters. Because after all, you have to explain it somehow. So take a step back, before we go, that is. What do all the ancient flood myths tell us? Well, on one level, they highlight our ancestors' vulnerability to nature. It's natural that societies asked why and found answers for the will of the gods in need for renewal. But on another level, it's a bit of a paradoxical message about destruction and hope. They are essentially stories of apocalypse and genesis. While nearly everyone and everything dies in these tales, they all end with survival, rebirth, and often a better order than before. Evil is washed away, and the world is fresh again, whether it's Noah's family repopulating a cleansed earth, or Deucalion's stone-born men free of their forefathers' wickedness, or even Manu restarting humanity through austere rites. The flood acts as a grand reset button, albeit one that no one really wants to really experience. So what enduring lessons might we take from them? Perhaps it's a humble reminder of humanity's small place in the grand scheme. Our ancestors used the stories to warn each other that we must live in balance with the gods, moral law, and nature, or face dire consequence. Yet they also embedded a promise. Even if catastrophe hits, a new dawn will always come. A survivor will remain to keep the flame of humanity alive. In the flood, therefore, we see reflected both our greatest fears and greatest optimism. The ancient myths told around fires, and later inscribed on stone and paper, they all continue to captivate us, because they speak to the resilience of life and the hope of restoration even after the most total devastation. And as the waters eventually recede in each of these tales, so too do our darkest times eventually pass and gives way to renewal. Let's hope that after your great flood, that you will be able to rebuild too. We've all had them, and sometimes the world looks a lot better afterwards. And so in that sense, the flood myth, though born of destruction, ultimately conveys a deeply life-affirming message, and that echoes through the ages, from the campfires of cavemen to the listener on YouTube. It'll always be there. In the Sumerian city of Ur, around 2600 BC, a funeral of a queen is taking place. The deceased Queen Puabi has finally been laid to rest in her lavish tomb. But this is different. She is not alone. In what has been dubbed the Great Death Pit, dozens of her servants and court ladies lie arranged in orderly fashion, adorned with fine jewelry and holding cups. They were sacrificed, given poison to drink, accompanying their queen into the mysteries of the next world. It's a chilling image, an entire retinue entering death together. Why would a society do this? The answer can only be that they believed that their queen would live on in some fashion after death, and therefore needed her servants to attend her. Here, at the very start of the Bronze Age, we have our powerful evidence that people took the concept of an afterlife very seriously. So seriously that they staged a grand, albeit gruesome, send-off. We're going to step back today, almost 4,000 to 5,000 years, into the Bronze Age, exploring a question that has fascinated humans for as long as we have been aware of our own mortality. It's a simple question, but it's as equally fascinating as it is frightening. What happens after death? This isn't a talk examining philosophy or talking about theology in modern senses. We're just looking at the concrete beliefs that were recorded by Bronze Age civilizations themselves, and we're not going to judge them. We're just going to talk about them. Now, we'll hear directly from the ancient texts, which we have many preserved on those clay tablets, the voices of long-dead kings, priests, and scribes, describing their hopes and fears about the world beyond the grave. Today, we're going to be doing most Bronze Age civilizations, except for China and the Indus Valley, which I want to discuss in a separate video. The talk will be structured as if you're attending a tour throughout several of these cultures: Egypt, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, the Hittites being in Anatolia, the Levant, the Canaanites, and even the Aegean, Bronze Age Greece. And we'll see if we can piece together what they really believed about the afterlife. We'll rely on primary sources, tomb inscriptions, epic poems, and mythological records, intending to let the ancient voices speak for themselves. I'll do my best to provide context so it all makes sense. But the goal is to hear these beliefs as they were understood at the time, without imposing our modern morality and interpretations upon them. By the end, I hope that you'll appreciate both the diversity and the common threads in Bronze Age afterlife beliefs. But before we dive in, let's have a quick note on chronology. When we say the Bronze Age, it spans many centuries and cultures. A timeline can be roughly given around 3300 to 1200 BC or BCE for those inclined to use the different dating conventions. Beliefs did evolve over time, within a single civilization, of course. But our approach will be thematic and cultural, rather than chronological. Also, I'd like you to keep in mind that much of the evidence is religious or royal, the beliefs of everyday farmers and laborers, the proletariat, if you're going to call them that, are a little bit harder to glimpse at, except where, of course, burial customs speak for themselves. Now, with all that said, I hope that your imaginations are ready and your minds are open. We can journey into the past and see what the Bronze Age people thought waited them beyond the grave. Before we do, I invite you to like and subscribe, share the video, and check out the Patreon or merchandise store if you are inclined to do so. Let's get nice and relaxed, and we can begin. So beginning this talk, why not begin where a lot of the interest lies? Take a walk through the field of reeds, and we'll begin with the Egyptian afterlife. When it comes to the afterlife beliefs, ancient Egypt itself offers one of the most elaborate and also optimistic visions. You'll see that the word optimistic will be, well, perhaps not repeated in the later beliefs. The Egyptians practically obsessed over life and death. It was a big deal. They built massive tombs, perfected mummification to preserve the body, and composed extensive texts to guide the soul in the hereafter. It was a very complicated process. It was all written down, all ritualized, and they were experts. Their belief system was remarkably detailed, and it remained influential for thousands of years. So we better talk about it, don't you think? One of the first things to understand is that Egyptians envisioned the afterlife as a continuation of the best aspects of life on Earth, but all of those aspects somewhat perfected. They called idyllic hereafter the field of reeds, Seket Aru, essentially a paradise that looked like the Nile Delta in full bloom, a perfect blue sky, not too hot, not too cold, everything in its place. It sounds nice, doesn't it? Kind of the place that you'd want to go. If you were scared of where the next place would be, you'd want to imagine somewhere nice like that. In fact, we have a New Kingdom tomb inscription that sums it up pretty well in beautiful detail around 1400 BC. And it goes like this. May I walk every day unceasing on the banks of my water. May my soul rest on the branches of trees which I have planted. May I refresh myself in the shadow of my sycamore. In these words, an Egyptian elite, an upperclassman, expresses the heartfelt wish to spend eternity strolling by his own beloved gardens and orchards, enjoying shade and clear water. No sickness, no aging, no death, none of that. just an eternal, idealized Egypt, his homeland forever. And this was the reward for a life well lived and a successful navigation of the trials of death. Of course, it all sounds good, but I'm afraid there's a price. One did not automatically gain entry into this paradise. Tickets were limited. The Egyptians developed a complex theology of judgment. By the time the New Kingdom, that is around 1500 BC, the dominant belief was that upon death, a person's soul, specifically their heart, which embodied the conscience, would be weighed on scales against the feather of Ma'at, the divine symbol of truth and justice. In fact, you might have seen some of the depictions in funerary papyri, like the papyrus of Hunefer. If your heart was free from the heavy weight of wrongdoing, in other words, it balanced with the feather, you were declared true of voice, ma keru. Essentially, you were vindicated, and congratulations, you were allowed to enter the eternal bliss of the afterlife. But if not, the consequences were not very good. A fearsome demoness named Amit, part crocodile, part lion, part hippopotamus, the three most fearsome animals, well, perhaps if we're discounting the snakes, would gobble up your heart, consigning you to the second death, non-existence. The prospect of annihilation was the ultimate punishment for the unjust, thrown into the void, the dustbin of life. To avoid this fate, Egyptians had to arm themselves with spells and declarations of innocence. In the famous spell number 125 of the Book of the Dead, which is also, by the way, called the Book of Going Forth by Day. Now, the Book of the Dead's a little bit more of a marketable name, I suppose. The deceased makes a negative confession, denying a list of sins before the tribunal of Osiris. For example, one would say something like, I have not stolen, I have not committed murder, I have not told lies, and so on. A remark will look into the moral code. If judges accepted these statements, and the heart test was passed, the deceased could proceed. But for Egyptians, death was not really an ending, but more of a transition, often called the westering, since bodies were buried on the west bank of the Nile where the sun set. They believed a person was composed of multiple spiritual parts, as being Ka, Ba, etc., that had to be reunified after death to form the effective spirit, the Ak. Now, I mentioned that word, the Ka. The Ka was like a vital essence that still needed nourishment, and that's why we see the food offerings in tombs and not just for decorations. And the Ba, which was often depicted as a human-headed bird, represented the individual's mobility to travel between worlds. Each day after death, the Ba soul could leave the tomb and journey with the sun god Ra across the sky, reuniting with the mummified body at night. And of course, then we come to the mummification itself. Well, that was central. You can't go past Egypt without talking about that. Preserving the body intact was important because the soul needed a second home, and had to be a nice one. As a result, Egyptians developed sophisticated embalming to prevent decay, expecting the person would use their physical form again in the next life. Tomb walls were inscribed with spells, like the earlier pyramid texts and coffin texts, the precursors to the Book of the Dead, to guide the deceased post various hazards in the afterworld, which was called the Duat. These texts can also be very dramatic, and I'll read one example. For instance, a pyramid text, the Utterance 213, from the pyramid of Unas in the 5th dynasty, proclaims to the deceased king as follows: O Unas, you have not gone dead, you have gone alive to sit on the throne of Osiris. Your scepter is in your hand, that you may give orders to the living. Give orders to those of the mysterious sights, the dead. Now here the belief is pretty explicit, don't you think? King Unas lives on after his physical death, assuming a divine throne, alongside Osiris, and even wielding authority over other beings in the netherworld. He just continues to be the king forever. In fact, Egyptian royalty often identified with Osiris, the god who himself died and was resurrected. According to myth, Osiris was a king who was murdered by his evil brother Set, only to be magically reassembled and revived by his wife and sister, by the way, Isis. Osiris became the lord of the underworld and the judge of the dead, representing the promise of new life, just as crop grows from buried seed. In fact, every deceased Egyptian was somehow likened to Osiris. Funerary texts address the dead as the Osiris, then the name. If proper rituals were done, they hoped to join Osiris's kingdom and partake in his eternal party. Sounds nice. A successful Egyptian afterlife thus had two key requirements: moral righteousness, that is, proving that one's heart is pure and upright, and proper funerary rituals to reconstitute and protect the soul. To achieve this, the living invested enormous effort. I'm sure you've seen it before. What do you think they built all that for? It wasn't for fun. Tombs were built as eternal houses, filled with goods, foods, and even texts and games. Tutankhamun, for example, was buried with clothing, chariots, weapons, and even his favorite board game of Senet, presumably to keep him entertained in eternity. I just hope he doesn't get bored of that game. Tomb inscriptions sometimes even carry curses to ward off robbers, threatening that if you disturb the one that lies within, then you'll incur the wrath of the gods, and you'll be denied your own afterlife. All this shows how real and immediate these beliefs were to the ancient Egyptians. And of course, I suppose we have the question, for those grave robbers, how many of them were really scared off by the warnings? I suppose we'll never know. But we do know that the Tutankhamun tomb was discovered completely intact by Howard Carter back in those days. I think it was 1911, something like that. Well, in summary, an Egyptian back in the Bronze Age believed that if they lived in accordance with Ma'at, this divine order, received proper burial rites and passed the judgment of Osiris, then they would wake to a transformed existence in the field of reeds, and for the rest of their days, farming, feasting, and sailing pleasantly under eternally blue skies. And of course, you'd be able to reunite with your long-lost loved ones. If you were lucky too, I suppose, you could mingle with the gods. There is one text too that cheerfully puts it: one lives eternally in the sun's presence, doing all that one had done on earth and more. It was in many ways an ethically conditioned afterlife, a reward for the virtuous. Stands in contrast to some other Bronze Age cultures, as we'll see shortly, which are interesting in their own right. So before moving on, do you have any questions about Egyptian conception? All right, keep the Egyptian vision in mind. Lush, hopeful, moral. We now shift our tone to a different picture, that of Mesopotamia, the land between the two rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates. We're going down a deeper rabbit hole now. Mesopotamia, the land of no return and the underworld of gloom. And so we depart from the sunny optimism of Egypt, arriving in Mesopotamia, ancient Sumer, Akkad, Babylonia and Assyria, where the afterlife is viewed with less enthusiasm. You see, the people of Mesopotamia, unlike the Egyptians, did not usually long for death or see it as a getaway, a blissful paradise. Instead, their earliest writings speak of a bleak and inert existence after death, a place sometimes called Irkala, or in our tongue, the land of no return. One of our richest sources on Mesopotamian afterlife belief is the Epic of Gilgamesh. That's a great heroic poem from around 2000 BC, and it even has roots with older Sumerian tales, so who knows how far it goes back. If you're not familiar with it, well, basically, the hero king Gilgamesh seeks to overcome death after his friend Enkidu passes away. But before that famous quest, we get a harrowing description of the underworld through a dream that Enkidu has. As Enkidu lies dying, he has a vision of what awaits him below. Now, quote directly from the epic. There is the house whose people sit in darkness. Dust is their food, clay their meat. They are clothed like birds with wings for covering. They see no light, sit in darkness. I entered the house of dust, and I saw the kings of the earth, their crowns put away forever, rulers and princes, all those who once wore kingly crowns and ruled the world in the days of old. They, who had stood in the place of gods, now stand like servants, fetching baked meats in the house of dust, carrying water in the midst of darkness. Now this passage conveys the Mesopotamian house of dust, a dreary underground cavern where all souls, small and great, are forced to endure an eternity of monotony. The imagery is pretty striking. These once proud kings are now just shuffling about in the dark pathetically, dressed in feathers like scrawny birds, eating dirt off the ground for food. There's no differentiation or joy. Everyone is equally miserable. Dust is their food. In other words, the dead survive on the essence of decay itself. Enkidu even mentions meeting Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, and the scribe goddess who keeps the book of the dead. The mere sight of Enkidu, a living man in this vision, causes alarm, for the underworld is strictly not for the living. Mesopotamians refer to this realm by names like Aralu, or Kur-nu-ge, a Sumerian word for the land of no return. Unlike the Egyptian field of reeds, there was simply no escape from the Mesopotamian underworld, except in extremely rare, myth-like circumstances, and certainly no shining paradise. But why would they make it like this? Why so grim? Well, one factor is the view of their gods. The Mesopotamian deities did not promise humans a happy afterlife. The best one could hope for was a sort of continuation of existence as a dim ghost, or etemu as they called it, and to at least be remembered by the living. Because, importantly, the dead were thought to retain some needs and influence. They weren't enjoying themselves, but they could often suffer more if neglected. Families were expected to make regular offerings, pour libations of water, leave bread or incense at the graves of their ancestors. If a dead person was not properly buried, or didn't receive these offerings, their spirit might become restless or angry. And if the spirit was angry, it could afflict the living with illness. So even though the underworld was unpleasant, proper burial rites and memorials were important. For example, there is one Sumerian poem where a spirit of a man returns to beg his son for a decent burial, lamenting that without one he's stuck eating scraps in the netherworld. And in Assyrio-Babylonian letters, we also find mention of the rite of Kispu, feeding and provisioning the deceased relatives so that they can stay at peace. It shows a belief that while the underworld was a very grim place, the living could kind of soften the blow of the dead's condition somewhat through offerings. Mesopotamian mythology personified death in the form of the goddess Ereshkigal. She was called the Queen of the Great Below, and her husband Nergal, or Ninurta in earlier versions. One famous myth, the descent of Inanna, or Ishtar as she is also called, recounts how the proud goddess Ishtar, or Inanna, travels to the underworld. She must pass through 7 gates, removing a piece of clothing at each, symbolizing shedding earthly attachments, until she stands completely naked before the Queen Ereshkigal. She is then struck dead and hung on a hook, a vivid metaphor for the fate of anyone entering that realm, even a deity. But later the gods arrange her revival, a rare exception, showing that resurrection was considered a divine miracle and not the norm. An interesting scene from that myth shows the fear of the dead rising too. When Ishtar threatens the gatekeeper to let her in, she says, "If you do not open the gate for me to come in, I will smash the door and shatter the bolt. I will break down the doorpost. I will raise up the dead, eating the living, and the dead will outnumber the living." This dramatic threat is pretty serious, isn't it? To unleash the dead upon the living. It shows the proper order it is for the dead to stay in their realm. A breach of that barrier would certainly be catastrophic. The living feared wandering ghosts too, which they called Giddim in Sumerian or Etemu in Akkadian, and they took as many measures to prevent it as they could. Now the myth we just discussed shows that even gods had to respect the inviolate separation of life and death. But what did an ordinary Mesopotamian expect after death? Well, in essence, it was a shadowy existence below, eternal, unless interfered with, lacking joy, but somewhat bearable, if your descendants kept remembering you with offerings. There was no final judgment or moral reckoning like in Egypt. The fate of the afterlife was democratized. Everybody went to the same dreary place. Though perhaps there were slight status distinctions. Some texts suggest that those who died violently or without proper burial suffered more. Notably, there's an old Babylonian poem called The Death of Bilgamesh, which is just another word for Gilgamesh, where Gilgamesh asks the ghost of a friend about the fate of various categories of people. The one who died with many sons, who will get many offerings, fares better than the one who died without. This reinforces the idea again. Having a family to perform those funerary rites could make your afterlife more tolerable. And we must use words like tolerable, because tolerance is all you can really hope for. As for Mesopotamian tombs, they included everyday items, pots, weapons, jewelry, quite similar to Egyptian tombs, but likely intended more as immediate grave goods rather than supplies for an eternal paradise. The grand royal tombs of Ur, as we saw, even included human sacrifices. Interestingly, Mesopotamian kings did not claim they descend to join the gods. Even the king expected to join his ancestors in the underworld. There is an Akkadian phrase, eternal life, but it usually meant lasting fame on earth. They didn't really mean a literal immortality, no matter how many people are arguing for it. And the Epic of Gilgamesh drives that home too. Another quote is, "When the gods created man, they set death as his destiny." However, there were a few nuances and evolving ideas in later periods by the Late Bronze and certainly the Iron Age, so after 1200, we see Mesopotamian text hinting at the possibility of a better fate for a few special individuals. We're talking heroes or those who are divinized after death. The legendary figure Utnapishtim, the flood survivor, like the Mesopotamian version of Noah, basically. Well, he was granted immortality by the gods and lives at the mouth of the rivers in a faraway place. But he's a very rare exception. 1 in a million. For the vast majority, the hope was not for heaven, but just for a restful oblivion. A nice little corner in the dusty abyss. So to conclude the Mesopotamian section, they believed in afterlife, but it was not one to look forward to. It was inevitable and part of the cosmic order of things, hence the focus on living a good life and having children to honor you, rather than on preparing one's soul for paradise. It's a pretty melancholic view, and it would persist in the region for centuries. Echoes of it appear in the Hebrew Bible's concept of Sheol, a pit where the dead souls languish, very much resembling the Mesopotamian underworld, just changing it up a little bit. So before moving on, once again we highlight that quick contrast. In Mesopotamia, even kings and heroes served in the afterlife. I want you to recall the line, "They who once ruled the world now carry water and baked meats in the house of dust." This resignation, death as the great equalizer, is practically the opposite of Egypt's vibrant continuation of status and joy. And keep that in mind as we travel a little bit northwest to Anatolia, the home of the Hittites, and we'll see yet another perspective. So, we now visit the Hittite civilization of Anatolia. That's in today's Turkey, which thrived in the late Bronze Age. We're talking 1700 to 1200. The Hittite belief system is interesting because it seems to be a melting pot of indigenous Hattian, Hurrian, and Indo-European elements. Their afterlife beliefs are admittedly less richly documented than Egypt or Mesopotamia, but we do have clues from royal rituals, art, and mythology. One standout feature of the Hittite royal ideology is the idea that the king, and perhaps the queen, became a god upon death. In fact, Hittite texts routinely refer to the deceased kings with the phrase, "he became a god at death." While alive, the Hittite king was appointed servant of the gods, not considered divine himself, unlike Egyptian pharaohs who were kind of like demigods, semi-divine figures on earth, but in death he joined the ranks. A modern study summarizes, Hittite kings lived as mortals and became deified. This implies that they believed in some kind of exalted afterlife, at least for royalty. The king's spirit would dwell among the gods, honored with cult and offerings. Indeed, after a king died, his successors would perform funerary rites and likely offer sacrifices to the departed king's spirit as one of the gods. How exactly did the Hittites imagine this divine afterlife for their rulers? We have a hint in the burial practices. Uniquely, Hittite royals might be cremated, unlike Egyptians who were mummified. Of course, the idea of cremating someone to an ancient Egyptian, that is an absolutely horrifying idea. But for the Hittites, that was just normal. One textual account, reconstructed from fragmentary instructions, describes the funerary ritual for a great king. His body was burned on a pyre for several days, with offerings and prayers made, and after the flames died, the remaining bones were collected, wrapped up, and buried. During these rites, the court would speak to the king's spirit, bidding them farewell and presumably acknowledging his new divine status. One line goes, it's paraphrased, "O king, you have become a god, and are going to the gods." The whole emphasis was on release, the soul leaving the earth to join the celestial or chthonic deities. Now, the Hittites worshipped a plethora of gods, we know that. The text often invoked the 1,000 gods of Hati, so we know there's at least 1,000 of them. Among these were deities of the underworld, notably the sun goddess of the earth, a female solar deity who was believed to rule the underground, separate from the sun of heaven, and a god called Lelwani, originally male, later seen as female, a deity of the underworld. They also venerated ancestor deities to some extent. It seems that the spirits of important people could be revered as a sort of minor deity after death. For example, deceased kings might have had statues or stelae where offerings were made in their memory, effectively treating them as protective ancestral spirits. As far as Hittite mythology, we unfortunately don't have an epic description of the afterlife like we do in Gilgamesh, but we do have iconography. A prime example is the rock-cut sanctuary at Yazlikaya, near the Hittite capital of Hattusa. In Chamber B of this sanctuary, there's a famous relief carving of the 12 gods of the underworld, a file of 12 identical figures wearing tall pointed hats and short tunics, marching together in procession. The presence of these gods of the underworld shows that the Hittites had a concept of a subterranean realm governed by deities, much like Mesopotamia's Ereshkigal or the later Hades of Greek tradition. The dead, presumably, went on to this realm. There isn't evidence that the average person expected a joyous afterlife. Likely the common Hittite view was somewhat closer to Mesopotamia's in that the dead became weak shades, dwelling in that mysterious dusty land of darkness. In one Hittite prayer, a queen laments her dying husband and hopes the sun goddess of earth will take him to herself and free him from pain. This suggests a belief in being gathered to the goddess's care, of course. But what about the man on the street, ordinary people? Archaeologically, both inhumation and cremation were practiced by the Hittites, and neighboring peoples too, like the Luwians. They often buried ashes or bodies along with goods, sometimes terracotta figures. It's possible that they believed in some form of the spirit surviving, but interestingly, Hittite texts also mention something somewhat grim. If certain taboos were broken, these gods of the underworld might punish the living with misfortune, plague, or anything else they could come up with. This indicates that the dead and the underworld gods could influence the living, an incentive to perform proper funerary rituals and respect ancestors. So in summary, I suppose Hittite afterlife beliefs straddle a line. On one hand, they had no elaborate paradise like Egypt, and likely shared the broader Near Eastern view of a gloomy underworld for most. But on the other hand, their kings expected apotheosis, that is, becoming gods, and religious emphasis was placed on ensuring that the dead were cared for, so that they wouldn't disturb the living. Proper ritual had to be kept. The Hittite civilization fell around 1200 BC with the Bronze Age collapse, leaving us with many uncertain details. But later Anatolian cultures, like the Phrygians and Lydians, would continue some of these ideas of hero cults and honoring tombs. I suppose we'll have to wait until we dig something else out of the ground. Let's just hope that we can find some Hittite version of the Epic of Gilgamesh or something like that. I won't hold my breath. But if I wake up one morning to a news story saying that they've found something, guess who's making a new video on the Hittites? So, moving on from Anatolia, let's go a little bit south, and we'll find ourselves firmly within the Levant, among the Canaanite people. And like everyone else, they had their own intriguing take on death's domain. Shades of Canaan and the Feast of Rephaim. In the Bronze Age Levant, we're talking regions including modern Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Jordan, people such as the Canaanites also believed in an underworld and a continuing existence of the dead. Thanks to texts from the city-state Ugarit around 1300 BC, we have a pretty good insight into West Semitic beliefs. Ugarit in modern Syria left behind clay tablets with myths and rituals in a Canaanite tongue, shedding light on how these people conceptualized life after death. The general Canaanite term for the realm of the dead was similar to others. In later Hebrew, it's Sheol, and Ugaritic might have had Apuku or Arse, terms for the underworld. It was seen as a shadowy place below, ruled by the god Mot, that is, the word for death. Mot is featured in the Ugaritic Baal cycle as an insatiable power who even drags the mighty storm god Baal into his maw, causing the land's fertility to cease until Baal is rescued. When describing Baal's demise, the texts have Mot saying that he churned Baal in his jaws like a piece of olive paste, graphic imagery of death as a devourer. So clearly, the underworld was not thought of as a very pleasant place to be, rather as a insatiable, hungry abyss. More enlightening are the Ugaritic ritual texts that show how ancestors, particularly the dead kings, were venerated. In one text, sometimes called the Rephaim text, we see the king performing rites for the illustrious dead. The word Rephaim is used for these departed heroes or kings gone. A portion of the funerary liturgy for the recently deceased King Nikmadu III of Ugarit goes like this, in an admittedly summarized translation. The priest invokes the assembly of the mighty dead, Rapa Umma, calling on the ancient kings by name to attend. There is then a call for mourning. Even the king's throne and footstool are said to weep symbolically. The sun goddess Shapash, who in Canaanite belief has the role of traversing the underworld at night, is invoked to guide the king's soul. According to analysis, this text invokes the Rapiumma, the noble dead, with two former kings mentioned by name, and it calls for the mourning of the king's throne, and invokes the sun god Shapshu. The deceased king is then escorted to the underworld by these earlier kings, the Rephaim. We see here a belief that when a new king dies, the spirits of previous kings rise, figuratively, of course, to greet him and guide him to join their fellowship. It's almost like a formal induction, a handshake meeting, welcome to the group in an ancestral hall of fame down there in the underworld. But what's particularly interesting is that the Rephaim are described in Ugarit and later traditions as demigod-like or even heroic dead who still have power. Ugaritic incantations portray them riding chariots or attending feasts in the underworld. One Ugaritic invocation meal calls the Rephaim to drink wine with the living king, indicating a ritual communication and unity between the living and dead royals. So really, for the Canaanites, the afterlife was not just gloom, it wasn't that bad. It also had the aspect of joining one's ancestors in a sort of continual community. The average person likely became a weak shade. Well, this is mut in Ugarit, akin to the Hebrew met, meaning dead one. But the honored dead, and especially the kings, could be venerated. Perhaps similar how in Catholic tradition saints are dead humans basically revered and entreated, raised to godlike status almost. At Ugarit, the dead kings were even called Ilnim, gods in some contexts, implying a form of ancestor deification. However, there was no promise of bliss or reward for good behavior, at least none that we know of. Mortality, or morality rather, in life wasn't explicitly tied to afterlife outcome in the text that we have. Instead, status and proper rites, they were the most important. Dying without proper burial or without any descendants to perform the proper rites was a feared misfortune, just like in Mesopotamia. Curses on tombs from this region and later Phoenician inscriptions threaten anybody who disturbs the grave by being cut off from these offerings, implying that that is certainly a terrible fate for the soul. We also have mention that the Canaanites, like their neighbors, imagined the underworld as physically below and often associated westward sunset. The Hebrew Bible, which, though Iron Age, I will admit, preserves some of the Bronze Age heritage, it uses phrases like gathered to one's people for death, reflecting the idea of joining one's ancestors in Sheol. For instance, when biblical Jacob dies, it's said that he was gathered to his people, a peaceful phrasing. But the same text also called the underworld a land of silence and darkness, when nobody praises God at all. And this is very much in line with the earlier Mesopotamian view. An interesting little tidbit as well. Just to go a little bit forward, in the Bible, the first book of Samuel, King Saul has a medium conjure the spirit of the prophet Samuel from Sheol. Samuel's ghost appears wearing a robe and complains of being disturbed. The story, though it is later, echoes the older Near Eastern ideas that ghosts could be summoned and that they were ordinarily at rest, residing in the shadowy earth below. So to sum things up for the Levant, Bronze Age Canaanites believed the dead lived on as shades in the underworld. Without proper rituals, one could keep them content. With powerful rites, you could even perhaps consult with them, if you knew what you were doing. The most illustrious dead, like kings, might partake in a grand assembly of ancestral spirits like the Rephaim, almost like an honored society in the afterlife. But there was no heaven or hell concept, not as rewards or punishments. Those ideas would only develop later, influenced by other religions and the Iron Age philosophical shifts. They did have a fear of even worse fate from the normal underworld, being unburied or being forgotten, and that meant restlessness and misery for the soul. Conversely, being remembered through offspring and ritual could ensure a sort of immortality of name and a seat at the feasts of the Rephaim. So now, we make the final stop on our journey through Bronze Age, and it's the Bronze Age Aegean and early Greece. And we're going to see another perspective that later evolves into what is more familiar when we think of Greek religion and spirituality, Hades and Elysium, these kinds of things. Bronze Age Aegean, and early Greek beliefs, Hades and beyond. So in the late Bronze Age, we're talking 1600 to 1100 BCE, do remember there is a little bit of overlap between the traditional collapse theories. The Greek-speaking Mycenaeans dominated the Aegean region, and they left us with spectacular tombs, like the beehive-shaped Toulos tombs and the rich grave goods, gold masks, weapons, jewelry from sites like Mycenae and Pylos. Unfortunately, there's almost no written records about their beliefs. Their linear B tablets, that is the name of their writing, mostly record inventories, which is not as fun. So to understand what Bronze Age Aegean people believed about the afterlife, we have a bit of a challenging task. We have to combine archaeological evidence with later Greek literature that likely preserves the earlier traditions, albeit a little bit more developed. Mycenaean tombs show that they, just like others, believed in equipping the dead for another life. For example, the famous Mask of Agamemnon, a gold funeral mask and other grave goods from Grave Circle A at Mycenae. They suggest an expectation that the dead chief or king might need his wealth and status symbols beyond death. They also practice funerary feasts and possibly hero cults at tombs, a practice that of course became explicit in Iron Age Greece, where communities would honor the tomb of legendary ancestors or heroes with offerings, believing of course that spirit still had power. When we turn to literature, the earliest writings are the Homeric epics, the Iliad, the Odyssey, and they were roughly 8th century BCE, which likely crystallized older oral tales that go back to the Bronze Age. Homer presents a rather bleak afterlife for ordinary mortals, quite in line with the Near Eastern model. Not exactly, but it's certainly 90% there. In the Odyssey, Odysseus travels to the underworld in Book 11 and converses with dead. The realm, Hades, named after its god Hades, or in earlier Greek is actually called Aidonius, is depicted as a misty, sunless place beyond the river ocean at the edge of the world. There, the psyche, soul, of the dead flits about like a shadow. Notably, the dead lack strength or pleasure. They can only become conscious when they drink blood. Odysseus sacrifices animals so the shades can drink and temporarily regain memory and speech to talk to him. And it's there that Odysseus meets the ghost of Achilles. You know the one, from Troy, the greatest hero of the Bronze Age Trojan War. Achilles had a choice in life: die young with glory, or live long in obscurity. Guess what he chose? He chose the glory. Yet, it didn't quite work out. In Hades, Achilles utters one of the most quoted lines about the grimness of death. He tells Odysseus, "No winning words about death to me, shining Odysseus. Better to be a lowly serf plowing for a poor man on earth than to be a king of all these lifeless dead." In other words, Achilles said that he would rather be the most impoverished laborer than the king of the underworld. This starkly communicates the Greek heroic view. Life, any life, is sweet, and death is cheerless and a miserable state. Achilles in Homer's underworld has no joy from all these honors. In fact, he laments the state of being an insubstantial shadow. It is a belief that is very much continuous with the earlier Bronze Age ideas that we have discussed. An afterlife is just a sorry reflection of life. However, Greek myth also offered some different fates. Exceptional individuals might get a different afterlife. Even in the Odyssey's underworld scene, Odysseus is told that his own father-in-law Menelaus, the husband of Helen, will not die and go to Hades like a normal man. Instead, because he is the son-in-law of Zeus, he will be sent to the Elysian plain at the ends of the earth, quote, where life is easiest for men. Here's that prophecy from the Odyssey. But for yourself, Menelaus, fostered by Zeus, it is not ordained that you should die in Argos. The immortals will convey you to the Elysian plain at the ends of the earth, where dwells fair-haired Rhadamanthus, and where life is easiest for men. There is no snow, nor storm, nor rain there, only ever-blowing breezes from Oceanus to cool mankind. For you are wed to Helen, the daughter of Zeus. It's a pretty remarkable passage, don't you think? It shows that by Homer's time, likely reflecting that Bronze or early Iron Age ideas, that the Greeks had a concept of Elysium, an otherworldly paradise reserved for a blessed few, in this case Menelaus, due to his connection to the gods. Earlier, though, Hesiod, 7th century BC, drawing on older myths, wrote that the heroes of the age before him, even after death, went to live eternally in the Isles of the Blessed, enjoying a carefree existence under the rule of Kronos. So there was an evolving notion that heroes or those favored by the gods could bypass the common lot and find a heaven-like afterward. But, unfortunately, the common man just doesn't get that good a deal. For the ordinary Mycenaean, the afterlife was probably thought of just going to Hades' realm. Some might have called it simply the below. Proper burial was extremely important. We see in the Iliad the insistence on burying the dead even during war, the truce to bury the dead, the outrage when Achilles initially withholds Hector's corpse. Those 2 points really drive it home. There's a poignant scene. The ghost of Patroclus appears to Achilles, pleading for burial so he can enter the afterlife. The scene goes like this. You sleep and have forgotten me, Achilles. Not in life were you unmindful of me, but in death. Bury me with all speed that I may pass the gates of Hades. The spirits keep me away, nor let me join them beyond the river. I wander aimlessly through Hades' house. Patroclus' spirit literally begs for his funeral rites, because until his body is burned and buried, his soul is in limbo, unable to be admitted fully into the community of the dead. Achilles, deeply moved, of course performs the cremation and burial, after which Patroclus will finally be at his rest. The Greek belief that without a proper burial the soul finds no peace is identical to the beliefs in Mesopotamia and Canaan. It reinforces the universality of the concern for funeral rites in the Bronze Age world. Tombs from the Greek Bronze Age reflect an idea of an ancestral or familial afterlife as well. Multiple burials in a single tomb, suggesting family members would sleep with each other. Funerary art on later geometric period Greek vases shows us scenes of mourning and perhaps the deceased riding a chariot to the afterlife. In any case, the continuity between the Mycenaean practices and the later Greek tradition is very strong. Thus, the Greek afterlife belief in the Bronze Age likely was as follows. All souls go to the underworld, ruled by Hades and Persephone, a dark echo of life where existence is a faint shadow of what it used to be. Only a rare hero could hope for a special divine grace, and that idea probably grew over time, especially as mystery religions and Orphic ideals emerged in the first millennium BC, promising enlightenment and a better life after death. Just one more thing to note. The hero cult. By the end of the early Bronze Age, or the start of the Iron Age, Greeks would sometimes treat a legendary Bronze Age tomb as a holy site. For example, the tombs at Mycenae might have been continually revered. the honored dead, the heroes, were thought to possibly protect their community if they were appeased. This is like to the ancestor veneration we saw elsewhere, but focused on cultural heroes rather than personal ancestors. So, despite regional variations, certain themes are nearly universal in the Bronze Age. The dead continue to exist, in one way or another. Proper burial and rituals are crucial. The afterlife is often under the earth, and the living can impact the dead's well-being, and vice versa if you're not careful. In none of these cultures do we see a fully articulated system of heaven and hell based on moral judgment, except Egypt, which had the seeds of that idea in the Hall of Judgment, and possibly the annihilation of the wicked. Most Bronze Age people instead expected a single fate for all, with perhaps some degree in comfort, death being the great equalizer. It's fascinating also to note how these beliefs set the stage for later religious developments. For example, ideas of moral judgment and paradise or hell would later appear in Zoroastrianism. Oh, I'm going to make some videos about that soon too. And much later in Christianity and Islam. One can trace a line of evolution, certainly. It all seems to rhyme, with Egypt's feather of Mart and the concept of Elysium. Well, they were early steps. But, as requested, we've stuck to how Bronze Age people themselves describe the beliefs without later interpretation. We can't look at everything in hindsight. We just take it as it comes. So to conclude, I want you to have a little image in your head. Think of an Egyptian noble and a Mesopotamian merchant having a conversation together in the afterlife, kind of a cosmic tavern where all of these cultures can meet. The Egyptian might say, "My friend, why do you sit here in the dark eating dust all day? Come to the field of reeds instead. The beer is sweet and the barley grows tall." The Mesopotamian ghost might shrug his shoulders and reply, "This is just how it is for us. At least my son gave me a proper burial. I have a few crumbs of bread to be thankful for that." Meanwhile, a Hittite king's spirit passes by, perhaps on his way to consult with the gods, and a Canaanite ancestral chief raises a toast from the cup of remembrance his descendants had left him. And from somewhere, the Greek Achilles mutters, "I'd rather be a plowman alive than rule among the dead." Each culture, in its own way, tried to come to terms with the great mystery of death. That, I suppose, we may never solve. They built the foundations of the afterlife on conceptions that would echo through history, and that's proved by the fact that we're talking about it 5,000 years later. So thank you, and I will wish you always to walk in that beautiful field of reeds. In a Sumerian city, around 2500 BCE, a ziggurat temple towers above the mud brick houses, its people looking up at the terrace gleaming in the sun. What happens inside this sacred compound each day? Today, we'll find out. We will explore together how the Sumerians, one of the earliest urban civilizations to exist, worshipped their gods through elaborate temple rituals, devoted priesthoods, and daily acts of reverence. But Sumerian worship was not a casual affair. It was the central duty of a deeply pious society. According to an ancient maxim, reverence begets favor, sacrifice prolongs life, and prayer atones for guilt. It was this belief that underpinned every offering and every hymn. And so by examining their rituals, temples, and priests, we can gain an insight into a civilization whose entire worldview was centered on serving the divine. But before we go deeper, consider this. Why did the Sumerians invest so much in worship? The answer lies in their cosmology and sense of purpose. You see, the Sumerians believed that humans were created to take care of the gods' material needs on Earth. In return, the gods would sustain the world with order, fertility, and protection. Therefore, the system of worship was not merely just a pious exercise. It was humanity fulfilling its role within the cosmos. And with that in mind, how about we go together through those ruined temple gates and try to piece together from the evidence that we have left how Sumerian devotion was carried out. But first, I'll welcome you to the channel. For those new coming, good to meet you. Those returning, thanks for coming back. And those who have not subscribed yet, I invite you to do so along with liking the video. Thank you once again to those who have checked out the merch store and supported on the Patreon. Now, let us begin. In every Sumerian city-state, the Grand Temple complex stood at the center, both physically and spiritually. In fact, the Sumerians called a temple a house, quite literally, God's house. These temples began as simple one-room shrines, up on raised platforms. But over the centuries, things evolved. They changed. They grew into large multi-room sanctuaries atop terrace bases. By the late 3rd millennium BCE, many temples were built on stepped pyramid towers, but we don't call them pyramids in this context. We call them ziggurats. They're a little bit different, the iconic form of Mesopotamian architecture. I'm sure you've seen them before. A famous example is the great ziggurat of Ur, a massive staged tower dedicated to the moon god Nana, built around 2100 BC by King Ur-Nammu. Climbing its stairways was a symbolic ascent toward the divine realm. But why would they bother building temples so high? What's the point of it? It's certainly hard work, so there better be a good reason. Well, they likely felt that an elevated, imposing structure befit a god's abode served as a bridge between heaven and earth. One ancient temple hymn describes a sanctuary as, quote, a great crown reaching heaven, whose foundation is fastened on the Abzu, that is, the deep waters below. The temple connected cosmic domains, sky, earth, and the underworld, and that made it the perfect meeting point for the humans and the gods. Its architecture often reflected this cosmic role. For example, the temple of Enki at Eridu was associated with the Abzu, that freshwater abyss, while Enlil's temple in Nippur was called E-Kur, House of the Mountain, anchoring heaven and earth. Inside the temple complex, there were courtyards, storerooms, kitchens, living quarters for priests, and even workshops, completely self-contained, everything you'd need. The most sacred area was the inner sanctuary. That was where the statue of the god resided, or lived. Ordinary people might only enter the outer courtyard at best, but the innermost chapel was usually accessible only to the high priest or the priestess, and perhaps select clergy. As far as archaeological remains, well, they show altars and offering tables, and the texts mention doors sealed with locks or clay seals each night, protecting the holy space from any unwanted guests. I'm sure there was plenty of curious people trying to look through the cracks of the doors, one can imagine. And so the temple truly was a house, not just in name. I mean, it had bedrooms, kitchen, and even bathrooms for the divine resident, believe it or not. And it was all carefully maintained by those devoted priests. To support these houses of the gods, each temple owned land, herds, orchards, and workshops. It wasn't a cheap operation. They had to pay for it somehow. Think of a temple as kind of like a large estate, or a small, walled-off city within a larger city. Fields were cultivated for the god. Livestock was raised, with the produce being bought as offerings. The temple of a major deity could control vast resources and workers. For example, the temple of the goddess Inanna in Uruk had its own weaving workshops and storehouses, while the temple of Ningursu in Lagash managed extensive irrigation works. Irrigation works that were quite advanced for the time. I mean, we are talking early Bronze Age. But before the rise of kings, many Sumerian city-states were essentially governed from the temple, a system that you can pretty much equate with a theocratic rule. The city's chief priest, as we will discuss later on, functioned as both a religious and also an administrative leader, ensuring the temple's economic health, which in turn sustained the populace. So pretty much, the temple was the heart of worship and the heartbeat of the city's economy and governance until later periods where things would change somewhat. At the core of Sumerian worship was the belief that the god literally dwelt in the temple in the form of a cult statue, a sacred icon. The statue was not a mere representation, it was a seat for the deity's presence. Though it's important to mention that the Sumerians acknowledged that the god was not bound to it. It wasn't like he was stuck in the statue and couldn't leave. It was typically made of wood and adorned with gold and precious stones. The statue stood on an altar or in a niche in the sanctuary. Before it, offerings were presented, prayers recited, as if in the very presence of the god or goddess themselves, speaking directly. So how did a wooden statue become the living embodiment of a god? Well, that answer lies in special consecration rituals. When a new idol was made, priests performed ceremonies, known in later Mesopotamian tradition as the washing of the mouth and the opening of the mouth. In these rites, they usually animated the statue somewhat, purifying it with water and incantations, opening its eyes and mouth to receive life. Although our records of these rituals come from slightly later sources, I mean, we're talking Assyrian and Babylonian periods, scholars do believe that similar practices existed in Sumer. Once, quote, brought to life, the statue was believed to be a kind of host for the deity's essence. From that moment, the god required all the care that a living sovereign would need. Every day, the god's needs had to be met: food, drink, clothing, hygiene, even entertainment. And so, imagine as dawn breaks, the priests enter the sanctuary, perhaps whispering some prayers as they unseal the doors. They might ring a small bell or play a musical cue to wake the deity. First things first, light meal offerings to break the god's fast from the night. In a typical major temple, a full kitchen staff was on hand. Cooks and bakers who prepared bread, beer, and roasted meats from the temple's own flocks. Fruits, dates, and honey from temple orchards, and fresh milk from the herds might be laid on the offering table. These were presented to the statue with a solemn ceremony. A priestly officiant would present each item, speaking a formulaic prayer, and perhaps ring a libation vessel or raise his hands in homage. But do we think that Sumerians literally believed the statue ate this food? They understood that the god consumed the essence of the offering, not the physical substance itself. After being ritually offered, the food and drink were removed, typically to be distributed to the temple staff or the poor. In a sense, it was a divine meal that fed the humans as well, reinforcing the god's role in sustaining the community. Think of it kind of like you give it to the god perhaps takes what he needs of the nutrition from it, and then the rest goes back to the people. However, the care for the statue went beyond food. Temple records indicate that the statue was dressed in fine garments, which were also changed regularly. You couldn't leave him in the same clothes, of course. Just as a king would don regal attire, the god's idol wore linen or wool robes, sometimes dyed in sacred colors or embroidered. Jewels, crowns, and other regalia adorned the figure, and yes, the statue was bathed and anointed with oils. Of course it was. The Sumerians had to treat their god as an honored, living guest in the house. And we do have one remarkable text from later periods of Mesopotamia called the Hymn of the Washing of Nana. It describes the washing of the hands and mouth of the god statue each morning with pure water from the Euphrates, accompanied by hymns. We can imagine a Sumerian priest gently wiping the gold-covered face of the idol, murmuring blessings as if attending to a royal personage. Each night, after the evening offerings, the god was ceremonially put to rest. In some temples, the innermost sanctuary might even have a bed or a special retreat for the statue. In Babylonian temples of later periods, the deity's statue was said to retire to a bedchamber on top of the ziggurat, the penthouse, I suppose. In Sumerian times, temples like the ziggurat at Ur featured a room at the summit, which could have been a symbolic marital chamber for the god and his consort, or for the ritual of sacred marriage, which we will get to. So as night fell, priests might sing lullabies or play soothing music. Indeed, some temple staff were elegists, tasked with singing laments or calm songs to soothe the deity. A kind of lullaby, that sort of thing. Who knows, maybe the deity had his own version of ASMR historian, telling him little stories of older times as he drifts off to sleep. Who knows? The sanctity of the cult statue meant that access was of course highly restricted. They couldn't let any old riffraff in. This isn't the bloody fleece and firkin after all. Only ritual pure priests could come near. One ancient hymn dramatically warns the faithful, "Draw near, man, to the house of Kesh, but do not draw near." A repeated caution that although the temple invites worship, only the worthy may approach its divine inhabitant. This aura of mystery surely inspired awe in worshippers too. On festival days, when the statue was brought out in procession, crowds might finally see the golden visage of their god, usually hidden deep in that forbidden shrine. And so imagine the impact of that moment. The god himself emerging from the temple, carried on a big altar by the priests, shimmering in gold, preceded by musicians and incense bearers. A procession like this would have been pretty rare, and of course pretty sacred. It reinforced that the everyday presence of the god remained inside the temple, in that silent inner sanctum. So who exactly was in charge of these demanding rituals and guarding those sacred spaces? A whole hierarchy of priests and priestesses. They were the ones that made the whole Sumerian worship system possible. In early Sumer, before 2500 BC that is, city-states did not yet have separate secular rulers. Instead, the cities were simply governed by the priest kings. These leaders, often titled En, meaning lord or high priest, or Ensi, the city governor or priest king, were considered chief intermediaries with the patron gods. The En of Uruk, for example, was essentially the high priest of Inanna, responsible for her worship and the city's well-being under her gaze. Over time, as military lugals, or kings, took power, the roles seemed to have split. The kings, well, they were in charge of warfare and secular administration, but they still took great care to legitimize themselves through temple building and ritual. They appointed high priests or priestesses to lead the cult on their behalf. So let's first focus on the priestly officers themselves. At the top of the temple administration might be an Ennu or Sangu, temple administrator priest, and specialized priests under them. Each deity's cult had a high priest, who was male, or a high priestess, female. For instance, the moon god Nana at Ur had an Entu priestess at the head of his cult. One famous holder of that office was Enheduanna, the daughter of King Sargon of Akkad himself. He's pretty famous, by the way. Enheduanna, around 2300 BC, is renowned as the first named author in history. She composed hymns and served as high priestess of Nana, bridging religious devotion and royal politics. And her role shows that women could hold a very high status in Sumerian religion, directing large temple staffs and ceremonies. The title Entu also carried prestige, often translated as high priestess, and such a woman would participate in the most important rituals, including possibly the sacred marriage rite as the human representative of the goddess. Beneath the high priest and priestesses was a diverse cadre of clergy. Some were ritual specialists, ecomiasts, song leaders who chanted praise hymns, lamentation priests who recited laments and prayers of supplication, and even musicians who busied themselves playing lyres, harps, horns, and drums during worship. In fact, in Lagash, records from the Ur-III period note an astonishing 62 lamentation priests, accompanied by 180 singers and instrumentalists for temple ceremonies. Basically an entire orchestra employed in divine service, all for the little wooden statue. And he didn't even clap when they were finished. Well, other priests served practical roles in the temple household. Cooks to prepare offerings, butchers to ritually slaughter the sacrificial animals, bathers to wash and anoint the god statue, and of course gatekeepers to guard the doors. Couldn't do without them. Then of course they had the scribes to record the temple's income and outlays. The temple was like a palace. The priests, the royal servants of the god. But it was hard to get into. You couldn't just rock up and hand in your resume and get a job as a priest. You had to go through lengthy training. But even so, many positions were hereditary, passed from father to son, mother to daughter, creating families of priests who served for generations. Purity laws governed their lives. For instance, before performing rituals, a priest might have to abstain from certain foods or sexual activity for a time and cleanse themselves thoroughly with water. In fact, we have evidence that priests wore specific garments, like linen robes and headbands while on duty, to mark their sacred status. A priest's day was filled with busy tasks. At dawn they would open the shrine, light oil lamps and torches inside, burn fresh incense, and begin the first round of prayers. All this had to be done exactly by the book. Any mistakes might offend the god, and you wouldn't want him to be offended. Sumerian temple inscriptions sometimes list penalties for errors in ritual, highlighting how seriously precision was taken. And I should also mention that priestesses and other female participants, well, in addition to high priestesses like Enheduanna, there were orders of women dedicated to the gods, including temple singers and caretakers. Some women served as Naditu, and in later periods these were cloistered women of a deity, though more common in Babylonian times, and possibly earlier equivalents existed too. In the early city of Uruk, a legendary hero, Gilgamesh's father, was said to be a priest and his mother a priestess of Ninsun, suggesting priestly families. Women likely took part in preparing offerings and weaving sacred garments for the gods. A hymn from Enheduanna's temple hymn collection praises the dedication of Nindingir, a priestess, who makes the ephod-like garment for the goddess. So, the priesthood, while hierarchically organized, sure, was a community unto itself, with both men and women contributing to the god's service in equal but different roles. The authority of priests extended beyond the temple walls. They were seen as mediators, not only between the people and the gods, but also custodians of tradition and learning. Wise men and women, this kind of thing. Sumerian schools, called edubas for scribes, were often attached to the temples too, and many priests were learned in mathematics and astronomy, since maintaining the calendar of festivals and timing rituals depended on celestial observation. When people sought divine guidance, it was the priests who performed divination, inspecting the liver of a sacrificed sheep or casting lots and interpreting omens. Through these acts they delivered the god's message to kings and commoners alike. Thus priests stood at the nexus of religion, governments, and knowledge in Sumerian society. All in all, they were pretty important. But religious life in Sumer revolved around daily rituals as much as it did the grand festivals. You couldn't just wait for the yearly or seasonal big party to show your piety. Every single day, from sunrise to sunset, and even through the night, the temple conducted a cycle of worship to sustain and please the gods. The regularity was crucial. The Sumerians believed that neglecting even a day could displease a deity and upset the order of the cosmos. An old Mesopotamian commentary stresses that, quote, every day the sacrifice was offered, accompanied by a special ritual. But what do you mean, the sacrifice? What do you mean, the ritual? Well, let's try and use those sources and a little bit of imagination to piece together what a typical day's worship would be like. Before dawn, the chief priest or an assistant would purify the sanctuary. This might involve sweeping the floors, sprinkling water, that is, symbolically cleansing with water from the Euphrates or the Tigris considered pure, and renewing protection by burning juniper resin or incense. As the sun rose, they broke the seal on the shrine doors. Temple doors could be sealed with clay each night to ensure no one entered except the god's spirit. Upon entering, the priests likely prostrated themselves before the deity's statue. An ancient text does note that worshippers would kneel or even lie flat, and then rise with hands raised in adoration. This gesture of raising hands was pretty standard for greeting the god each day, and thus they would greet the deity with hymns and chants. Following the greeting came the offerings of food and drink. In a large temple, offerings might occur multiple times a day, that is morning, midday, evening, kind of like a breakfast, lunch, and tea arrangement, but for spiritual nourishment. So let's focus on the morning offering. Fresh bread, dates, and beer, those staples of the Sumerian diet and pretty much the broader Near East Bronze Age diet. Well, they were all brought in on trays. Now, beer was a common offering. Indeed, a special brewer priest might have overseen the fermentation of barley beer for the god. Meat from an overnight or early morning animal sacrifice could be included. A prime cut of a bull or a lamb roasted over the temple hearth, yielding an aroma the texts call the pleasing scent for the gods. Milk, butter, and cheese from the temple cows, well, that might be also placed in bowls. And of course, water and wine if available. Each item was presented with a recitation. A priest might say, "O Inanna," or whichever god, "accept this bread, the bounty of your land," indicating that it was given in the god's honor. Of course, you can't have a honoring of the gods without music. Temple musicians played lyres and harps. Sometimes a temple hymn was sung as the food was displayed. In fact, specific hymns coexisted for different times of the day. We have discovered some cuneiform tablets with musical notations and hymnic songs, for example, the Kesh Temple Hymn, which is one of the oldest known, about 2600 BC, not only praises the temple's architecture, but also references music, stating the wild bull's horn was made to growl, the tiki drum to thud during ceremonies. Well, after that offering, there was a moment of prayer, or perhaps silent communion. The priest might step back and leave the food for a short time, allowing the deity to absorb its essence. Then they would ritually lift the dishes and remove them. Of course, nothing went to waste. Temple records showed that after the gods were done with the food, the remainder of the food, which was, well, all of it, was appointed to the clergy, with certain portions possibly given to widows, orphans, or poorer citizens, depending on the temple's charity. In this way, the god's bounty flowed back to the community. It's been described as, by Thorkild Jacobson, the temple staff were effectively the god's household servants, ensuring that the god was well fed and content. Sumerians saw this as humanity doing its divinely assigned duty. Later in the day, smaller offerings or libations might be made. Incense was burned periodically to refresh the atmosphere of the sanctum. The statue might be tended again, perhaps fanned to keep cool in summer, or warmed with coals in winter. One text from Babylon actually mentions warming a deity with a brazier in colder months. In the evening, a substantial offering was made, pretty much like a big dinner, the main event of the day. This could coincide with the time of sunset, a symbolic closure of the day. Afterward came a ritual putting of the god to bed. The priests would recite hymns of praise and closure. We have references to lullaby-like hymns, or even evening prayers in cuneiform literature. For example, a lullaby for a baby god, or the soothing of the heart for a goddess with music. They likely undressed any ceremonial garments on the statue to a more simple attire for the evening, or perhaps covered the statue with a veil. Lamps were extinguished, and the sanctuary was closed, sealed up until the next morning. One intriguing detail: temples often had a richly decorated bed or couch for a god and his spouse. In Ur, the ziggurat complex included the House of Great Light, interpreted as a place where the moon god Nana spent the night with his wife Ningal. Texts speak of escorting the god to the bedchamber. Indeed, an ancient Babylonian letter describes how in one city the people would consecrate the couch of the god, and the god will enter the bedchamber. On the fourth day, the god will return to his temple. This indicates a ritual where the statue was moved to a special bedroom for the festival night. In Sumerian times, similar practices may have existed during festival nights, especially at New Year or other fertility festivals, as we'll see with the sacred marriage ritual. Thus, from morning's first light to the dead of the evening, the gods were attended without cease. An observer would note that not a single day went by without prayers, offerings, and songs resounding from deep within the temple precinct. But don't just boil the worship down to a matter of physical offerings. It was also performed through words and sound, and the Sumerians left behind a rich corpus of prayers, hymns, and incantations that give us a pretty good look into their devotional life. Many of these texts were likely recited or sung in the temples by priests and choir members, often accompanied by musical instruments. So, if we do engage in a little bit of speculation and imagination, it's entirely within the context of these hymns that are left behind. But we'll try to keep it as strictly academic as we can, while keeping it kind of fun for you. One category of text is the temple hymn, exemplified by the Kesh temple hymn and a collection of 42 hymns attributed to Enheduanna, that aforementioned daughter of Sargon of Akkad. These were poetic praises for individual temples and their deities that lived within. For example, Enheduanna composed hymns for temples all across Sumer, praising their grandeur and the god's glory. A temple hymn would typically enumerate the temple's features: house of splendor, bedecked with jewels, standing tall, and Lord the deity, i.e., words like, O house of Enlil, your lord is the prince of all lands, things like this. They're pretty common openings and endings for these sorts of hymns. But of course, they would also end with a plea for continued divine favor. These hymns could be chanted during rituals of temple dedication, or at regular services rather, to reaffirm the sanctity of the place. In fact, the Kesh hymn ends with a refrain inviting but cautioning approach. As we already mentioned that praise be to well-built Kesh, draw near but do not draw near. A kind of poetic paradox device may have been recited to onlookers at the temple threshold, instilling some kind of reverence. So Sumerian religious ceremonies also heavily featured music. From clay tablets and depictions, we know they had harps, lutes, lyres, pipes, drums, and rattles. Hymns were likely sung by a choir of priests or priestesses. And so imagine that echo of a chorus in a high vaulted hall singing the praise of Inanna. Inanna, great light of heaven, excellent is your glory, and so on. It must have been pretty mesmerizing, don't you think? Certain hymns were possibly call and response, or had refrains from the congregation to hum along with it. The use of instruments like the harp and the drum, called the balag and oud respectively, are often mentioned in texts, indicating that structured musical liturgy was a hallmark of Sumerian worship. One text describes a performance actually. The Alga instrument thunders. The drum and cymbals accompany the hymn. These auditory elements helped create an immersive spiritual experience, much as organ music or choral singing might do for us in a modern-day cathedral. It just adds to the atmosphere. But aside from praise, Sumerians also engaged in prayers of petition and, of course, lament. People in need might come to the temple to present prayers for healing, mercy, or perhaps the god's intervention in some kind of crisis, an illness, drought, or perhaps even an eclipse. However, as the Metropolitan Museum's Ira Spar had noted, ordinary people usually prayed to personal gods at home, since the direct contact with the great deities was managed by priests. But still, there were times when laypersons would join public prayers or processions. It was in those moments that everyone might recite a common supplication. For example, during a city's collective mourning, let's say, I don't know, after some disaster, a drought, something like this, the temple's lamentation priests would chant dirges, and the people would chime in with refrains perhaps like, "Oh, my city, when will it rise again?" And actually, we have proper Sumerian lamentations that were used in rituals. A famous set are the city laments, etc., the laments for Ur, which mourn the destructions of cities and temples by invaders, or by the god's wrath. These laments were likely performed with harps and voices crying out by the priests to appease the gods and invite them to return and make things right again. One moving excerpt from a city lament, paraphrased, of course, says, "The smoke of incense no longer rises in the holy places. The offerings have ceased. The voice of prayer has fallen silent in the ruined temple." Doesn't sound very good. Certainly lives up to its name as a lament. And such lines tell us what an ideal temple sounded like, full of incense, smoke, offerings, and voice, by highlighting their absence as such a tragedy. The emotional power of these laments was a form of worship through sorrow, I suppose, acknowledging the god's absence and begging them to come back to their homes in the temple. But there were also incantations, specialized spoken rituals often for protective or healing purposes. If someone was ill or believed a demon was afflicting them, pretty common belief back then, a priest, often called an ashipu or a healer, would recite incantations, invoking gods to drive out the evil. While these might not be worship in a celebratory sense, they were part of religious practice. An incantation might address a god like Enki or a healing goddess like Gula, praising their power and asking for help. For example, a priest might chant something like, "Enki, lord of the deep, wise among gods, your waters bring life, cleanse this illness." Rituals could involve symbolic actions too, burning a doll that represented demon, etc., but always accompanied by the spoken word. Through such acts, everyday life events were tied back into worship, illness and health, birth and death, and they all had their proper prayers and ceremonies. The combination of beautiful hymns, formal prayers, and potent incantations meant that a Sumerian temple was certainly not a quiet place. It was filled with words addressing the divine, pretty much at all times. Even when not singing or speaking, a visitor might hear the quiet murmuring of a priest reading, or the faint echoes of a hymn practiced by trainees. Worship was an audible, performative experience, all aiming to please the god's senses. In Mesopotamian ritual, the god's ears were as important as his stomach was, and that means that the praises and prayers were as necessary as the food offerings to keep the deity as satisfied as possible. While daily rites kept the gods content on an ordinary day, the festivals were of course the highlights of the year, and everybody looked forward to it. In fact, Sumerians had a calendar full of holy days, often tied to seasonal changes and agricultural cycles. Each major city had its own calendar, and festivals dedicated to its patron deity, and these could range from modest monthly observances, like the new moon feast for the moon god, or specific days of rest and purification, to multi-day extravaganzas, where the entire city dropped everything and participated together. One of the most important types of festival was the New Year celebration, which in some Sumerian cities included the famous sacred marriage rite. This ritual, known as hieros gamos, symbolically married the god and goddess to ensure fertility and prosperity for the coming year. In the city of Uruk, for example, the new year, basically springtime at the barley's harvest's beginning, was marked by a ceremony where the king took on the identity of the shepherd god Dumuzi, also known as Tammuz, and a high priestess represented Inanna Ishtar. In a secluded part of the temple, or possibly on top of the ziggurat beneath the stars, they would enact a ritual union. Texts, including Sumerian love songs, believe it or not, some attributed to King Shu-Sin of Ur, 2000 BC, describe such a scenario in romantic and poetic language. It goes like this. Bridegroom, let me caress you. My precious caress is more savory than honey. Now, this isn't a salacious detail for its own sake, but deeply religious symbolism. The union was thought to revitalize the land, just as the union of Inanna and Dumuzi brought the spring growth. Afterwards, the couple, the king and the priestess, would present themselves to the populace amid the feasting and rejoicing, as a divine marriage had taken place, ensuring blessings for all. Another common festival was the procession of the gods. At certain festivals, the statue of the god would be removed from the inner sanctum and carried through the streets, or perhaps to another holy site. Often this involved visiting the temple of a related deity. For example, during a festival in Nippur, the statues of gods from other cities might travel to Nippur to honor Enlil, chief god. The logistics were complex, to say the least. Moving a deity's statue itself was a ritual, with precautions and prayers at every step, and for God's sake, don't drop it. Could you imagine? Well, that would definitely get you fired from your priest job. I could imagine that. A letter from much later, that is 8th century BC, describes how a statue of Nabu was taken from a palace shrine out to a special location and back, accompanied by priests and musicians. And we can use that to somewhat imagine a Sumerian precedent. So you can imagine an entire city pretty much in holiday mode, citizens lining the processional road, women with their children upon their shoulders straining to see, merchants giving out dates and beers to passers-by. The statue of the gods, perhaps standing on a decorated boat-shaped platform, some gods were carried on model boats or chariots, finally comes into view. Drummers beat the steady rhythm. Men carry offerings of flowers and breads in front. High officials carry incense burners. The air is absolutely electric with devotion and excitement. For once, the god leaves his sanctum and is among the people, right there, in a rare and blessed experience. Festivals also included public sacrifices and feasts, too. On ordinary days, sacrifices might be conducted behind the scenes, but during festivals, they'd be a little bit more communal. A king might personally slaughter a bull in front of the god, or more likely oversee while the priests did the act. All this done in front of a crowd to demonstrate piety. The meat from these sacrifices would then be cooked and shared in a grand feast, literally a feast with the gods, as the divine portion was offered and then the rest given to the celebrants. There were processional songs were unique to festivals, and likely dramatic reenactments of myth too. Some scholars think that certain myths, like Inanna's descent into the underworld or the Epic of Gilgamesh, might have been even performed by temple actors or priests during the festival times to edify the public and honor the gods through storytelling. It's a compelling thought that we don't have too much evidence for, but perhaps a kind of sacred theatre may have been part of their worship. Additionally, there were seasonal agricultural rites. Many month names reflected agricultural events too. For instance, a festival at ploughing time might involve hitching up the oxen in a ceremonial way, asking the earth god and the sky god to bless the new planting season. Harvest time would see offerings of first fruits and grains. We also see evidence of lamentation festivals. If a drought or misfortune hit, people organized special days of fasting and lament to appease the offended deity. Such days like these, the usual joyful songs gave way to mournful prayers. The whole atmosphere is a little bit different. The temple might only offer water and incense, no rich foods, as if the gods themselves were in mourning. And the people didn't show up wearing their Sunday best either. It was simple clothing. And one particular set of holy days was the so-called Sabbath, Sabbat. Yes, we get the word from there. It goes back a long time. Ancient Mesopotamians observed the new moon and 7th, 14th, 21st, 28th days of the month as days of rest or reduced activity. The term Sabbatu or Shabbatu in Babylonian means a day of rest dedicated to appeasing the heart of the gods. While the concept is not identical to the later Judeo-Christian Sabbath, it shows a concern for a regular cyclic observance where certain work was forbidden and presumably extra prayers were offered to avoid angering deities on those critical days. In a Sumerian city, on those days the king and priests likely took part in more intense purification rituals, and the public might gather for additional prayers or simply refrain from normal business, acknowledging the sacredness of the time. So in essence, the festivals were times when the whole community came together to engage in worship, not just the priests. They reaffirmed the bonds between people and their gods, and between the city and its patron deity. The excitement of a festival would break the routine of daily offerings with color, noise, and even a carnivalesque kind of joy. Yet underlying all the merriment was a serious purpose, and that was to renew the world, thank the gods, and ask for continued bounty and protection. From the quiet daily prayer of a humble farmer in his field to the king himself leading a procession, worship spanned the gamut of human emotion and activity, truly permeating life and class. Well, so far we've focused on official temple practice, but what about the man on the street, the ordinary Sumerian? How did they worship in daily life? Well, aside from attending all the big festivals. Now this question leads us to the realm of personal piety, doesn't it? And household religion in Sumer. Most Sumerian individuals had what we would call, at least in our modern concepts, of a personal god. A deity, often a lesser god or god associated with a major one, who acted as their protector or patron. They conceived of this personal god almost like a guardian angel, who might intercede with the higher gods on their behalf, sort of like a middleman. Think of a farmer. He might regard the god Dumuzi or a local agriculture deity as his personal god. A mother might pray to a goddess like Ninhursag or Gula for her family's health. People felt a direct connection to these personal gods and would set up small shrines in their homes for daily prayer. And think about it. If you're a farmer, you probably want to pray to a specialist. Sure, you've got the big gods sitting on the main throne, but when you've got a specific problem, you want to go to a specific person, right? A mother nervous about childbirth, or even somebody just having some kind of general problem. You want to go to the expert. Archaeologists have indeed found small statuettes of gods and altars in private houses. Many homes at sites like Ur and Nippur had these kind of little wall niches, presumably to place a figurine or a clay relief of a deity. These home altars were where families prayed every day, lit oil lamps or incense, and made tiny little offerings, perhaps a bit of bread or beer before their meal, dedicating it to that personal god. And it's actually quite human to think of it. A Sumerian family, thousands of years ago, gathering in the evening, kneeling in the main room, a little bit of incense, saying a prayer together to bless their house. A deeply human scene. And it was that scene that was the grassroots level of Sumerian worship. It did not involve the grandeur of temples, sure, but it was likely very widespread and equally as heartfelt. In these personal devotions, gestures mattered too. Mesopotamian art shows worshippers with hands raised or one hand over the mouth, a sign of respect or silence in the presence of divinity. A commoner might not understand all the learned hymns that the priests used. They're a bit complicated, but they certainly had their own simple prayers. They might not be as wordy, but certainly be honest. One might say, "Dear personal God, speak a good word for me to Enlil, if they need a general fortune, or please protect my children and the house." We even have records of prayer letters too, believe it or not. Clay tablets where people wrote to the gods about their little troubles. In later old Babylonian times, some wrote letters to gods like Marduk or Shamash, complaining about injustice or illness, effectively prayers in written form. The roots of that custom might go well back to Sumerian times too. In fact, some Sumerian letters to gods exist as well. Not as much as in Babylonian times, but we have a few. Another way common people participated was by depositing votive offerings in the temples. A votive, if you don't know, is a gift to a god given in hope or thanks, kind of like a donation. And many wealthy worshippers indeed donated jewelry or precious vessels inscribed with their name and a prayer to be placed in the temple treasury. But even those of modest means could give something. For instance, one could dedicate a small votive statue of themselves. The famous discovery of the Tel Asmar votive statues gives us a glimpse at that. These are a group of statuettes from around 2600 BC, depicting men and women in the pose of worships, that is, hands clasped together, a wide-eyed gaze. They were found buried under a temple floor. They had been dedicated to stand in the temple, praying perpetually on behalf of the donor. So imagine commissioning a little caricature of yourself in alabaster or gypsum to live in the temple and pray for you, even when you're not there. That was pretty much the idea they were going with. The big eyes of those statues likely symbolize the attentive gaze toward the god. In essence, if you couldn't always make it to the temple, you'd still have your statue there. It maintains your devotion, albeit symbolically. Moreover, everyday life had many informal rituals. If someone embarked on a journey, they might sprinkle flour or drink a libation in honor of Nana or Utu, the moon and sun gods who watch travelers by day and night. If a child was born, midwives might speak a blessing, invoking a protective deity or spirit. When building a house, people buried foundational deposits, little offerings to the earth gods, and local deities too, so that their house would be blessed. All such acts were part of worship in a broader sense, acknowledging the gods at every turn. And it's important to note that ordinary people generally did not enter the god's inner sanctum or perform complex rites, as we have mentioned. They were the domain of priests only. but that did not exclude them from worship. They engaged through prayers at temple courtyards, processions, festival observances, and of course at home, and crucially, they trusted the priests to represent them. When the priest made the daily offerings, it was on behalf of the entire community, not the priest himself. Many offerings were funded by the city or the king as a representative of the people. So, that farmer in the fields of Lagash could feel secure that even if he didn't personally present bread at Ningirsu's altar every single morning, the temple priests were doing as good a job of it for him, maintaining divine favor for the crops and livestock. In a reciprocal manner, the temples often gave back to the people. During festivals, temples distributed food and beer to the populace, a kind of communal meal with the god, and they also cared for orphans and war widows at times, functioning as charitable institutions. There is evidence that in some periods the poor could eat from the temple, possibly a practice of allowing the needy to have a portion of the daily offerings, or to glean from temple fields, which echoes later practices in many religions. Thus worship was not only vertical, the people looking up to God, but also horizontal, within the community. It all helped to foster quite a bit of social cohesion. So by now, I'm sure you've got a pretty comprehensive picture of how the Sumerians worshipped. At least I hope you have. From the awe-inspiring temple ceremonies, to those humble household prayers said before dinner, with the wife and kids gathered around. But one might ask, how on earth do we know all of this? Well, it's a combination of archaeology and thousands of cuneiform texts, temple administrative tablets listing offerings, hymns and prayers etched on clay, royal inscriptions boasting of temple constructions, and even literature that indirectly references rituals. And it's through all of these sources, our primary texts, that let us reconstruct the spirituality of a world long past. Hello and welcome back. We are continuing off, at least in form and style, from the Mesopotamian Pantheon video I did earlier this week. But this time, we are going to go through the main deities of the Egyptian Pantheon. Of course, we're not going to be doing every single one of them, but we will be explaining the main ones that pop up. As always, if you like what you hear, best way to express it is by clicking the like and subscribe, but you already knew that. So with that all being said, and with buttons clicked well and truly, let's begin. And what better place to begin with Ra, also known as Re, depending on where you read it. Now let's explain in general the form and function of Ra. Now, Ra was one of the most central deities in the Egyptian pantheon, and his iconography reflects this importance. He was typically depicted as a man with the head of a falcon, crowned with a sun disk, encircled by the Uraeus, that is the Greek rendering of the name. You might recognize this object. It is a sacred cobra attached above the head, symbolizing sovereignty, divine authority, and, of course, most importantly, protection. Nothing protects you like a big angry snake in front of your forehead. Now, the sun disk itself was a powerful symbol of life, warmth, and creation. In some representations, Ra appeared as a full-bodied falcon, without any real human features, emphasizing his dominion over the vast sky. But occasionally, he is also shown as a man but with a ram's head, and this is particularly when associated with the sun's journey through the underworld during the night, showing his regenerative aspects. But of course the visual representations extended beyond these forms. He was sometimes depicted as a scarab beetle named Khepri, symbolizing the morning sun and rebirth. Now, of course, this is because the scarab has a habit of rolling dung balls. Now, what does this have to do with anything? Well, these little balls of dung are kind of a metaphor for the sun moving across the sky. Which is, well, interesting to say the least. Now, at sunset, Ra was represented as an elderly man, or in another name, Atum, that is the creator god, signifying the sun's descent and transition to the underworld. Of course, lots of varied forms of Ra across this vast breadth of time in which he was observed and worshipped in different ways. And all these forms just illustrate his all-encompassing nature and his presence in, well, every aspect of the sun's cycle, from dawn till dusk. Now, as for the function of Ra, what does he actually do? Well, of course, he was the preeminent sun god, embodying the physical sun itself and its life-giving energy. Now, the sun, of course, in many cultures, predating most of our religions to this day, have sun worship as the main characteristic. Of course, why would you not worship the sun? Its warmth, it gives life to all the plants, it gives light to the earth, so it only makes sense. Now, Ra in general is believed to be the creator of all forms of life, and that includes humans and the other gods, through his emanation of this life-breathing energy, this primordial heat. Now, in terms of the myths, Ra emerged from this primordial chaos, these waters of Nun, creating himself and then other gods through his spoken word, or, in some versions, through masturbation, highlighting his self-generative power. Well, each day Ra sailed across the sky in his solar bark, known to the Egyptians as the Manjet, the boat of millions of years, illuminating the world and sustaining its life. But at night, he journeyed through the underworld in the Mesopotamian bark, where he faced numerous dangers, of course, particularly the serpent Apep, known to the Greeks as Apophis. Now, I do mention the Greek translations because much of what we have in terms of primary observations on Egypt comes from the early Ptolemaic kingdom, or just in general, we have things from Herodotus and Diodorus Siculus, historians like this who primarily wrote in Greek. So we will be using some names interchangeably, but we'll be using both as much as we can. Now, this serpent, Apep, Apophis, embodied chaos and sought to prevent the sun's rebirth, chasing Ra throughout the underworld. Of course, that was a bit of a fight on its own. Ra's nightly victory over Apophis, or Apep, ensured that the sun would rise again, and Ma'at was maintained, Ma'at being the cosmic order in the Egyptian spiritual tradition. Now, Ra's function, of course, extended to the political sphere too, where he was considered the divine father of the pharaohs themselves. Pharaohs were often referred to as the sons of Ra, linking their authority directly to the deity and legitimizing their rule is this kind of divine sanction. Of course, who would argue with the ruler if he was ordained by the gods themselves? Kind of hard to go against that. Now, temples dedicated to Ra, such as the Sun temples at Heliopolis, which in Greek means the city of the sun, Helios meaning sun, Polis meaning city, were centers of religious worship and astronomical observation, which was, of course, just as important in the Egyptian tradition as it was in the earlier Mesopotamian and contemporary Mesopotamian traditions around this subject. Now, priests, they performed rituals to honor Ra, including reciting hymns, and they also conducted ceremonies to aid him on his daily journey, making sure that the sun rises again, and of course, that cosmic order of Ma'at is once again balanced out. Now, in terms of Ra's integration with other deities, well, that also reflects his universal significance. He merged with Amun to become Amun-Ra, combining his solar attributes with Amun's hidden and transcendent qualities. Now, as Ra-Horakti, he fused with Horus, emphasizing his role as a sky god and reinforcing the pharaoh's divine right to rule. Of course, you'll see Ra everywhere in Egyptian art, architecture, and literature, permeating every aspect of daily life, and, of course, afterlife, beliefs too. Well, he was often invoked, of course, for protection and guidance when push comes to shove and people close their eyes never to wake up again. Ra is the one you want on your side. Pray that he's there when you need him. Now, on to god number 2. That is, of course, Osiris. I'm sure you've heard of him. Now, usually Osiris is depicted as a mummified pharaoh, signifying his association with death and resurrection. And you might notice in the depictions of him that he wears this grand crown, this tall white headdress adorned with ostrich feathers on either side. Well, that is called the Atef crown. That is A-T-E-F. And it symbolizes Upper Egypt and divine authority. Of course, Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt were separated into these two different distinctions. Basically, Egypt is organized into its distinctions, in these classical times at least, by the flow of the Nile. But, don't get confused, Upper Egypt is actually to the south, whereas Lower Egypt is actually to the north. And the reason for this is because the flow of the Nile actually flows south. That is why it's Upper and Lower Egypt are that way. At least that is my understanding of it. Now, back to Osiris. In his hands, which were crossed over his chest in his depictions, he held the crook and flail. Now, these are, of course, traditional symbols of kingship, fertility, and also shepherding. His skin was often painted green or black, and the green represented regeneration, vegetation, and rebirth. Of course, the color of healthy vegetation being a vibrant green, but the black symbolized the fertile silt of the Nile and the concept of resurrection. Now, the Nile being, of course, extremely important, the Egyptians relied on the yearly inundations, the floods of the Nile, to irrigate their crops and have a good harvest. Signs of a poor inundation may lead people to think that the gods were not pleased with them. Better put on another festival. Now, Osiris's mummy wrappings left his hands free, indicating his ability to interact with the living and the dead. In some representations, Osiris was shown with a beard styled in the fashion of pharaohs, further emphasizing his royal status and just another connection to his earthly counterparts. Now, the hieroglyphs and tomb paintings that we have, which are so lovingly still there for us, very fortunate for that, frequently depicted scenes of Osiris presiding over the afterlife, often seated on a throne within a pavilion, reinforcing his role as the judge of the dead. No doubt you've seen the papyrus of Hunefer from the Book of the Dead. I've probably used it on the thumbnail, with a very famous scene where Hunefer is led to meet Osiris and be judged on whether he can, be deemed as a good or a bad soul. So, of course, Osiris was this god of the afterlife, but also agriculture, resurrection, and fertility. And you'll find that fertility gods are extremely common, gods, goddesses, and some of them kind of intersect, but we will get to that. There's a few more we have to get to before we talk about those sorts of things. Now, central to Egyptian mythology is his story of betrayal, death, and rebirth, which served as a metaphor for the cycles of nature and just general human existence. So, according to the myth, Osiris was a just and wise king who taught humanity agricultural and civilized practices. But he had a brother, Set, and he was a jealous brother. He was driven by this jealousy and desire for power to murder Osiris by trapping him in a decorated coffin and throwing it into the Nile. But that wasn't the end of Osiris. Isis, Osiris's devoted wife, searched tirelessly for his body, and finally she found it. Upon finding it, Set dismembered Osiris into 14 pieces and scattered them across Egypt. Well, Isis was undeterred. With the help of her sister Nephthys and other deities like Thoth and Anubis, she located and reassembled all the little pieces of Osiris's body. Now you must remember, Isis had incredible magical abilities, and she resurrected him long enough to conceive their son, Horus. There are different tales of that story of the conception. Some say that she just fashioned the specific part that she needed and left the rest by the wayside and did the job herself. I won't go into a great explanation of that one. You can use your imagination. Well, after this, regardless of how it went, Osiris then descended to the underworld, where he took up his new role as the Lord and the Judge of the dead. Quite a career change, isn't it? Now, we're going to talk a little bit more about that. Now, we have something in the Egyptian tradition called the weighing of the heart ceremony in the hall of Mart. Now, this is where the hearts of the deceased were basically plucked out and weighed against the feather of Mart. Now, Mart, of course, was the goddess of truth and justice. Now, a heart that was lighter than the feather allowed the soul to enter the afterlife. And of course, if you got to go there, well, that's a life lived in harmony with cosmic order to thank for that one. But, of course, Osiris was also the agricultural deity, intimately connected with the fertility of the land. His death and resurrection paralleled the annual flooding of the Nile, which deposited rich silt onto the farmlands. And silt means that the crops can grow. Of course, festivals in Osiris's honor included planting ceremonies where all those grains were germinated in Osiris-shaped molds. Well, his ability to overcome death, of course, provided hope to the Egyptians for their own afterlife. I mean, if Osiris can do it, why not me? He exemplified the possibility of an eternal life, encouraging adherence to that cosmic order of Ma'at and proper funerary practices. Osiris's worship included elaborate rituals, temple ceremonies, and mysterious plays that reenacted his myth. The city of Abydos became a significant cult center, attracting pilgrims seeking his blessings. His legacy influenced Egyptian concepts such as kingship, morality, and the afterlife, reinforcing the interconnectedness of life, death, and ultimately, rebirth. Okay, now we turn to Isis. Now, Isis was one of the most venerated goddesses, known for her protective and nurturing qualities. Kind of like a mum, if you want to put it that way. Now, she was commonly depicted as a woman wearing a throne-shaped headdress of sorts, symbolizing her name in hieroglyphs and her role as the seat of the pharaoh's power. In later periods, she was shown with a cow horns encircling a sun disk, linking her to another god, Hathor, a kind of maternal goddess as well, and emphasizing her significance in the cosmos. Isis was often portrayed with outstretched wings, signifying her protective nature, especially in funerary contexts where she guarded the deceased. Now, in scenes depicting the resurrection of Osiris or the protection of Horus, she was sometimes shown as a kite, which is a type of bird, not the kind of kite you fly in the park. Now, this shows her role in breathing life into her husband and safeguarding her son. Iconography also included representations of Isis nursing the infant Horus, emphasizing her role again as a mother goddess and reinforcing that divine right of kings, as pharaohs, by the way, were considered the earthly embodiment of Horus. Now, there is another function of Isis, which is very interesting, I think, because she's seen as this goddess of magic and healing and protection, but also motherhood. Definitely that wise old figure. Now, her story is central to the Egyptian mythology too. Of course, we've already spoken about her a little bit in the Osiris section, and her story encompasses those themes of devotion, cunning, and power. Of course, as we've mentioned, after the murder of Osiris, she exemplified her perseverance by searching tirelessly for his body and using her magical abilities to resurrect him. Her magic was said to be unparalleled, stemming from her knowledge of secret names and spells. Pretty cool, isn't it? Well, as the mother of Horus, she protected him from Set's attempts to kill him. That was during his childhood too, which is pretty monstrous. Of course, this all happened in the swamps of the Nile Delta where this battle was going on. Her protective spells and cunning ensured the survival of Horus, which eventually allowed him to avenge his father. Now, she was called upon also by those seeking healing and protection. Her magic was believed to cure the sick and also to protect the vulnerable. The old myths tell of her acquiring the secret name of Ra, granting her immense power. Now, her maternal qualities extended beyond Horus, of course. Not just her own son, but everyone in Egypt was kind of like her child. Of course, she's the mother of Egypt, so of course they would be. She was seen as this compassionate deity who listened to the prayers of the common people, offering solace and assistance in bad times. And thus, when bad times become the worst of times, she offers her role in funerary rituals, helping to resurrect Osiris, of course, and by extension, aiding the deceased in their journey to the afterlife. She was associated with these rituals of mummification and ultimately the protection of the dead from the evil forces, getting them where they need to go. Kind of like an outstretched hand. Don't worry, I'll take you to the Hall of Mart. Of course, you might have heard of Isis's worship extending beyond Egypt, and that is true, with her cult spreading throughout the Mediterranean world during the Hellenistic and Roman periods. Now, Hellenistic being Greek, of course. Hellas is what the Greeks call their country. Now, temples dedicated to her were established in places like Philae, Delos, and Pompeii. Festivals in her honor also celebrated her virtues, and initiates participated in mystery cults that promised personal salvation and also eternal life. Isis's enduring legacy just shows this multifaceted nature as a goddess of profound power, compassion, and also universality. Kind of like a one-stop shop if you want to do some serious prayer. And so, of course, with those three out of the way, we arrive to Horus. Now, he's primarily depicted as a falcon, or at least a man with the head of a falcon. Pretty common in Egyptian iconography to have this half-half situation. Now, this shows his dominion over the sky and his keen vision, and he often wore the double crown of Egypt, which is the red crown of Lower Egypt and the white crown of Upper Egypt, showing his rule over a now unified land. His headdress reinforced his association with national sovereignty and kingship. Now, just a quick note, this isn't about the Egyptian gods, but you might have seen a very famous stele called the Narmer palette, being King Narmer bludgeoning the unfortunate king of the other side with a big club and taking the crown of Upper and Lower Egypt for himself. This kind of goes back to that divine right of kings wearing the hat, and if you've got the right hat, then you're the one in charge. Funny how it works that way. But if you look up the Narmer palette, you'll see what I mean. Now, in artistic representations, Horus's right eye was associated with the sun, that's being the eye of Ra, and his left eye with the moon, the eye of Horus. So do remember, the sun is the eye of Ra, the moon is the eye of Horus. Of course, this is meant to represent the celestial body's cyclical nature. Now, the eye of Horus, or the Wedjat, became a powerful protective symbol, representing healing, protection, and restoration. It's commonly used in amulets, jewelry, and funerary items. Now, Horus was the god of the sky, kingship, and protection, and war. As the son of Osiris and Isis, his mythological narrative centers on avenging his father's death and restoring order to Egypt. Now, as an action movie before the action movies were even a thing, if you ask me, it's a cool origin story. Now, after reaching adulthood, Horus challenged Set for the throne, leading to a series of battles known as the Contendings of Horus and Set. These stories symbolize the struggle between the order and chaos, ultimately resulting in Horus's victory and the establishment of rightful rule. So, the living pharaoh was considered the embodiment of Horus on earth, ensuring the deity's continual presence in human affairs, a wise guiding hand. This association legitimized the pharaoh's authority and connected the monarch to a divine will. Now, Horus's martial aspects were emphasized in his battle against Set, so it also became kind of a god of war and hunting. Thus, he was invoked for protection in warfare and was believed to grant strength and courage to warriors. As the personification of the sky, Horus's eyes represented the sun and moon, and his wings spanned the heavens. His role explained celestial phenomena and reinforced the belief in a divinely ordered universe. And thus, this eye of Horus symbolizes restoration and wholeness, stemming from the myth where Set damaged Horus's eye during their conflict. Thoth healed the eye, and its restoration became a metaphor for healing and restoration of Ma'at. The wedgehat was used in rituals, amulets, and architecture to ward off evil and bring good fortune. Temples dedicated to Horus, such as the Temple of Edfu, served as an important religious centers. Rituals and festivals celebrated his victories and reinforced the pharaoh's divine connection. Horus's influence permeated legal and moral codes, justice, leadership, and of course, always balance. And just like that, we arrive at Set, who is also known as Seth. So if you hear both of them, you're talking about the same god. Now, typically he's depicted as a man with the head of a unique enigmatic creature known as the Set animal or typhonic beast. This composite animal had a long curved snout, square-tipped ears, and a slender canine body, along with a forked tail. Doesn't sound like one of the good guys, doesn't it? Now, the exact species remains unidentified, but it may incorporate features of an aardvark, a jackal, a donkey, or a fennec fox. Now, if you don't know what a fennec fox is, look that one up. Quite an interesting animal. Now, this ambiguity shows Set's association with the unknown, chaos, but also foreign lands, which is important, because of course, foreign lands imply a threat, well, at least in the old days. It's the fear of the unknown. Now, in some representations, Set appeared as a full set animal, and occasionally as a hippopotamus or a crocodile, creatures linked to destructive forces. You might not think of a hippopotamus as destructive, but the hippopotamus kills more people in Africa than any other animal. I'm not joking. And if you're surprised to find that out, don't worry. I was equally as surprised when I found it out. So, hippopotamuses, stay away from them. Just a quick note too, hippopotamus actually means river horse in Greek, just before I forget. So that's in case that comes up in trivia for you. Now back to Set. His skin was sometimes shown in red, and this is important because in the Egyptian tradition, that is a color associated with disorder and malevolence, and also the desert. Now, of course, Set was the god of chaos, deserts, storms, violence, and foreign lands. His complex character encompassed both negative and protective aspects. Now, his most famous myth, of course, is the one we've mentioned, him murdering his own brother, consumed by envy and ambition, wanting to usurp the throne, and therefore plunging Egypt into turmoil and chaos. Subsequent battles with Horus for the control of Egypt is just another way of that eternal struggle between order, the mart, and chaos. So there was this personification of disorder. Set represented the unpredictability and destructive forces of nature, such as desert winds and storms. He embodied the dangers of the desert, a stark contrast to the fertile Nile Valley. And I will remind you that the climate of Egypt back in the day was a little bit different. Don't think of Egypt as this desert. Yes, there's a lot of desert in there, the Sinai Peninsula and all the rest. But the Nile, that's a different sort of thing. Especially back in those days when the climate was not as dry. Well, back to Set. Despite his chaotic nature, you might be surprised that Set actually played a vital role in defending the sun god Ra during his nightly journey through the underworld. You see, Set stood at the prow of Ra's bark, battling the serpent Apophis to ensure the sun's rebirth. This protective aspect is a little bit interesting, isn't it? It shows that he has this kind of duality within his character. And also we have mentioned this situation of being the god of foreigners and distant lands. Now, that is a reflection on Egypt's interaction with neighboring cultures. And there's kind of this fear and respect for his power over these realms. Now you think about it, a good foreign power is the kind of one that buys your copper, gives you new technologies, trades with you, things like this. Well, it's good if Set brings you one of them. But a bad foreign power, well, you know what happens with bad foreign powers, don't you? Now, in the Egyptian world view, Set's existence was of course essential to maintaining the balance. You can't have good without evil, kind of evil without good, light without shadow, quiet without noise. But then again, where do we draw this line between good and evil? It's very hard to make that distinction. And these kind of labels are a little bit unproductive when we talk about these sorts of spiritual traditions. Of course, Set's worship due to this varied throughout Egyptian history. In some periods, he was actually quite revered and even had big temples dedicated just to him, such as the one in the city of Ombos. But in other times, especially during times of foreign occupations, let's think of the Hyksos, for example, Set was vilified and associated with enemy rulers. Of course, rituals often aimed to appease Set's destructive tendencies or harshness for his strength for protection. Kind of like saying, please don't hurt us, have a few little gifts from us. Not really a very healthy relationship. But hey, that's just the way it is. Well, now with the big five out of the way, we get to Anubis, or Anubis, however you want to pronounce it. Now, Anubis was depicted as a man with the head of a jackal, or as a full black jackal. Now, the jackal's important because of its association with cemeteries and tombs due to its habits of scavenging, and Anubis's black coloration represented both the decay of the body but also the fertile soil of the Nile Valley. Once again, rebirth symbolism. Now his ears, I'm sure you'll notice, are quite alert, pricked up like he's heard some sound at distance. His gaze was always forward and just signifies his vigilance, always watching, always listening, ready to go at any moment. Now Anubis was often shown holding a flail or a was scepter, representing his authority and dominion over the underworld. Now in scenes depicting the embalming process, he was portrayed attending to the mummy, demonstrating his role again in mummification and protection of the dead. You will see this once again in the Papyrus of Hunefer and related materials from the Book of the Dead. Of course, Anubis was the god of mummification, embalming, and the afterlife. His primary function was to guide souls into the afterlife and protect graves from desecration. Anubis played a crucial role in the funerary practices too that were central to Egyptian religion. Now, a quick one about the grave desecration. Egyptians in tradition were often buried with quite a good few valuables, and when times get tough, people make their money in whatever way they can. You can see where I'm going with this. Now, we're very lucky that, things like Tutankhamun, discovered by Howard Carter in, I believe, 1912. We're very lucky to have these sorts of things because most of the graves and tombs were simply robbed over the years, especially in times when of the Islamic conquests. The pyramids themselves used to be capped with gold, and they used to be white. All of that was taken away, robbed. Well, at least we still have the bones of the pyramids left to marvel at. That's still impressive. Now, back to Anubis. Now, he oversaw the embalming process, we know that, but he was also believed to have invented the entire thing. Of course, he invented the mummification process to preserve Osiris's body after his death. And then, of course, it got taught to humans and the traditions continued. Now, Anubis guided the souls of the deceased after this mummification process through the underworld. Come with me, and I will take you to the Hall of Mot for your judgment. Now, in the weighing of the heart ceremony, which we briefly talked about, Anubis placed the deceased's heart on a scale balanced against a feather of Mot, and he monitored the scales for fairness, ensuring that the judgment was a just and fair one. Now, Thoth, who we're about to get to, recorded the outcome, and Osiris was the final one who made the decision. So, the cult of Anubis was, of course, widespread, and his images adorned tombs and sarcophagi. Priests wore Anubis masks during the embalming rituals to embody the presence of the god, kind of like a role play. Amulets bearing his likeness were common too, serving as talismans for protection and guidance. Anubis's role reinforced the importance of these proper funerary rites and ethical living to achieve a favorable afterlife. Of course, you don't want to have the awkward moment when Anubis is leading you to the weighing of the heart ceremony, both of you knowing full well that it's not going to work out well for you. Now, next one, we have Thoth, who was depicted as a man with the head of an ibis, which was a bird associated with wisdom, knowledge, and also writing due to its methodical movements along the Nile's banks. Now, alternatively, believe it or not, he was shown as a hulking great baboon. Don't know why, a little bit less graceful than the ibis. But the baboon was another sacred animal linked to intelligence and the moon. In his hands, Thoth often held a scribe's palette and a stylus, emphasizing his role as the divine scribe helping out Osiris. He sometimes carried the Ankh too. Now that is that cross with the circle on top of it. Excuse the poor imagery there I tried to describe. You know the one I mean. Now this Ankh was symbolizing life, and he also had that same was scepter representing his power. So 1 plus 1 equals 2. We see that we represent the power over life with this imagery. Now, Thoth was also associated with the moon, too, depicted wearing a lunar crescent on his head, or with a lunar disk, showing his role in regulating time and seasons. Now, since he was the god of reason, he was also the one of writing, science, mathematics, art, magic, and the moon. He was considered the scribe of the gods, responsible for recording all events, all decrees, and all judgments. Must have a sore wrist at the end of that, I think. Now, Thoth was credited with creating the hieroglyphs, enabling communication and record keeping. And thus, of course, he was the patron of scribes, who sought his favor for skill and accuracy. Thoth presided over intellectual pursuits, including mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and law, and he was believed to have invented the 365-day calendar, adjusting it little by little to align with different celestial movements. Of course, much of the encounters with the Egyptians from the Romans and the Greeks, this cultural exchange really helped with the knowledge that the Egyptians brought to the table. Now, Thoth played a crucial role in mediating the disputes among the gods, notably the big one between Horus and Set. Now, his wisdom ensured that conflicts were resolved justly with maintenance of Mart, and as a lunar deity, he regulated the passage of time, the phases of the moon, and the seasons, of course vital for agriculture and religious festivals. Now, we already know that during this weighing of the heart ceremony that Thoth was responsible for recording all of the results and handing them over to Osiris. Of course, remember that Osiris had the ultimate say in things, but in terms of paperwork, Thoth was the guy to see. And so his influence extended to education and the arts. Schools, libraries, they were under his patronage, and scholars invoked his name for inspiration. Festivals celebrated his contributions to knowledge and maintaining the cosmic order, and thus Thoth's legacy emphasized the value of wisdom and that pursuit of learning, but also, remember, the ethical application of knowledge. For what good is knowledge if you use it for a vile purpose? And now we have Hathor. Hathor was depicted in various forms. She often appeared as a woman with cow horns cradling a sun disk between them, symbolizing her role as a sky goddess and having a maternal nature. The cow, of course, was sacred to her, representing nourishment and motherhood. So sometimes she was depicted entirely as a cow, or as simply with a woman, as a woman with cow ears. In artistic depictions, she's shown holding a sistrum, that is a musical instrument associated with festivals and religious rituals. She was also portrayed with a menat necklace, symbolizing fertility, rebirth, and divine protection. Now, Hathor was the goddess of love, beauty, music, dance, joy, and of course, once again, fertility. She embodied the feminine aspects of the divine and was revered as a mother goddess. Her functions included the patroness of women and motherhood. She protected women during childbirth and was invoked for fertility and maternal care. Of course, this means for both gods and humans. Then she became a kind of role model for femininity. Hathor also presided over festivities, bringing joy and harmony. Music and dance were integral to her worship, believed to appease the gods and promote the balance of Ma'at. Now, as the mistress of the West, Hathor welcomed the dead into the afterlife, offering comfort and protection. She was associated with the Milky Way, considered the Nile of the heavens. Hathor represented aesthetic qualities too, inspiring art, poetry, and romance. She was a muse for creativity and passion. Connected to the Sinai Peninsula's turquoise mine, she was also known as the Lady of the Turquoise. Thus, she safeguarded miners and travelers, bridging the gap between Egypt and distant lands. Festivals in her honor were lively and communal, featuring music, dancing, and processions, a good time to be had by all. The Temple of Hathor at Dendera was a significant cult center, with elaborate decorations celebrating her myths. Seems like the most fun of the deities to worship, that's for sure. Next up, we have Ptah, that is spelled Peah. Now, Ptah was depicted as a mummified man, showing his connection to creation and the afterlife. He wore this rather tight-fitting cloak with only his hands visible, holding a composite scepter that combined three powerful symbols. First, the Was, power and dominion, the Ankh, life, and the Jed, stability. The scepter showed his mastery over these fundamental aspects of existence. Now, you'll see on his head that it's adorned with a skull cap or a close-fitting cap, and he sometimes had a straight, false beard, depending on which depiction you'll see, which distinguishes him from the curled beards of other gods. Now, in some representations, he was associated with the sacred bull Apis, considered an incarnation of Ptah on earth. He was the god of craftsmen, architects, builders, and creation. Centered in the city of Memphis, he was revered as the patron deity of artisans and those who shaped the physical world. Ptah was believed to have conceived the world through thought and brought into existence by speaking words. This concept emphasized the power of intellect and speech in creation. Of course, magic goes along with the magic words. Now, he also inspired creativity and skill in stonemasons, carpenters, metal workers, and sculptors, and Egypt needs as many of them as it can get. Thus, workshops often invoked his name for excellence in craftsmanship. He oversaw the building of temples, monument structures, reflecting his role in shaping the culture of Egypt too. As a funerary god, Ptah was associated with the regeneration of the deceased, ensuring their rebirth in the afterlife, but not to the extent of the other gods. Now, his influence was most profound in Memphis, where his temple, Hut-ka-Ptah, mansion of the soul of Ptah, the Ka being the name for the soul in the Egyptian tradition, was a significant religious center. Now, the city's Greek name, Aegyptos, is believed to be derived from this temple's name, highlighting Ptah's importance. Festivals celebrated his creative power, and his priesthood held considerable sway. So, Ptah's legacy shows this value of intellect, craftsmanship, and the transformative power of creation. Alright, last one now. We have Amun. Now, Amun was depicted as a man wearing a crown with two plumes, symbolizing his dominion over the air and invisibility. He often held a scepter and an ankh, representing his authority and life, and in some representations, he appeared as a ram or a man with a ram's head. The ram's curved horns were emblematic of virility and strength. He was sometimes shown as a goose, or associated with a goose, earning him the epithet Great Cackler, linked to the creation myths where a cosmic egg hatches the universe. His representations emphasize his concealed yet omnipresent nature. Now, initially, he was just a local Theban deity, but with time he rose to national prominence, especially during the Middle and New Kingdoms. As his cult grew, he emerged with the sun god Ra to become Amun-Ra, embodying both the hidden and revealed aspects of the divine. Thus, he became the supreme deity, overseeing the pantheon and embodying ultimate power, revered as a creator and sustainer of life. He represented the unseen forces of the world, such as air and wind. His name meant the Hidden One, emphasizing his mysterious and transcendent qualities. Now, Amun's rise paralleled the political ascendancy of his city Thebes. Pharaohs promoted his worship to unify Egypt and legitimize their rule, often depicting themselves as his chosen representatives on earth in the mortal capacity. In his aspect as a ram, Amun was associated with procreation and fertility, influencing agriculture and population growth. Now, if we talk about Thebes, which is modern-day Luxor, we can't go past the Karnak temple complex, perhaps the most famous of the temple complexes, and that was the epicenter of Amun's worship, one of the largest religious structures ever built, and it's extremely impressive. Take my word for it. It featured grand temples, obelisks, and avenues of sphinxes, reflecting his immense influence. Festivals like the Opet Festival celebrated Amun's connection to the pharaoh and the renewal of his kingship. Thus, Amun's priesthood amassed significant wealth and power, sometimes rivaling the pharaoh's authority, which I'm sure you can imagine causes more than a few problems. But his worship extended beyond Egypt too, influencing neighboring cultures and becoming a symbol of this universal godhood. His legacy shows the interplay between religion, politics, and society, reinforcing that concept of divine kingship, and in general, the unity of a nation. And with that, we reach the end of our little video on the Egyptian Pantheon, at least in general. Now, of course, there's a lot more that we can go into, and in later videos we will be, but this should give you everything you need to know, at least at a cursory glance. So when you hear the name of a god come up, you can know who they are, what they do, and perhaps why they are there. Mesopotamia, located between the Tigris and Euphrates River, in what is now modern-day Iraq, a home to a rich tapestry of cultures. No doubt you've heard of the Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and the Assyrians, and of course, the home to a fascinating pantheon of deities. Now, in this episode, we are going to have a look into the 10 principal deities, spending a good amount of time, probably 4 to 5 minutes on each one, just to briefly explain their roles, attributes, and significance within Mesopotamian mythology and daily life. Of course, due to time constraints, we're not going to be going through every detail and eccentricity. This is more to just give you a bit of a introduction on who the deities are within the pantheon. So with that in mind, as usual, we're going to start with our stretches. You would like to put your right hand out, put it onto the mouse, and click twice on the like and subscribe button, and our pre-video exercise is complete. Very good. Now, with all of the begging out of the way, let's begin. And what a better place to begin than our first god, or deity rather, Anu, also known as An, as being the sky god, the supreme deity. And of course, we start at the very pinnacle of the Mesopotamian Pantheon with Anu. Of course, Anu was the god of the sky, so the name itself means heaven in Sumerian. Not the kind of heaven that you're thinking of in a Judeo-Christian sense. Heaven more just like the sky above us, the realm of the gods. Kind of like how the Chinese describe it. And so, considering this, he was the supreme deity, the father of all gods, but also all spirits and all demons. That's right, we got plenty of them too. So, of course, Anu was in charge of this vast expanse of the sky, the celestial vault covering the earth. He embodied the infinite and was often associated with the overarching authority that governs both the divine and mortal realms. And as the father of the gods, he was responsible for the divine laws and decrees that maintain the cosmic order. Now we have to mention that while Anu was not frequently the central figure in myths, his authority was still unquestioned. He was the ultimate source of kingship and divine legitimacy. Mesopotamian kings often claimed to be chosen by Anu himself, or to have received their right to rule directly from him. Of course, this is the old traditions of the divine right of kings. How could you refuse it when the gods themselves have chosen them? Now, in terms of Anu's primary place of worship, there was the ancient city of Uruk, which I'm sure you've heard of if you've studied a little bit into Mesopotamia, as the oldest and arguably the most significant urban center in Mesopotamia, depending on which archaeological record you're going to judge it upon. But regardless, still quite formidable. Now, the Anu ziggurat and the White Temple atop it were dedicated to him. Ziggurats, by the way, were these huge terraced structures serving as temples believed to bridge the gap between the heavens and the earth. Think of them somewhat like a pyramid, but in a more terraced formation. Somewhat more reminiscent of what we see in South America, but still quite different. You'll certainly see from some of the visual mediums in this video what a ziggurat looks like. Fortunately, we still have a few of them left for now. Now, in Mesopotamian cosmology, Anu was part of a divine triad, along with Enlil and Enki. Now, this triad represented three things: the heavens, the atmosphere, and the earth/water, respectively. And together, these three controlled the universe. And one of the most notable myths involving Anu is the Epic of Gilgamesh. I'm sure you've heard of that one. We've fortunately got it in a pretty good surviving state up until now. And in this, Anu appears in response to the citizens of Uruk's pleas regarding Gilgamesh's somewhat tyrannical behavior. And so, Anu commands the creation of Enkidu to be kind of a counterbalance to Gilgamesh. Now, once again, this shows this role in the cosmic order, maintaining this balance and justice. And so Anu is featured in myths concerning the distribution of the meh, divine decrees or powers that govern the aspects of civilization and nature, and his decisions in these matters show once again his position as the ultimate authority. Now, as far as his symbolism and legacy, well, he's often symbolized by the horned cap. And you might have seen this in lots of Mesopotamian artworks as a symbol of this divinity. It was a headdress representing his supreme status among the gods, a crown fit for a king, if we put it that way. Now, despite his somewhat distant presence in myths, his influence permeated Mesopotamian religion. Everywhere leads back to Anu. His role as the progenitor of gods and dispenser of divine authority makes him a central figure in this understanding of the old mythology. And so with that, we arrive to our second deity of the Mesopotamian Pantheon, Enlil. That is the god of the wind, the air, and the storms. So next we turn to him, one of the most powerful and equally complex deities in the Mesopotamian tradition. He played this pivotal role in the myths and religious practices of the Sumerians and Akkadians mainly. Of course, the Akkadians were having their namesake, the great Sargon of Akkad, one of our, traditionally believed to be the first conqueror. But that's a video for another time. Now, of course, the actual name itself, Enlil, is generally translated as Lord of Wind or Lord of Air, and he was seen as this force that separates heaven and earth, a necessary act that allowed for the creation of the world, at least the world as us mere mortals exist upon it. Of course, Enlil was associated with the breath of life and considered essential for existence, often regarded as the executive authority among the gods and holding the tablets of destiny, which gave him control over the fates of gods and humans alike. Of course, this makes him a deity of immense power, but also immense responsibility, just as Spider-Man's dad would say. Now, his principal cult center was not that of Uruk like Anu's. Remember that every city in Mesopotamia had its own patron deity, and for Enlil, his city was Nippur. which was considered the religious heart of Sumer, despite not being a political capital. Now, the Ekur temple, meaning mountain house, was dedicated to him especially, and was one of the most revered sanctuaries. In terms of his actual worship, well, that of course involved elaborate rituals and festivals, and the more, the better. Of course, within your city, you want to make the god feel welcome. Now, as a god who could bring both prosperity and also destruction, he was revered and appeased, but also a little bit of fear. Now, farmers in particular sought his favor for beneficial winds and rains that would ensure good harvests, while also praying for protection against destructive storms. Of course, we find Enlil prominently in several Mesopotamian myths. The first one, bearing his name, Enlil and Ninlil. This myth explains the origins of the other deities and emphasizes themes of love and duty and the cycles of life and death. Enlil's relationship with the goddess Ninlil leads to the birth of the moon god Nana, or Sin. We'll get to her later. We'll get to him later, rather, excuse me. And other deities associated with the underworld. Now, we also have the flood myth, also known as the Epic of Atrahasis or the Deluge myth. And of course, the flood narrative within the Epic of Gilgamesh, where Enlil becomes frustrated with humanity's noise and decides to send a flood to wipe them out. And I quite enjoy this myth, because many a time when I'm recording these audios and I need to keep as quiet as possible, I too wish for a flood to wipe out the noise of my neighbors. Barking dogs, birds, everything. We do our best under the circumstances. But I digress back to the topic. So within these myths, these flood myths, it portrays him as a deity capable of severe judgment. However, Enki, or A, intervenes by warning a mortal, ensuring the survival of life and humanity can live another day. Now, also there is this control over destiny, and we mentioned those tablets of destiny. And with them, Enlil had this divine power to decree fates. Of course, it makes him this figure in determining the outcomes of both mortal and divine affairs. Now, what about the symbolism around Enlil? Well, he was often represented by a horned crown too, kind of like Anu, but perhaps not as grand. But he was sometimes associated with a staff or scepter, which also signified his authority. Now, there is a bit of numerology as well involved in a lot of the old Mesopotamian myths. And the number 50 was sacred to him, representing perfection and totality in the Mesopotamian numerical system. Now, of course, the legacy of him is evident in the way that later cultures adopted and adapted his attributes. His character embodies this unpredictable and awe-inspiring nature of the gods, reflecting the Mesopotamians' respect and fear of the natural phenomena. So, we're building up a little bit of knowledge here. We got the first two, Anu and Enlil. Of course, we've already mentioned the name Enki, and that is our next deity. He's also known to the Akkadians as A, that is spelled E-A. Now, Enki is one of the most enduring and benevolent gods in the Pantheon, associated with water, wisdom, magic, and creation. So, his actual name translates to Lord of the Earth, but he was primarily the god of the fresh water abyss, which was called the Abzu, or Absu depending on the translation. Now, this subterranean reservoir was believed to be the source of all fresh water, which is of course essential for life in Mesopotamia's arid environment. So you can see how this is a pretty important deity to have around, and certainly one that you wouldn't want to annoy. Now, he was also revered for his wisdom, intelligence, and creative prowess. You see, Enki was a patron of crafts, arts, and technology, and he was often credited with teaching humans various skills and crafts necessary for civilization. Think about farming technologies, how to make pottery, all that sort of thing. Well, when the young kids would ask Mum and Dad, where did we learn how to do all this? Well, they would say, you better thank Enki for the knowledge. Now, Enki's main cult center was the ancient city of Eridu, and this was considered by the Sumerians to be the first city created and the birthplace of civilization. Now, that is not to say that the Assyrians, Akkadians, Babylonians all thought the same. Of course, they had their own stories about where civilization started, as does everybody. Now, of course, within Eridu, we have the Abzu temple, which was dedicated to him, symbolizing his connection to the Abzu and his role as a life-giving force. Worshippers sought Enki's guidance and blessings for knowledge, craftsmanship, and protection against the chaos. And of course, what's a temple without a good team of priests and scholars? And there were plenty of them there, particularly revering him, given his association with wisdom and magic. Now, what about the mythology? Well, Enki appears in numerous myths of his own, which show his ingenuity and compassion. Of course, we have the Atrahasis epic, the Flood Deluge, where he plays his role in that too. You see, in this he decides to destroy humanity due to how noisy and disruptive they were. Remember how we said about Enki as well, who is sympathetic to humans, who warns Atrahasis, who by the way is also known as Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh, and he tells him to build a boat to save himself, his family, and representatives of all living creatures. Sounds a little familiar, doesn't it? Well, the next one is the myth of Enki and Ninhursag. And this tale involves Enki's interactions with the goddess Ninhursag and subsequent creation of plants and healing deities. The next one is the myth of Inanna and Enki. Now, in this narrative, Inanna visits Enki and cleverly acquires the Meh. Now remember, we mentioned that before, this is the divine decrees that encompass all aspects of civilization. We're talking law, art, culture, all the good stuff. Now, Enki's initial willingness and subsequent regret highlight the dynamics between the gods and the spread of civilization. And of course, there is this prevailing theme within the Mesopotamian myths that the gods have this human narrative to them. They express emotion just as you would expect a human to do so, sometimes even more chaotically. Of course, certainly takes a very bad mood to flood the entire earth. But hey, that's just what happens. Now, Enki, speaking of water, is often depicted with streams of it flowing over his shoulders, and this symbolizes the rivers. One on either side, you have the Tigris and the Euphrates, of course the vital lifelines of Mesopotamia and the traditional border zones of the region. But he also has fish frequently appearing in his iconography. He's sometimes shown holding a goatfish. This is a creature that combines the aspect of land and sea animals, symbolizing his dominion over both realms. Of course, his legacy, in terms of his myth and worship, lies in his representation of wisdom and kindness. He embodies the idea that knowledge and creativity are actually divine gifts, and they should be used for the betterment of humanity. Alright, now let's get into the next one. We have, of course, Inanna. Don't get it confused with Nana, because that's different. Now, Inanna is the goddess of love, war, and fertility, and she's also known as Ishtar in Akkadian. She's one of the most prominent and multifaceted deities in Mesopotamian tradition. We're talking love, beauty, desire, sex, fertility, war, justice, political power. She really has her hand in everything. So, her character is rich with these contradictions and dualities, chopping and changing depending on feelings and whims. She's both the goddess of love and sexuality, promoting procreation and passion, but also the goddess of war and conflict, aggression and strategic power, giving life and taking it away. She was often associated too with the planet Venus, known for its visibility as both the morning and evening star, symbolizing a connection to both the beginning and end. Now, Uruk and Zabalam were primary cult centers. The Eanna temple complex in Uruk was also dedicated to her and was a significant religious and economic hub of the time. Her worship was elaborate and involved various rituals. It included music, dance, and possibly even sacred prostitution, although the exact nature and existence of this practice are debated among scholars. Festivals in her honor celebrated themes of fertility, love, and victory. Of course, we find Inanna in plenty of myths, most notably Inanna's descent to the underworld, as probably the most famous myth of hers. It tells her journey to the realm of her sister, Ereshkigal, the goddess of the underworld. Now in this myth, seeking to extend her power, Inanna descends down into the depths, but is stripped of her possessions and killed. Well, her absence brings fertility to a halt on earth. No Inanna, no children. Well, eventually things get so terrible that she is allowed to return, and they revive her. But there's a catch. They only do this if somebody takes her place. Of course, I've got a reading of that coming up very soon. Well, along with the Atrahasis myth. We'll get there soon, don't worry. Now, the other one, of course, is her involvement in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Now, in this one, Inanna actually propositions Gilgamesh, but he actually turns her down. Bad luck. Citing the fates of her previous lovers who met unfortunate ends. You see, Inanna has a bit of a reputation. Being an immortal goddess, she basically finds some young little toy boy, play around with them for a while, and after she's had her fun, well, tosses them aside. And nobody likes that, don't they? Be careful about your reputation. course, Gilgamesh heard about this as much as everybody else and wasn't keen on the idea of becoming number 547 of Inanna's boyfriends. Well, Inanna was not too pleased with this. Does not take rejection very well. So she sends the Bull of Heaven to basically punish him, try and maul him, leading to further conflicts and highlighting her volatile nature. Now there's also another fragmentary myth called Inanna and the Hulupu tree. This myth involves Inanna nurturing a sacred tree that, after time, becomes infested with these strange creatures. Now she calls upon Gilgamesh for help, and he obliges, and they actually do remove them. Now, shows her connection to growth and the challenges of fostering life. Now, in terms of her symbolism, she's often depicted as a beautiful woman, of course, sometimes winged with a headdress featuring horns and stars, and she's associated with lions, symbolizing courage and strength, but also doves for the love and feminine aspect. She has her own emblem too, an 8-pointed star, or perhaps a rosette, symbolizing her association with Venus, that is the planet Venus, not the goddess, and her all-encompassing nature. And so, she has a pretty profound legacy, and an equally profound role. It is this complexity of human emotions and experiences, both nurturing and destructive forces, that make up her character, and it challenges these simplistic categorizations, reflecting the Mesopotamian understanding of the divine as not just being this infallible, all-knowing being, but a kind of all-encompassing one, covering all facets of existence. All right then, so our journey into the Mesopotamian deities continues with Utu. Now, in Akkadian culture, you might hear him referred to as Shamash. He is the sun god and a deity of justice, morality, and truth. His role as the bringer of light extends beyond the physical to the metaphorical illumination of justice. He was believed to ride across the sky in his sun chariot, which, well, think about Greek myths, Egyptian myths. Yeah, kind of familiar. Well, he brings daylight to the world, and, while doing it, observes all human activities. Nothing escapes the sight of Utu. Now, his omnipresence made him the perfect arbiter of justice, you see, as he saw everything, and therefore he could know it all. So he was associated with law, fairness, and the protection of the righteous. He was often called upon to witness oaths, and was believed to punish those who committed injustices. Now, the main temples of Utu were located in Sipar and Larsa. The Babar temple, meaning White House, was also a significant center of worship. Now, priests conducted their daily rituals to him, but they had to do it at sunrise. That acknowledges his journey across the sky. In the morning, wake up before dawn, get dressed, ready. Utu is coming. They wanted to give him a good welcome. Now, as for the worshippers, they prayed to Utu for justice, fair judgment, and guidance in legal matters. His influence extended to the administration of law, with judges and officials seeking his favor to uphold fairness. And that's right. All those years ago, they still had law courts. Of course they did. Someone had to decide which was fair or not. I'm sure you've watched my video about the Babylonian law system. If you have, you would have known that by now. Now, Utu appears in several myths that emphasize his role as a just and benevolent deity. Of course, he appears in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where Utu aids Gilgamesh and Enkidu in their quest to defeat the demon Humbaba in the cedar forest. He provides them with favorable conditions, just kind of giving them a bit of a push in the right direction. It demonstrates his support for their heroic endeavors. Now we also have the story of Etana, where Utu assists King Etana in his quest to find the plant of birth to produce an heir. Now this story also shows his role in promoting life and the continuation of just dynasties. Now on a more secular note, of course, we have that famous Babylonian Code of Hammurabi, which depicts King Hammurabi receiving the laws from Shamash, which of course is the other name of Utu, just in the Akkadian tradition. Now this iconography reinforces the idea that justice is ordained divinely, and the kings are merely the enforcers of the will of the gods. Now, how is he depicted? Well, if you see him, you'll probably see him with rays of light emanating from his shoulders, symbolizing the sunlight piercing through that darkness at the dawn. He sometimes holds a sword or a knife, representing his ability to cut through and reveal the truth, perhaps. Now, his symbol is the solar disk, but it doesn't just represent physical light, but also enlightenment and moral clarity. And so he is significant in this context of laws and ethics, whether they be in a court dynamic or even just ethics in personal life. His association with justice influenced legal practices and the development of the law codes in Mesopotamia. Of course, the belief that justice had divine backing added quite a bit of moral weight to the legal proceedings. Okay, so we have the sun deities. We gotta have a moon deity, don't we? So we turn to Nana, who is also known as Sin in Akkadian. So you might see her in that sort of context. See him, rather. I do apologize. I had a friend called Nana a while ago. I keep thinking of her. So, Nana is the moon god, associated with wisdom, fertility, and the measurement of time. His cyclical journey across the heavens was crucial for the calendrical calculations in Mesopotamia. Now, of course, the actual translation that we have of the name Nana actually means illuminator, or illumination, depending on which translation you go with. Of course, shows his role in bringing just a little bit of light to the darkness. He was believed to traverse the night sky in a chariot or perhaps a boat, marking the passage of time through the lunar phases. Now, as a deity of wisdom, Nana was thought to possess deep knowledge, perhaps due to his ability to observe the world from his celestial vantage point during the quietness of the night. Certainly gives you a lot of time to think, doesn't it? Now, we go to the city of Ur if we want to find the primary center of Nana's worship, which was of course one of the most important urban centers in Mesopotamia. And you will find in Ur the Great Ziggurat, which was dedicated to him and served as a focal point for all the religious activities. Lunar observations were of course integral to the Mesopotamian calendar, influencing agriculture, festivals, and religious rituals. And so the priests of Nana were skilled astronomers who tracked these lunar cycles to determine auspicious times for various activities. Now, Nana appears in myths too that highlight his familial connections and influence. The first being the journey of Nana to Nippur, where he travels to Nippur to present gifts to Enlil. Story shows these themes of respect, duty, and the maintenance of divine relationships. There's also another one that shows him as the father of the goddess Inanna and the sun god Utu, linking him to other major deities and emphasizing how interconnected the pantheon is. But of course, his association with fertility is there too. You see, as the moon influences tides and natural rhythms, Nana was linked to fertility and the growth of crops. The waxing and waning was symbolic of life's cycles. He's often depicted as a wise old man with a flowing beard, sometimes seated on a throne with a crescent moon symbol nearby. Of course, the crescent moon became that enduring symbol that was associated with him. His role in timekeeping had a lasting impact on astronomy too, and the development of calendars. Now, as we move on, we arrive to our next deity. And we arrive to the Mother Goddess and the Lady of the Mountains. We arrive to Ninhursag, who is also known as Ninmah or Ki. She embodies the nurturing aspects of the earth, is associated with fertility, childbirth, and sustenance of life. Of course, that name, Ninhursag, literally translates to Lady of the Sacred Mountain, of course reflecting her connection to the mountains as sources of life-giving streams, and as symbols of stability and permanence. We have the saying, as unshakable as the mountains. Now, she is revered as the mother of gods and humans, often involved in creation myths where she shapes beings from clay. She represents the earth's ability to produce and sustain life, making her, of course, a central figure in agricultural societies, and so she was worshipped throughout Mesopotamia. But she had significant temples in cities like Kesh and Adab. Her shrines were places where people sought blessings for fertility, safe childbirth, and the health of land and livestock herds. Offerings to Ninhursag included agricultural produce and figurines representing mothers and children. Her worship emphasized the cyclical nature of life and the interconnectedness, of all things. If I can connect my words properly. Maybe I should start praying to Ninhursag for that. Now, of course, we go back to a few myths, one being in the creation of humanity, where Ninhursag is often depicted as a midwife or mother figure in the creation of humans. As we said, she molds the people from clay, and then she breathes life into them, symbolizing the earth as a source of human existence. Of course, we also have the tale of Enki and Ninhursag, where in the story Enki consumes forbidden plants, leading to ailments in various parts of his body. Ninhursag actually cures him by creating deities associated with each afflicted body part. The myth shows the themes of balance and consequences too of overstepping boundaries, but once again we have this restorative theme of the power of the earth. Now, she's often depicted as a seated woman with a horned headdress, sometimes holding a staff, or accompanied by lions at her flanks. Her influence extends to a latter mother goddess figures in different cultures too, representing fertility, nature, and the feminine divine. Her portrayal as a nurturing yet powerful deity reflects once again the respect for the earth's generative capabilities. Okay, now let's turn our attention to Marduk, the patron god of Babylon. Now, Marduk's rise from a relatively minor deity to the head of the Babylonian Pantheon reflects the political and cultural ascendancy of the city of Babylon itself. Remember, there's always that power struggle between the different kingdoms in Mesopotamia. Don't look at it as a unified deity. That's a little dangerous. Well, tell that to Sargon, but okay. Now, he was associated, Marduk that is, with creation, water, vegetation, judgment, and magic, and he was often depicted with a triangular or forked spade, his symbolic weapon. Well, as Babylon grew in power, Marduk absorbed the attributes of other gods, consolidating various aspects of divinity into his persona. And little by little, as Babylon became more powerful, so did he, and the whole process elevated him into a position of supreme authority. Now, his main temple was the Esagila in Babylon, a grand complex that included the towering Etemenanke ziggurat, which some scholars believed to be in the inspiration for the biblical story of the Tower of Babel. Could be. Now, the Akitu festival, the Babylonian New Year celebration, was central to Marduk's worship, and during this festival, rituals reenacted Marduk's victory over chaos, reaffirming the king's divine mandate and the city's central place within the cosmos. Of course, Marduk's prominence is most notably captured in the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic. Of course, there is also the defeat of Tiamat, where Marduk rises to leadership by volunteering to defeat this Tiamat, the primordial goddess of salt water who personifies chaos. Marduk, coming out armed with powerful weapons and spells, slays Tiamat, but not just her, also her entire army of gruesome and terrible monsters. After defeating Tiamat, Marduk creates the world from her divided body. He forms the heavens and the earth, establishing order from all the chaos. And thus he creates humans from the blood of Kingu, Tiamat's consort and commander. Humans are made to serve the gods, you see, relieving them of menial tasks. He then organizes the cosmos, sets the celestial bodies in their places, and defines the roles of other gods. Now, of course, you'll often find Marduk depicted with his symbolic dragon-like creature, the Meshusu, representing his power and authority. Now, the Meshusu has features kind of like a lion, serpent, and a bird all wrapped into one, the integration of many different forces. And Marduk's consolidation of divine attributes mirrors Babylon's political unification of Mesopotamia. You see, the mythology around him kind of aims to justify Babylon's dominance and the king's rule as divinely sanctioned. So he's kind of just a spiritual stand-in for the physical deity, manifestation, which is Babylon. A little complicated, but hey, that's why we're here, to take it nice and slow. Okay, so next we have Ashur, who is the chief god of the Assyrians and the embodiment of empire. Now his importance grew alongside Assyria's expansion, and he became the personification of the state and its imperial ambition, kind of like a symbol, we're coming to get you. Now Ashur is associated with war, kingship, and empire, and unlike the other gods with rich mythologies, Ashur's creation was closely tied to the Assyrian nation's identity and the divine justification for its conquest. He was often depicted as a winged disc with horns, sometimes with a figure drawing a bow, symbolizing his role as a warrior god. You see a symbol like that, you know exactly what he's here for. And of course, his principal place of worship was the city of Ashur, after which he was named. Temples dedicated to him served not only as religious functions, but also administrative and political roles. Assyrian kings saw themselves as a kind of like representatives or even embodiments of Ashur on earth. Military campaigns were conducted in his name, of course, and victories were attributed to his favor. Now we have mentioned that Ashur lacks an extensive mythology, and that is true, but his identity seems to have merged with that of Marduk during the Assyrian dominance over Babylon. You see, in Assyrian versions of the Enuma Elish, Ashur places Marduk as the hero who defeats Tiamat, adapting the myth to reflect the Assyrian supremacy. Now, the adaptation demonstrates how myths were used to legitimize political power and reinforce all of these nationalistic narratives, turning religion into politics and turning politics into religion. Well, let's just hope that doesn't happen again after the Bronze Age. Now, of course, we have this imagery of a winged disc, and it seems to draw these parallels to solar symbols, indicating this connection to the celestial authority. Of course, throw in the bow-wielding figure, well, that's just a bit of dose of military might, a kind of subtle warning before the brutal beatdown. Of course, his entire legacy is tied to the rise and the fall of the Assyrian Empire. His worship shows the role of religion in statecraft and the use of divine sanction to justify expansionist policies. I'm sure that'll be the last time that happens. And so, we reach the final deity of our talk for today, and that would be the goddess of the underworld, the queen of the dead, Ereshkigal. Now, Ereshkigal rules over Irkala, that is the land from which there is no return, presiding over the fate of all souls. It's a pretty big responsibility, isn't it? Of course, her name, Ereshkigal, means Queen of the Great Earth, depending on what translation you're going to go by, but this is generally it. Now, she embodies the inevitability of death and the finality of the underworld. Now, you might be thinking, isn't this just like the Egyptian stuff? Well, unlike the Egyptian concept of an afterlife with potential rewards, the Mesopotamian underworld was a little bit less appealing. It was actually more of just a bleak and shadowy existence, when nothing really happened. Bit of a disappointment, isn't it? Not much to work towards, but hey, that is just what it is. Of course, to rule over a place like this, you would need quite a character, and Ereshkigal was certainly a stern and formidable one, ensuring that the dead remained in her realm and that natural order was maintained. No one was leaving. Once you entered, you were not getting out of Irkala. Now, does this sound like a fun person to worship? I don't know. Perhaps fear. There certainly weren't any major temples dedicated solely to her, that's for sure. There were more pleasing deities to dedicate your time to, but she was acknowledged in rituals related to death and burial practices. When the time comes, I suppose eventually you have to confront the reality. The funerary rites aimed to appease her, ensuring that the deceased had at least relatively peaceful existence in the afterlife, whatever that could be down to. Offerings to Ereshkigal might include food and drink left at grave sites, acknowledging her dominion over the dead. Of course, you'll find her in the myth of Inanna's descent to the underworld. Ereshkigal's most famous narrative involves her sister Inanna's attempt to take over the underworld. Did I say Ereshkigal's descent? I meant Inanna's descent. Excuse me. Of course, Ereshkigal enforces the laws of her realm, which actually leads to Inanna's death. The myth explores once again the themes of power and even jealousy. Now, there also is this marriage to Nergal in another myth where Ereshkigal marries Nergal, the god of war and plague, which doesn't sound like quite the kind of man you'd want to marry. Well, their tumultuous relationship just reflects this harsh reality of death and the forces that govern it. You'll often find Ereshkigal depicted as a regal figure, sometimes with wings or accompanied by owls and snakes, creatures that were associated with the underworld. Her realm is described as a place where the dead exist as dust, devoid of the pleasures of life. The portrayal emphasizes the Mesopotamian view of death as unavoidable and a somber destiny. She is the finality and mystery of death. Her strict governance of the underworld reinforces the importance of respecting the natural order. Her presence in the mythology is just a reminder of mortality and the consequence of overreaching ambition. And with that, we somewhat come to the end, at least of this video. There's a few more that we could talk about. Maybe I'll do a part 2 on minor deities. Would you like that? Oh, tell me in the comments. That's a good way to get the engagement, isn't it? And so, as we conclude the somewhat brief exploration of the 10 principal deities, I hope you've gained a little bit of an understanding of how the Mesopotamians perceived the world of the gods. Of course, they were not distant figures. They were just integral parts of a daily life. Natural forces, human emotions, societal structures. They embodied them all the way from Anu's supreme authority to Ereshkigal's domination over the afterlife in that deep, dusty realm. Each one of them had an important role to play. So, the myths and worship practices certainly show a civilization that was deeply connected to its environment, reliant on celestial bodies for timekeeping, but also ever aware of this delicate balance between order and chaos. Because after all, that's what it's all about, isn't it? And speaking of order, If you've enjoyed the video, I order you to subscribe right now. Well, I suppose I can't do that. That's not right. We can't be ordering people to do things. But I will be thanking my top tier patrons and supporters, both on YouTube and Patreon. There's Dark, Gary, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Erin, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, Sally, Katiana, Christine, Fazaba, Legitmus, Maverick, and Susan. Thank you very much for listening. It's been a pleasure. Let's learn a little bit more about the Bronze Age in the next video, perhaps. As always, lots of love to you all, and I'll see you next time.